Hello, everybody. I'm starting a new channel, and we're going to be talking about whiskey, bourbon, toys, media. Just want to give a quick short to let everybody know what to expect to talk about, plus much more. Hello, everybody. I'm starting a new channel, and we're going to be talking.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. Thanks for stopping by. Tonight we're going to talk about some things we don't like, but we're going to talk about more things we do like. So please come in, leave the bullshit behind, and let's have a good time. Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. Thanks for stopping by. Tonight we're going to talk about some things we don't like, but we're going to talk about more things we do like. So please come in, leave the bullshit behind, and let's have a good time. Let's have a good time.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Went to the great village of Oak Park, Illinois today. I was going to get an Italian beef combo at Johnny's, and I'm talking to the guy at Oak Park, and he goes, "They're cash only." I'm like, "What the hell, Jim? You got to tell me shit's cash only. I don't leave the house with cash." So went to another place called Pete's that amazingly Jim Satala's never been to, and I'm going to say it was probably the best Italian beef combo sandwich I've ever had. And I've had quite a few at these places. It was fantastic. If Johnny's is that good, man, it makes you know why you live in the city, because they do have good food. The closer you get to bigger towns. So tonight, as you guys could tell by the thumbnail, it's going to be Eric July and YellowFlash. Eric July, our Lord and Savior of comic books, who probably shouldn't be preaching the gospel on this shit, but some of the shit he's pulling. And then Yellow Trash, apparently he's releasing a book. We talked about it a couple nights ago. We want to get into some more. So we got some JJ Trujillo videos we're going to play. We got Eric July videos we're going to play. So it ought to be a good night. It should be fun. But can't go forever because I got to drive my ass to Skokie, Illinois tomorrow. So I'll probably take some cash with me tomorrow, Jim, and hit it on the way back.
Always have cash, just in case you got some hibbity-jibbity going on. Yeah.
Well, it's very true. Talk some more, Jim.
Hibbity-jibbity.
You guys tell me, does Jim sound a little low? Chat, you tell me. Right.
All right, let me look. The fuck?
I'm just asking if you sound a little low.
Oh, yeah, look at that. My microphone got turned down.
Okay.
How's this, better?
Yeah.
Better?
Thank you. Yeah.
Fucking Windows turned my microphone down to 70.
Yeah. Now you can turn it down a little bit.
Turn it down a little?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, I'll turn it down here. How's that? Better?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You always got to keep it at 100 in Windows, right?
Yeah.
And then let your soundboard do the rest. So, yeah, you got to always have cash in case you find some hibbity-jibbity, you said, Jim?
Yeah, always, in case some hibbity-jibbity comes along.
You know, I tend to spend less money when I have cash instead of carrying around a credit card.
Well, yeah, because you don't like, a credit card. It's just like,
It's just swipe and go,
you're seeing
right?
That money go, and it's not
Cash, you're like, shit, I've only got like $10 left. I don't really need that other thing, do I? I think we've kind of got it figured out on the sound stuff.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, telling the chat, like, if there's a problem, we know where to go look right away instead of fucking around for 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's always Windows for some reason. Windows starts adjusting the fucking mic settings. I don't understand that.
Yeah. So we got Nicholas here.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Good. And Windows has never adjusted my mic settings.
It fucking does it to me all the time. The other, like, I was doing a video and it turned it all the way down to like 15.
Are you on 10 or 11?
What do you mean?
Windows 10 or 11?
Windows 10.
Maybe that's why.
Ancient
'Cause-
operating system at this point. I've been
Yeah,
hearing
well,
stuff like this
I
since
have an HP Envy tablet, Microsoft tablet. It won't let me upgrade to Windows 11.
This won't let me upgrade either.
Yeah, they don't have enough RAM or something like that that lets you do it. So, yeah. So anyway, Nicholas, you're the target in some weird stream somewhere on Twitter.
I don't think it would. Well, I've been yanking War Campaign's chain the last couple of days. So I've been calling them out on their low quality memes. So they've created a few new ones.
Matt Barr was in here last night, dude.
Oh, he was?
Yep, the
Like
real
in the
Matt
chat
Barr.
or on stream or on chat?
In the chat.
Oh, okay.
He invited us. He invited to go on Monday night. I'm like, no, I'm not going on your show. Not going to happen, dude. We invited him on, no,
Yeah.
but he didn't stay. He left.
I mean, you had invited him on before he ever invited you on his show, and he's.
I'll invite anybody on. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we might have a special guest later on, right, Jim?
What?
God damn it, we might have a special guest later.
Oh, we
right?
might have a special guest. We'll see if he shows up. He said he
Right.
And Moral Fats in the chat is pointing out that Bosch Foston is also holding an art auction right now.
Cool.
Jim's always looking to do something else besides pay attention to the chat. So,
I try to avoid the chat. Now.
Is he a good artist?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I don't. What comics has he done?
well, Pigman is the only one I'm aware of, but he has done some other stuff.
Cool.
I'm just.
What's up, Mr. Self-Destruct? Been a while.
Frog Tony.
Jim,
Hey,
tell
Frog
me.
Tony.
What's up, Frog Tony? Yeah, so we're gonna get into some of that shit with Eric and we got. Oh, you were right. JJ didn't label a couple of his videos like episode 10 and 11, but episode 10 and 11 are there for the Eric July saga. So we're gonna play those later. It's gonna be a fun show. It's gonna be a real fun show. Yes, he's a comics geek king. I know that. It seems to be like he doesn't try to get too involved with some of the nonsense, but lately he made that shirt, right? That Matt Barr shirt, head wound shirt. Did you see that, Nicholas?
Yeah,
Bosch, I think Bosch was a troll before all of this. That Pigman's a fucking troll.
Did you see the head wound shirt?
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, I saw it. Like he was going back and forth with War Campaign and Matt Barr at the time.
Did you order it yet?
No. I might. Just because it would be a good addition.
It doesn't say Matt's Barr name on it anywhere. So I finally got Shane Davis's money, Jim. I sent it to the wrong Shane Davis.
What?
Yeah, I sent it to his email address, but I didn't add the numbers. Like there's 4 digits after his name. Thank God nobody claimed it, and PayPal sent it right back.
Oh, okay.
So that's cool. I just got the Pigman books. Great so far. Cool. You own them, Jim?
No, actually, I don't own Pigman.
You don't?
Just don't. No.
Did you buy that T-shirt?
No.
No.
I remember hearing about the incident where he was like a couple jihadists actually attacked an event that he was at. Remember, like hearing about that at the time, like when all that happened.
Really?
Yeah, it was all
Huh.
over like Fox. It was all over the national news at the time.
Hey, Jim,
It's been a while though.
Did they arrest anybody over the maggot thing at the DNC?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it. I mean, I know they've said they were looking into it, but I don't think they've got anybody yet.
Okay. All right. Well, Jim, let's get into our daily sun flare report. All right.
Okay.
Let's get into it. We got a lot to go over. You got those 2-hour July videos ready?
Good morning, folks. Today we're going to check in on the Pacific storms. We'll see an amazing new shot from the James Webb Space Telescope. And of course, we are going over the last 24 hours on our star, where we have interesting space weather to note both up there and here at Earth. On the sun, solar flaring remained lower. There is one interesting sunspot cresting over the incoming limb into view, but the bigger spots are departing. You may have caught the filament release left side at the limb. It wasn't huge, but it snapped away violently. CME visible on coronagraphs this morning is luckily not aimed at Earth. It is a very high plasma speed within the shockwave. Several other filaments on the disk to monitor as well. Remember, we had that small CME we were expecting to make impact. It did so yesterday, and while it wasn't particularly dense or fast, it magnetically coupled with the Earth's magnetic field and drove brief geomagnetic storm conditions that hit level 2, KP near 6. That should be waning away today. But our eyes are open for more, mostly from those incoming sunspots on the left side and from the plasma filaments, which you see here as the snake-like darker ropes of material in the corona. Let's quickly go to the Central Pacific, where those 3 storms are still churning away. The second one is expected to reach Hawaii by the end of the week. Hopefully it weakens in intensity as it is forecast to do. Top eye candy today is pretty amazing. James Webb really does see what nothing else can see. Not only is the fine detail here in Perseus at a level we've never seen before, but astronomers are saying that within this region, they have spotted 6 super Jupiter rogue planets. Folks, in about 2 days, the end of the month special issue of Observer Review will come out. It is a focused piece on solar forcing of weather and climate, basically a book chapter of key solar atmospheric effects published in the last year. Sign up at the link below. It's not only the best way to stay up to date each month on the top science news, it's the best way to support the observers. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow, right here, but right now at 6:15 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun. Eyes open, no fear. Be safe, everyone.
I do like it's been rather quiet, Jim, for the solar flare stuff. So I haven't watched any of these, Jim. You sent it to me this morning, but I was driving, so I just didn't get to watch it. So it's going to be a surprise for me. This is the first one.
This is the first one.
I've just been reading the chat all day on this.
Something else started playing, so we'll get into this one. Something started playing in the background.
ISOM #1 was a $3.7 million success. We learned a lot from that campaign, and we've tried new things. Starting with ISOM #2, we've worked with CGC to do graded copies as a collectible with their Signature Series gold labels. They've become a big part of our campaigns and collections, but one of our employees brought up a great point. We never did Signature Series copies for ISOM #1. We just had raw signed copies. We're fixing that problem with a new ISOM #1 Signature Series collection. In it, you'll find signed and graded copies of cover A, B, and C, as well as the elusive concept art book. There's also some covers of ISOM #2 that we had left that we've added to that collection. These are very limited, so head over to RippaVerse.com and get those.
Now, if you, the term very limited, how many would you think he's got of these?
I know the answer. I ain't going to say it because you're going to pull those up, right? You're going to show the chat, right? Because you did the work.
I did the work. I know how many he's got, and it's a hell of a lot more than, oh, we kept a few back. Because, like, if you look at the numbers of what he claims he sold when he sold these, he claims he sold more than what he said he was printing the first time around.
Right.
Because he was
Yep.
only like 1,700, 2,600 copies of some of
No,
these.
on ISOM one was like 17,000, another one was like 20-something thousand, and he sold those. It was like 24,000,
okay.
and one was 17,000. He sold like 24,400 of one and 17,000. So he sold more than what he said he was printing of those to begin with in the initial campaign.
Yeah. Right.
And so now all of a sudden he's got hundreds of CGC graded books.
Well, I think he's sort of, from the comments that I'm reading, it almost seems like he's copying to the fact that the books are the same. It's just they send them off to CGC.
That's all they do.
More graded and call them.
Well, his story doesn't make sense
and
because
put a
he's
gold
claiming
label on them.
they're claiming that these are books that they were taking to special events and everything. But he has a video where that's not what he said. He said, "Oh, we're not going to have these, and they're going to be really limited. We're not going to have them. We won't even have them for special events and blah blah blah." But if these are the books that he was taking places to signings, there's no way they're going to grade a 9.
Well, these are part of that 50,000 that haven't been anywhere, Jim. They just been sitting.
No, that was fit. That was fit. The 50,000 was just cover C of ISOM 1.
Oh, just cover C.
Wait.
Yeah.
Are you insinuating that he could buy a grading? That the
I'm
CGC
insinuating
is not corrupt.
I'm insinuating that anything this fucking guy
It's a
says
fucking
is not to
corrupt
be
ass
trusted.
organization to begin with.
Right.
That it's his stories, the shit don't add up. Now people, but he's saying that he said he's going to have these rare special. Having 800 or 900 copies of a fucking book doesn't make it extra copies to just whip out now. Doesn't make them rare or special.
Well, and I guess the difference, Nicholas, is these are signature series with CG ratings on it. Because he did a signature series for ISOM, but they weren't rated. So he did signed books. So here's the true question, though, Jim. ISOM 1 campaign, he did no CG stuff, right? He did $3.7 million. Since then, he's been doing CG rated stuff, and he just keeps fucking losing money. You think maybe you stop charging people triple the price for these books, and they might buy more books? They might not feel so fucking pissed off that they spent $150 or whatever on this fucking
I don't know,
book.
but all these people that were buying, like, that bought these in the initial campaign and that didn't sell them like smart people, Dave and Jim, are now going to be kicking themselves in the ass.
So here's the numbers, right, Jim?
Yeah, that's 748, right?
745, right?
745. That's how many CG rated ISOM number 1s he has.
Right. Let's pull up the next one. ISOM 1 concept art book.
That was supposed to be limited to 2,000, and he said he sold them all.
And he's got 150 ready to go.
Yeah.
And how much is this fucking book?
That's like $215.
$215 for this.
It's like, I think it's like 8 fucking pages long or something.
$215. All right, let's go to the next one. ISOM 1 cover B, $150. 637 left. These are very rare, guys. Very, very rare. This is why Eric is in a church preaching to his ripatards, because they're the only people in his little fucking fellowship that believe this shit. And then the last one is cover C, $120. He's got 523 of those available still, Jim. Isn't this the one that he has 50,000 really though available?
Yeah, I believe that's the one he's got 50,000.
Yeah. Is that it? Did he do another one? That was it. So
that was it. There was just the 4. I got just aggravated with the whole thing, and then hearing these people try to compare Ethan selling Ides of March or the Spit on Your Hive cover for $200 on eBay with this. It's like, no, those were books that were only available, and Ethan printed an extra 100 or 200 copies. That's it. And now he's selling them at the market rate of $200 because that's what they're going for on the secondary market. What Eric just did was subvert the secondary market. That's what he does every fucking time. He fucks over all the people that try to buy him and think they're going to be worth something. He's going to come out with more.
And the price is the price, no matter what the grade is. What if it's an 8.2 that you get? Because that's all they get, an 8.2. But other guys are getting 9.1s or 9.6s. Oh, well, that's the price, dude. Like,
I'm sorry, man. I would not accept anything under 9.8.
not direct from the manufacturer. No, it's not like it's been in somebody's hands for 5 years, right? More hibbity dibbity, less jibbity. That's the new business plan. Yeah. What's up, Salty? How you been, buddy?
So here, we'll finish this real quick.
Yeah, let me put it up there.
Graded and signed copies by yours truly.
Ooh. Why did he need to remind everybody that he sold $3.7 million already on this campaign? But y'all need to come back and give me some more on the same campaign for the same books that are just rated, like Nicholas said, kind of a ripoff in some ways. I mean, you can't read the book. It's in a piece of plastic, and if you take it out, the rating goes away. So he followed up with this, Jim?
Yeah, he followed up with this video talking about Yaira's CGCs are.
Oh, this is 3 minutes, so he's actually had to get into some real hibbity-jibbity here, huh?
Yeah, no, I understand, Dan. There's no way you're getting a 9.0 on a book that was taken from conventions and signings, and no.
Yeah.
Even just sitting in boxes for this long.
Yeah.
I mean,
What's like Hater Headquarters says, you don't want a CG or signed CGC graded copy of a book that was wedged between posters and T-shirts for 2 years either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just awful. Well, Wilbur, this is why he didn't do CGC for Gooding, because it would have messed up the delivery schedule, and his fans deserve the best shipping, the most on-time shipping.
Let's see what he's blowing us kisses. Isn't that sweet?
They never give him a good pause face, dude, for his own videos. I mean, his editor's a dick.
This is right at the start of the video.
I know. Why
start it right here?
This is they're a dick to him all the time.
And he doesn't even realize it.
Every pause a nightmare.
What's up, y'all? Just wanted to give you some updates and clarify a couple of things. If you've ordered the signature series copies of Yaira number 1.
By clarify, he means try to cover my ass because people are pissed off at him.
Are they really pissed off?
Oh my God, you should see the comments, and it's just like, oh, that's not what I said. I said I was going to have extras, and I told you I was going to have these for rare occasions.
Yeah, and
really?
Even putting 9.8 up there is a fucking con job, because he's insinuating that's what he's giving away is 9.8.
Well, this is Yaira, though. This has not been sitting in a warehouse for 2 years. This is different.
Yeah, but still, even if you send a case of unopened books to them,
all of my Graham Nolan books are 9.8. All
correct,
four
but
of them.
If you look, a lot of them they sell. Like if you look at other people, they're selling the lower grades. They generally won't give out the lower ones. If they send out a whole case of unopened books, they'll get back 10 9.8s. They might get 1 or 2 9.9s. Rarely you're going to get a 10. You're going to get some 9.7s, some 9.6s.
Right. You think 9.8 is hard to get right off the printing press, though?
Actually, it's supposed to be.
Then I wonder why do I got 4? You're making me feel bad. Like I felt great. Like, oh, I got 4 9.8s. Katie is in the house. Hi, Katie. How are you?
One, we've been keeping you posted via email. Due to some internal things with CGC, there was a massive delay with some of those copies. The good news is that the day before I recorded this video, we've received the remaining copies.
So I wonder what the delay was. Was the delay back the books weren't getting graded to the way they liked them, so they had to send them different books?
Or Eric didn't have the fucking funds to pay the people, and that's why they didn't release them until they got paid. Sorry, that could be a thing, dude. He's out here selling his clothes, or not his clothes, but his shit for $5 for a week to make $65K. If he was flush with cash, Nick, he wouldn't need to do that to himself. He would not need to cut that price to $5 just to get some kind of money in the door. It's ridiculous.
At least for that long. I mean, I can understand maybe for an hour.
Yeah, an hour.
Yeah. I mean, you'd
Yeah.
still be dicking a lot of people over trying to sell shit on eBay, but
Yeah, I mean, I
it
don't
would
put it
still
past
be
this guy that
somewhat
he
in the
didn't.
realm of understandable.
I don't
Right.
put it past Eric that he didn't just have these books printed and shipped to CGC right now. That they're just not fresh prints.
I don't doubt that he had them on hand still.
Yeah, I don't either. Uh,
I think he's been. At a certain point, he's probably lying.
Why, dude? He didn't. That second order of ISOMs that he did the extra 50,000. He didn't label those second prints, even
he
though
didn't
they
label
were.
it. He did not label them second editions, and he should have. He didn't do it. They were the second
I think he
edition.
probably. I think a lot of stuff. I mean, we probably don't even know the exact extent of his lies on everything. Hey, ID.
Hey Nick, hey Jim, hey Dave.
How you doing, buddy? He opened his mouth, dude. He's fucking lying.
Yeah,
That's Eric.
and I think
Is this him trying to justify the sale still?
No, the
No, this
CGC
is-
rated
this guy, he
ISOM
just-
books.
He's got all these books now. All of a sudden that he just had laying around, and thousands
Hundreds of
CGC
each edition.
of
Now
CGC rated books.
And they're all CG rated.
Yeah, you can go on his website right now and pay $215 for the art book and $150 to $120 for the CGC rated ISOM 1 books that, you know, he never did in the campaign, never did it.
And that were sold out according to him and his website.
Yeah, so everybody thought they had what was left, you know, lies. It's not like he's got 100 books. He's got 700 books.
He thinks he's printing more money, and we all know in reality what printing more money does.
But
You're
he's-
basically like, I don't understand how he can have a poster of Thomas Sowell on the wall behind him and do this and not know what it means.
probably because he has no idea what Thomas Sowell ever said. Probably.
Well, I know, like even Basic Economics is a big book, you know, and I listen to these things and I'm constantly going, what did he say? 15 seconds back, 15 seconds
Yeah.
back. I didn't catch that, you know.
Yep, that's why
You know,
I used
he
to make
has that thing.
videos. He can't remember what he said 30 days ago.
It's
He
hanging
can't
on his wall
remember.
like a good luck charm.
Salty Traveling Sea says he should have taken the tax write down by destroying the unsold stock. Would have spurred speculators on new projects at the very least. Like, you quit watering down the market of the books that are out there. Quit trying to resell for $5. You could have got the same book, Jim, on CG rated last week. $5.
Yeah. It's only, I think it's $45 to send it off yourself and get it rated.
It costs
couldn't-
$45 to do that.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
exactly be surprised if July eventually gets in trouble with the IRS for cooking his books, trying to seem like he's making more money than he is.
I don't know. I mean, there was, you know,
Well, why would
you guys could look it
people
up.
usually do the opposite?
True,
Several
but he
years
is very
ago-
concerned with appearances.
Very
So-
concerned.
Several years ago, there was a big scandal in like the, you know how they got those like Franklin Mint collectible plates and all that
Oh,
shit
yeah.
that they sell.
Mhm.
They got in a lot of trouble. I'm not sure exactly if it was Franklin Mint or a different company, but I remember reading about it because they were saying we have this limited number of it might not have been Franklin Mint. It was one of them because there was a bunch of companies doing that shit back 20 years ago. We
Mhm.
have, you know, there's only 3,000 of these sets. Well, that was a lie. They had 10,000 sets.
Yeah. Well, hell, man, every time there was a new format on which to view video, Disney would open the vault. We're opening
said-
the vault and videotapes of Snow White and then DVDs, and we're opening the vault again.
Yeah, but at least it was like 10 years later, dude. It
Yeah.
wasn't 2 weeks after you did a $5 sale.
Yeah, this is what everybody's watching everything on now. But he's trying to do the same thing with CGCs. Like CGCs are not the big deal that I think he thinks they are.
But it's kind of weird too because didn't he just get through saying how the reason he did the $5 sales because he wanted
Clearing
Get
space. He's clearing space.
and he wanted to get new people to read the books. Selling CGC books, nobody's reading a CGC book. You're not
Right.
cracking it open to read it.
Right. And you've
Right.
already fucking, you know, squeezed your followers real hard already, dude, on that 3.7 million. Why do they need to go back? They've already got the signed books. So now they need the CG rated signed book to go with it. I don't think those numbers are going to impress Jim.
Oh.
Is
Plus,
it a
this is-
collection? Is it a
This
collection on
this is the,
RippaVerse?
yes, yeah, RippaVerse ISOM 1 CGC collection. But this is bad for what he's got coming out next. I mean, Horseman and the shit he's trying to sell for
Blood
YellowFlash,
Ruth. Yeah.
Blood Ruth, all this stuff. This is gonna, buddy. You're just, any like I don't understand either because he keeps posting how he sold 50,000 and 60,000, and you go to his website and pull it up, it still says 0.
I think I know what his strategy is. Like behind the scenes, he's paying John Delarose to say that Eric July's comic books are better than Ethan's.
Well, maybe.
I mean, I shouldn't. I mean, I don't dislike John Delarose. I think he's whatever. He's he's not a bad guy. But the thing between those two is kind of funny. You know what I mean? I don't know if you're following any of that drama on X.
So
I don't think you'd have to pay JDA to do that. But.
Here's the campaign for the signature series.
Yeah.
He's already made 56,000.
Wow. Earlier today it said 0 when I looked at it.
But
they made 60.
It doesn't show how many books are sold.
Well,
so,
what else would
so
be
here's the problem. Here's the problem too.
Aren't they all round? Hold on, but aren't they all round numbers?
No, there's 215, I think. But anyway, look.
But no, I'm saying, how does he get to 72 if it's 215? Because everything ends in a 5 or a 0.
I don't know, dude. It's hibbity jibbity math. ISOM number 1, CGC rated collector's edition, a collector's dream, ensuring premium condition and value. I want it all bundle, all 3 covers of ISOM 1, showcasing unique artistic interpretation. Shut the fuck up, dude. Limited edition concept art book, a rare glimpse into the creative process with only 2,000 copies available. Dude, that's what you said when the book came out.
And he said it was sold out.
At any time he says that there's only a limited number of something, no one's going to take him seriously. He's crying wolf here. Never mind anything about the money or wanting to be liked or the CGC or any of the other stuff that there's no reason to trust him.
I mean, I just want to say out loud in advance, I don't want anything bad to happen to Eric or his company. I want him to proceed and keep doing what he's doing for years to come. It will give me plenty of things to laugh at. That being said,
yeah. Well, to laugh at as far as the product, but
Jim,
I mean, the free market.
If somebody gets a hair up their ass and starts digging into his books and finds out he's been telling tales and lying and saying I got 2,000 copies only when really he's got 3,000, that's called fraud.
Yep,
that could be an FTC complaint.
Yep,
Federal Trade Commission.
Yep,
man, I wouldn't be looking forward to that.
What's up, Salty Traveling C? How are you, sir?
Hey, it's good to see you. Gentlemen, I was just appreciating your business acumen, common sense, and obvious racism for not appreciating what a genius Eric July has been in all this. I know as somebody who collects, I collect action figures. I actually collect some comics. I like Conan a lot. I'm a completionist with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's listening to this. It is hibbity jibbity. And it's ridiculous because I simply do not understand what the rationale for this is. You're creating a product that you want to have a finite supply for that then drives value. So people go, oh my God, look at RippaVerse Comics. I bought this for $35. It's going for $50 on eBay. Next time I better buy 4 or 5 of these so that I can make some bank. And instead, this is literally like waking up in the middle of the night to someone cutting your balls off because this price drop is catastrophic. $5 is insane.
Oh, for the books? Yeah. It just, like I said, it just tells me he needs cash, dude. He needs money to come in the door. And he did a 5-day sale to see if he could drive it. And he drove $65,000 worth, which destroyed his market. He destroyed his market. Like Nick said, do it for 12 hours. Do a 12 hours.
Basically, it's like him waking up. Well, he's cutting his own balls off too.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you're going to do this, do a 12-hour or 24-hour sale for one item, and then get people excited so they keep coming back. You know?
Yeah.
But you don't.
You mean like a flash cast? Like a flash cast every night? Like, fuck. I got a reason to get a 25% off action figure. Why not? Well,
you ask your audience what they want. Like, what is it that you want? Because then what you're doing is it's multiple things. It's excellent marketing. It also drives organic interest, and people will post it on social media, and they will celebrate the fact that you're doing this for a limited amount of time, instead of like, hey, somebody rolls up the back of a U-Haul truck, in a strip mall somewhere that doesn't speak English and is selling you refrigerators. You know what I mean? Because that's what this feels like.
Well, he's made a whopping $26,000 on his summer collection. So obviously the hype for his products are gone. All right. I guess out of all of those 69,000 purchasers of the books, Jim, he's down to 1,000 purchases, or 1,100 purchases almost, of his t-shirts and shorts. That's a drastic fall, dude.
Wait for him to be $5, dude. I mean, that's what you've taught everybody's doing. Customer base,
right?
Yeah, that's a good point. If he's going to do it, and then
and who releases a summer collection in August?
There's no reason to get in on the ground floor.
Never, ever again.
And not a signed book either. The signature's worthless now. Foil cover, that's worthless now. What is it? Maybe a guest cover if you get somebody big. Well, who's going to work with you now? I mean, I guess everybody wants to take the money, that's fine, take it. But what's the net positive to you as a creator, other than getting a check for working with this organization? And I said it, I put the quote up. I think it was Shane and Ethan were doing a show a couple nights ago, and he put it on the screen. And I said, what is the value proposition if you're a super big YouTuber to not crowdfund and to go through the RippaVerse, when the RippaVerse has at best a neutral, I would say, marketplace presence now, if not negative? Why would you attach your brand to an organization like that? I don't see why.
You mean like say YellowFlash's book is attached to RippaSend?
I think he's
the only people that are already associated are going to do it.
Yeah, I think he's got greater worries with potentially infringing on copyrighted or some type of what is it,
intellectual property stuff.
But I'm not a lawyer. But
you know what? It's
Pastor Flash for $5 Australian says, Az will buy RippaChit CGC whatever as long as it's in the stream frame and he can claim it on tax.
I could find out from somebody in that industry, but I don't know if I want to bother him outside of work with that kind of stuff.
I would think because he decided to put that single lightning bolt that looks awfully like the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger lightning bolt on the cover of the RippaSend book next to the Mighty Golden Patriot, which is kind of looks like a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger and Mighty. And I mean, they might just see that and say, I don't know. They might see that and go, wait, that looks. What the fuck are you doing?
In any case, whoever has the money to fight it, it's going to be people who own Power Rangers.
Yeah.
If
they don't get tied up. They don't have to win. They just have to get in the ring.
Oh yeah, unless you tried to do a movie with it or something.
No, dude, no.
Well, it wouldn't be a big.
People have been sued to oblivion just for being close. Like, don't fuck around with it.
But not necessarily the Power Rangers.
I thought it was Image that had the license for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I could be wrong on that, but I thought it was Image. And I don't know if there's still the license holders or not. But if you're talking about a product, it's not like somebody put this on some underoos or something. This is a comic book, and in a market, American comics, we all know the state of that. But I think that's the real challenge with all of this is why would you get that close? Why would you? I don't get it, because I see that and I see like a whole list of characters, and they're different a little bit, but my God, I think an attorney could come in there and prove,
ask Eric July about ISOM. How'd that work out for Eric? How'd that work out, Gubby?
I don't want anybody to be sued. And here's the thing. I don't want RippaVerse to be in the situation that they're in. It makes me fucking crazy to watch this. And I'm sure like many you guys, you all have to run your own businesses in one way or another, whether it's you have a family and a home, or you have an LLC, or you work in a corporate environment. One of the most fundamentally important things is separation of responsibilities. If you're working in a corporate environment, doesn't matter if it's financing, construction, whatever the hell, healthcare, you don't have somebody trying to lord over all the shit going on. They stay in their lane. And if you're going to be the CEO or owner of a corporation, you do CEO shit. If you're going to be the writer, then you be the writer. But problems happen when people that should be worrying about executive stuff want to fuck around with the creative or want to get touchy-feely. You see it with Disney.
Or they want to go on weekly live streams with their fat English friend and talk shit about their competition, which ain't not even his competition. They're not your competition, dude. They don't know you exist. So stop acting like it.
To Salty's point, and I don't want to sound like a professional counselor or anything like that. But if he wants to have the credit, and we are talking about I don't want to say personality disorder, but something like that, a quirk where it's about Eric and it's Eric's thing and Eric, then you are going to make sure that you're micromanaging the accounting and micromanaging the shipping and micromanaging blah, 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 and whatever. But remember, you want to micromanage all that stuff. You don't want to delegate because you want to make sure you get all the credit. But the creative part is easy.
Well,
so don't micromanage that.
Rule number one of business: do not hire your friends. Do not loan your friends.
I told my daughter that when we dropped her off at college. If you want to keep your friends, don't make them your roommates.
And that's it. I mean, you don't give a friend money more than you're willing to walk away from, because hard feelings result. When you bring friends into a business arrangement like this, unless it's a lemonade stand and you're in elementary school, okay, and it's going to be even Steven split, you invariably end up creating dysfunction because your relationship is predicated upon emotion. In business, and I don't give a shit what it is, whether you're doing a roofing project or you're loading trucks or you're performing surgery, you are not there. You don't want to have your best buddy that you get shit faced with, or somebody like that. You don't want to do something where you're constantly relying on them to give you information, or that you need to sort of maintain this friend dynamic. There needs to be very clear boundaries.
I got to pause it real quick, Salty. There's 150 people watching the show right now, guys. If you could, please leave a like or dislike. You know what, I should probably do that. If you could, just a like. If you're not sub, please sub. We got 150 people.
Yeah, don't leave a dislike. That's kind of shitty.
No, it's not. It still helps with interaction.
Jim,
likes and dislikes are the same to YouTube. You're still getting interactiveness on your videos.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The thing that hurts, I guess, my brain on this is for a lot of people a once in a lifetime opportunity. And let's say that you hustled and you got $300,000 and then you parlayed that into several $1 million. I know me at 54 years old, having spent 25 years in corporate America, I would hire people who knew how to do shit to prevent me from making mistakes. Because one of the most important things you need in any venture is somebody to tell you no, and to tell you why, and to explain things like return on investment or opportunity cost. If we do goodging and we only sell X amount of money, that was an opportunity for us. We could have made something else. Or let's say with ISOM. ISOM was not a very good book, but I was willing to give him a second chance. A lot of people were. And then the second book comes out and it's like, it's not getting any better. Alpha Course,
one would expect some growth.
You want to see my new comic book company?
Yeah.
Here we go. One of my, this is it. Underground Utility Detector Comics coming soon.
Sweet. Is that an anal thing, Dave?
No, I sell utility locators. That's
right on.
That's my profession. So, one of the guys, Jin Wong, hits me up today. Goes, "What do you think about this for a comic book?" I'm like, "Let me think about it, dude. I don't know how to write it, but it's funny. Like, I think it's fucking great that he did that. Like underground utility detectors. I thought that was good, Jin Wong."
I'd wear it on a t-shirt.
Oh, that's a good one, Ember. He says Dave's a stud finder. Are you actually an UD finder? Is that what that is? Underground utility detector?
Yeah. So when people are going to dig, they got to call their local 811 and somebody comes out and marks it. Well, the equipment that they use to mark that stuff with is what I sell. Plus a bunch of other stuff. But it's a underground utility to tractor comics. That'd be cool.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah. So let's get back to Eric's explanation, Jim, because it's pretty. I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait to hear his resolution to his video.
The shipping team is prioritizing these, and we anticipate that they all will be out within the next couple of days. Regardless of whether there were issues beyond our control, the result is the same for the customers. This is why it was unacceptable, and I apologize on behalf of the company. We've met with our friends at CGC to come up with a game plan with our newly assigned account rep and have ensured that this will not happen again. You know we value smooth shipping, so we take this very seriously and appreciate your.
So what? Okay, so what did GCC do wrong?
Yeah, exactly. What he doesn't say what they did wrong, guys. He just says they've been assured it won't happen again. What won't happen again?
Yeah, I'm totally unaware of.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it does bring up, like you were saying earlier, Dave, about how did Eric just not pay his bills on time?
I know, like, dude, they want the check.
Doing that bullshit.
I think there could be another explanation, just because I've seen it before with what I do for a living, and that small companies like this seem to think that big companies that they exist only to jump when that little company says bark and I want you to do something right now. No one is thinking about throughput and timeline planning. These books were probably set to be released, but no one at the company tried to book time with CGC to make sure that these were done. Or maybe that before these were released to market, that these books would have been sent and reviewed by CGC and then returned, so they would have been in stock to have been sold. I'm going to guess that that's probably what happened, because that requires project management. That requires you to think about what the fuck you're doing before you do it. And honestly, I don't see a lot of that with this organization. I don't.
In other words, he should have made an appointment instead of just walking in.
Well,
yeah.
Look, I don't know how many, and I don't know if this is even a thing. When Marvel and DC release comic books, do they release CGC rated versions, or do you buy it and then you get it yourself? You go get them rated yourself. I mean, they're not sending them out pre-rated
in the store,
right? It's up to you, the buyer, to get this stuff rated and add it to your collection. So
I mean, there might be something sitting there like on display, but they're not buy this.
But that was by the store who did that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that wasn't DC market. And Marvel. Yeah. So, it's just like, and again, like you said, Salty, why the fuck do you think CGC gives a shit about your books over another customer's? You're just a guy.
You have to plan these things, and again, it's you can launch
as long
these
as
books
he's moving differently and doing business differently. Anytime Salty or Dave or anybody says, this is what happens, this is what reality, blah, blah, blah. And all he has to do is go, but we're moving differently. And now he doesn't have to listen to anything.
It's just literally like, okay, I'm going to turn the oven on before I bake this cake. And, it's just literally, you have to follow a recipe. It's called an ERP, an easily repeatable process, and what I hope is that he's learning about this. But again, if you're not telling,
dude, he's not learning. It's the fourth book.
It's pretty fucking obvious.
He doesn't have to learn. He's told himself over and over again he doesn't have to learn. It's like somebody on the left deciding that this is the way economies work, or we are unburdened by the past and blah blah blah.
Communism.
That's exactly what he's saying. He's moving differently. And that means that anything that came before, it doesn't matter because it doesn't apply to him.
Well, here's the thing, though, about this ID and Salty. In the first video we played, he started out the video talking about with the ISOM campaign, Nicholas, he did $3.7 million. And since then, we've learned a lot. I don't know what you learned, dude, because you keep losing money every book. And the whole point was, now we've got these CGC rated books for ISOM 1 because somebody reminded me, like, I didn't know the great Eric. I didn't even realize we didn't do a CGC rated signature edition, but some of my staff reminded me of that. Sure. When you see the numbers that
Yeah,
are
it's-
available of these CGC rated books on his website, Salty, they're in the 500
I
to
saw
700 totals. It's
you
ridiculous.
you don't do that when you're a company. I mean, you have to scale. You have to do these things at scale. All right.
Well,
You can sit here and pretend that you're DC or Marvel or that any entity, even fucking Dark Horse or Image Comics, they don't give one single fuck about the RippaVerse in any way
nobody
whatsoever.
does. No.
I could see getting CGC stuff, like I said, but before the launch. And what you do with that is you use it as a register on the website and if you buy $100 worth of merchandise, you're automatically entered in for a chance to win this CGC graded thing. Because again, you want to reward the customers for their patronage and then also create some type of relationship that's more than just barking and yapping in a fucking YouTube video for a year about detractors.
And plus he's tripling the charge of the CGC price when he does it for you. So you buy the $35 book, he charges you $150 for the CGC rating when people are saying, I think it's $45 to get your book rated if you send it in yourself. So the guy's just totally taking advantage of everything. So, and here's my question, Jim.
His customers more than anything.
Jim, these books that he's got for sale, right? These 3 editions plus the art sketchbook. Does that mean they're already rated? Jim?
I would think so.
Right? So you're telling me he's got
CGC?
700 copies of ISOM Cover A CGC rated because they're for sale. They are for sale.
That costs money. Why would you throw good money after that? This is what I don't understand. You just said the shit was $5. Why? Who the fuck wants? I mean, that's like finding an old shoe by the side of the road and getting that CGC graded. No, you can, but just you're going to triple the price of that. I mean, I don't get it.
I mean, I think it's a 40-day campaign or something like that. So, if it's a 40-day campaign, when he does these things, he says it's shipping when that campaign ends. That means he spent a shit. If he really did get all these books rated pre the sale, no wonder Yaira books were late, you dumb motherfucker. They had a bunch of other of your shit already there that they were trying to rate because you sent them a bunch of books. It ain't like the shit gets done in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't get how are you doing a pre-order campaign collection or whatever on stuff you already have?
And you're paying another company to rate it for you and hoping you sell them, dude. You're hoping. With the total
the amount of work
books,
that he gave to that place, I have this vision of somebody taking a full school bus through a drive-through,
or
and
going on a cruise to fucking Jamaica, laughing their ass off all the way to the bank, going, "Who the fuck CGC rates anything?" That's a company. You let the customer who bought your book CGC rate this shit. You don't do this stuff.
Unless they're a promo item or something to tease.
It's limited to like 20 for the campaign or something like that. And that's
what
right?
I'm saying. There's only 20 of these and they're signed and they're numbered or something like that. It's because then you create real value. The problem is in ID Crisis, you talked about this, when you end up diluting something of value, and it doesn't matter if it's a gold coin or if it's paper money, through inflation, you can't really ever undo it unless you destroy the supply of that diluted product. Right. Now, if we saw him go to a landfill and literally burn every remaining copy of those books,
he would have been better off.
$5.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, even after the sale, if he destroyed this stock, it could be spun as one of the greatest marketing maneuvers ever, is that those of you smart enough to pick this up before I destroyed it, you guys have just got something that's almost tripled in value. And those of you that already have bought it, your investment is safe as well. Because I think a lot of people, I was one of them, I bought ISOM 1 as an investment because I believed in the bullshit. I believe that this
welcome to the party,
gentleman. I met Eric.
Crazy. At the time, it was a crazy moment. When Fox has you on and you make this record-breaking sale and independent whatever,
and a lot of creators that you watch are supporting the guy that I barely knew anything about Eric, but I watched a lot of the other guys that he would go on their streams. Like, well, he's supporting what I don't like, I guess.
Funny, Pastor Flash.
And then guess what? Like a week later, he hires 2 fucking piss porn twins. And you're like, okay, maybe he's not the guy we thought he was. So either way, imagine the money in super chats if Eric said, "I'll burn the rest on stream for X." That's what I should have did. I should have bought like 100 of them for $5 and did live streams and would burn them in my backyard during a live stream for $10.
You know what I wanted? I wanted Ethan or Shane to buy 100 of those and then do dual signatures on Eric July's books and then sell them for $40 or $50 each. That's what because the value is not in the comic book.
Right.
The value is in the signature of comic book creators. Now, if someone would have done that would have been amazing.
We know that's salty because when Ethan does a review of his book and he draws all over it, he gets hundreds and hundreds of dollars for those books. Yeah.
I almost bought one, but I was like, no, I don't want another one.
Somebody on here bought one.
Frog Tony bought that caricature of Sturgis.
No, I did.
Oh, you did? I thought Frog Tony bought that. No, not the last one, not the one with the rat tail, the first
that's
one.
Me. That's Shane Davis was the one I bought.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I understand. I understand that. I mean, Frog Tony, I think, bought the first one that EVS did.
Yeah, he put it on a cup.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
The one Sturgis freaked out about and said that people were stealing his likeness and he could sue.
Twigs. Jim had his thoughts about these Ethan sales a couple nights ago, and he's right. They are a little like all 10 fucking toys for $220 for the live stream that or 20 hours or whatever, Jim. That was
Times are tough out there. I'm not going to fault a man who's, let's be honest. I mean, Shane and EVS know their business a lot better than I do. I took advantage of the Vespis last night. I bought a Vespis. You know what? Do I need a Vespis? No, I fucking don't. But I wanted it. You know what I mean? And I got the line art. I got the line art variant Red Extermination too, because I like variant covers. But
did you get the line art Heather Swain last night?
That's the one.
Yeah, for the 1 hour. The 1 hour. He's like, nobody's ever done a 1 hour line variant sale, guys.
And for the same reasons I bought ISOM. Number one is to read it, and number two is a potential investment because I read things carefully. It goes back in the bag and board, goes in the box, and there you go. It's not like I'm using it to, wipe my ass with. I mean, it's like if it's any good.
ISOM now, dude.
No,
let your kids play with it.
There's 2 Heather Swains and 2 Vespis over there. One's to keep and one's to,
Well, if Jim would turn on his camera, we'll see a wall full of them.
A year like a year from now, throw it on eBay or something. It's just
Keep an eye on the
all your toys, Jim. Show me your toys.
Those are gonna run out.
What?
The toys eventually, like those are gonna run out. He's not gonna go do a second.
No, you're right. Yeah. Like, I mean,
yeah. Right.
Yeah,
now, I mean, my collection's not that extensive. I got the one that came in the box over there. In fact, it was Salamandroid. His tongue is touching the inside of the plastic.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's looking the inside of the window.
I got the big ass Salamandroid.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not posable. It's the one they came together in the box. Yeah.
Jim, you're handsome. You're handsome tonight. Jim is so handsome. Look at those dimples.
Look how big that tail is, guys. It's fucking crazy. Like this is the thought Ethan puts into his toys. That's what's great about it. Like
right, and that's not the articulatable Salamandroid. That's the one that came with
solid statue. It was in the big box. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I have that one.
But anyway, I opened all my Ethan toys because he told me to. He said, "Open your toys and play with them." Okay. Hey, Edward.
That sounded okay. Just saying.
Go ahead.
No, it's just basic economics talk. And just a bunch of question marks floating over everybody's head as to
pop that video back up.
Yeah. You pop a video.
Yeah.
We got an article to read anyway.
Patience. I also want to clarify some things about our current ISOM #1 Signature Series collection. These are not reprints of covers A and B of ISOM 1.
So that means the other one is, and the book is the art book, because he didn't specify those, or he's lying.
Why would you care if they're only meant to be read? What difference would the edition make if these are not collectible things that would hold value? This is the weird place that he backed himself into. And that's what makes listening to him so hard. It's like, dude, do you not understand? Like ID Crisis just said, you have destroyed the intrinsic value of your product.
Yeah.
I just gave my Salamandroid and my Cyberfrog to my grandson. That's why I got off screen. I said, hey, you want to play with these toys? He's over there watching TV. So he took it. He's like, why is his tail so long? Even he noticed how long Salamandroid's tail is. So
keep an eye on the back room in case someone pops in.
As you know, we've been very transparent about this. We keep copies of sold out items to account for damages, lost goods, and special events, retailers, etc. These are the same copies that we've always had. They were just recently signed by me and handed over to CGC. If you've
So he said for
couldn't get any retailers to take them off his hands.
And
retail, so
in there. Having them for
Ollie's,
retailers, that's a big difference than having
Five
stuff
Below
to make up for
See,
damages.
there you
Someone
go.
got damage in shipping or something. I mean, that's a big fucking difference.
Ollie's
appeared at some of our cons. You've seen that we still have these. We sell them all the time. We've also sold them for RippaVerse Day. So again, these are the same copies that we've always had and we sell on occasion. Yes, these signature series copies do differ from the raw signed copies that we did because they're not encased by CGC. I sign copies of covers at every live event that we do. Should someone hand me a cover they brought from home or one that they purchased right there on the spot, like at a con or a meetup. Either way, our limited prints remain as such. This includes the base version of ISOM 1, cover A and B that are currently available for the 48 hours.
What the fuck is he talking about,
It is a
Jim?
goal
I
of
don't
ours to get
know.
as
What is his point? What is it? I mean, like, I'm sitting here and again, it's like it makes my brain explode while my balls shrink. And I'm like, what the fuck are you saying, Mr. July?
He said they were limited to 17,000 of the one cover and 24,000 of the other cover. They sold those in the first campaign. They had them listed. The quantity sold over 17,000.
Right.
So where the fuck did these come from?
Yeah,
they're not reprints.
And why are they ready to? Why are they shipping in 2 days when you purchase them? That means they're all, he spent so much money rating books before they sold.
And he also said signature series are not encased in GCC. So
from ISOM 1. From ISOM 1. Right.
You gotta add
the signature series from CGC, they have to have somebody witness it being signed.
Oh.
If you go to their website, you can't they don't just have to have it has to be coordinated with them. Like they'll tell you. It has to be they have to have a representative there witnessing it being signed. They don't accept
because unlike their customer, they have integrity.
Right. They don't accept like certificates of authenticity. They don't accept somebody's word. Otherwise,
Mr. Beast got busted.
Right. Otherwise, you have to have it.
They don't accept somebody's word to your mother.
It won't be a signature series. It would be they have a handwriting expert person or whatever. I forget the name, but they have it listed like these. You pay the extra money and they'll verify that they guarantee. They say this is the right signature, but that costs another like $25 or $30 a book.
I said it before, but you have to have somebody to say no to you. You have to have somebody to sit there and say, instead of spending all of this money on these CGC books, you know, how much does that cost? We could do something else with it or use it as a marketing expense like anything else. What is your objective in doing this? You can't just say, well, I want to sell a shitload of these goddamn books that nobody wants that I'm giving away for $5. You know, that doesn't work.
These books were on sale for $5 last week, along with a bunch of other stuff in his universe. And he made $65,000 in a week. As you can tell, it's over, Johnny. Like it's over.
Do you know when
Teaching did $290,000? Okay.
Yep.
That's a thing. It happened.
Saying no happened when the producers of Star Wars told George Lucas no to a couple of scenes that he wanted to have in there that were they were extra. They didn't mean anything. Do you know who said no to George Lucas when he wrote the first draft of the Phantom Menace?
Oh no,
nobody.
Yeah. Which is why the story went everywhere.
Yeah. Well, it's like if you ever watch a documentary of those.
It had walking rabbit anteaters thing and shit.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Neo Valentine. Reprints would have been better, maybe a different cover, smaller print run.
Bingo.
Which would make the second printing even more valuable than the first printing. Yeah, dude, you got like
scarcity.
He didn't have scarcity. He's got pallets and pallets of books sitting there. What's he going to do a second reprint for? He's got to find a way to get rid of these.
Like Salty says, you fucking take the tax write-off on that shit, and you come up.
You
with
got
something
to.
New. Yeah,
you have to say. It's not like this guy's building houses. You know, where all of the materials and the labor, by the time they get done finishing it, the original estimate of what they were going to build, it's because of inflation is up 10-20%. So that's more cream. Your only fucking product is that idea on that paper. That's
Isom is your main character of the universe, right? That's the first book was about Isom, and then the second book was about Isom. So that's the guy. So you can do a lot with him, like Ethan does with Cyberfrog, right? Like he'll say, "Oh, I got a new cover coming out from this book from 1995 in 2 years. It'll be out, guys. Just trust me. He's not in a hurry. Ethan knows what he's doing. He knows how to, get suck all the fucking juice he can out of it until he has to redo something to get people interested again. And that's fine because that's what people want. They love that." Jim, that 1 hour variant, that line art book, I should have bought it, but I can't. I just got to stop buying this shit. But
well, it's in the red X. If you've got a red Xbox, it's in the red Xbox.
Yeah, it's in the red X, man.
Oh, okay,
right.
Yeah,
I can't keep track of that.
Yeah,
like seriously, there's a stack of stuff over there.
Anything that was added later that he adds gets added to the red Xbox. That's part of it's a subscription box.
Oh, okay.
I gotta wonder if Horseman, because Chuck Dixon, who I respect a lot as an artist, but if Eric July's ideas are in this book, I don't know what anybody could do with them. I don't know if you resurrected Shakespeare or if you gave Francis Ford Coppola these ideas, if the result would be any different.
Well,
that happens a lot. I mean, you like in movies, you'll have directors have great showings, Academy Award winning blockbusters, or whatever, and they also have the same director will have a total bomb.
Right, but like Mike Barron, Gooding, I don't think Eric had anything to do with that. But the Saska sisters are the controllers of the lore. Like that's a bad thing, dude. You're putting some bad people that only care about themselves in charge of shit.
With a decision like that, is anybody surprised that he just keeps tripping over objective reality every time he tries to skirt his way around it?
Well, also the fact, he hires this girl to draw Yaira that couldn't draw anything. And
that just all the lies around that, guys. I mean, I have eyes. I'm not a professional artist. I can do a sketch to build a barn, in my backyard.
Awesome.
But you could tell the different art styles of what was shown, what was printed in the books, and then what came out. And I'm like, why do you need to lie?
And why do you need to keep defending your decision, dude? Why do you need to keep defending it? I made a mistake. I shouldn't have hired her. She wasn't ready. That's not a bad thing to say.
Everybody here knows, like, as a man, you need to stop pretending like you fucking know everything in your 20s and then start taking advice. And then, you know what, you can say, you know what, I did some stupid things and I took some good advice and I'm really grateful for this, because what matters is the end product, not my little dick that I have to hide.
That's what people with dads do, right? By the time they're 30, they go home and they go, "Dad, you were right." Fuck.
Dad, you were right. My dick is small.
Yeah, so I mean, like, we all grow up and we go, "Fuck, he was right the whole time."
You gotta come to terms with the size of your dick, man.
Well,
where you cat that.
if I had
salty,
to have
but
that conversation
I'm
with my
gonna
dad, we
use
might
it
have a
up.
different relationship, me and my
Feel
dad. Now, Horseman is he a man with horse features or a horse with man features? That's a
I hope
good
he has a
question.
big. I hope he has a big horse cock, and
big
that's
Johnson?
a superpower.
Do
It's
you
like
think
3
that's
feet
a-
long.
Do you
Yeah.
think that's another instance of somebody not being told no?
No,
Not
I-
Eric, but if
No, I
Eric
think-
doesn't know how to take no, he probably doesn't know that he should
Eric-
have said no to that idea.
No, Eric has completely said multiple times that this is a Chuck Dixon book.
Right.
It's not
Yeah.
part of the universe of ISOM, right, Jim? Right? It's just a
But it's
one.
outside of Flora Spark.
Yes.
If they
So
bother to make that distinction, isn't it inside the universe as a street level character?
I don't know, dude. All I know is he's claiming he has nothing to do with it, which, if you care about comics and you like Chuck Dixon and you like the artist, it might be a better deal, Jim.
Here, I want to pull this up for a second because I just want to ask this. We were
It's
talking
probably
about
more
Yaira
expensive
and
The
the
art.
The in
and
universe.
the art and the artist and all that. I want to ask somebody some questions here. Now, everyone sees this is the pictures of Yaira that were redrawn.
Boobs.
Mhm.
Right.
Different
Boobs.
size boobs.
Yeah, you see, but you see the boobs and you see this here.
It was like AOC down at the
see
bottom,
the,
and a
see
little
the-
smaller
the
there.
way that this looks in between here and here.
The
how it's
striations in the
drawn,
fabric.
the striations in fabric. Now I want to show you another picture that just for shits and giggles here.
Is it of AOC?
I think I know which
No.
one you're gonna.
No,
Just
Most
If
of
it's from the book, I think I know which one you're gonna pull
No,
out.
I want
no,
you to tell me if this,
nope. Here you
if
go.
this looks similar at all. Do those boobs look similar?
No,
Huh.
those don't even look similar to each other.
No,
No,
I'd
I,
have to see the
know, I
striations.
know what you're saying. Like
Yeah.
Like they
style
were the
from-
same person? No?
yeah, I mean they do. They kind of have that like unnatural roundness to them, and that they're stretching the fabric.
Look like poorly done fake tits.
Yeah,
kind
it's
of.
like
They
that
look
shop
like implants.
teacher in Canada that did that strap-on thing he was running around with. I mean, and
So-
I've seen a lot of
They look like
tits. I've
So
felt a lot
apparently,
of tits.
somebody named
you know?
Deborah did the Yaira, right? Deborah.
50-year-old.
Somebody named Matt Barr did the second picture.
You think?
So
Are you saying
so the
that? You know
conspiracy
that, or
theory
you-
I know
is-
Matt Barr did that second picture.
yeah, Matt Barr did the second picture. So
Okay.
the
I
conspiracy
was just
theory
wondering,
is,
just conspiracy theory that maybe
is,
Matt Barr
you
is
know,
secretly
Matt
working
Barr's
for the
lost his
RippaVerse.
shit with Ethan lately after he got done doing work for Eric July.
Mhm.
Hey, I heard a rumor, guys, and I don't know if it's true, but I heard that Matt Barr has a head wound. I don't know if it's true or not. Have you guys heard that?
I don't know.
I don't know, but I think I've heard the rumors.
I am not saying that's
some
We
accurate.
need to see the
I-
top of his head. We need to see the top
Yeah.
of his head.
No, we
I don't
don't,
know.
dude. You can tell when people have a head wound. Matt Barr showed up in here last night, Salty, reminding me I'm welcome on his show Monday night so he can berate me for calling him stupid. I'm not going to do it. Look at that Pikes picture. Head wound. Yeah, so I think those tits look very clearly like they're done by the same person.
I can see that, but
I can
would
see
wanna
Matt
see
Barr
more.
doing it for fucking free because he's a communist. He doesn't put any value on his art, you know. Eric's like,
Yeah.
oh, that guy will work for nothing. Shit, yeah, bring him over.
That sounds like a head wound or communism. Flip a coin.
Well, I did a whole video on it about him being a communist, and he got pissed off, and the war campaign people came after me, and all this shit. I don't care.
I had to explain to him like what you were trying to say in that, like with the title.
Yeah,
You didn't get it. Yeah.
they don't
dude,
get it.
I have to find
And
this.
you didn't even tell me what I just sort of got your point on it, you know, because I'm not stupid.
Let's
You know.
get back and see if we could find what hibbity is jibbity with the jibbity hibbity.
Dude, I
Many
lost
of our-
what hold on. What he said for the last 25 seconds, I have no idea what he said. It was nonsensical nonsense.
It was just wasting oxygen.
Right. Like
That's
you're
all.
just saying words, dude. What do they mean? They don't have any value, just like your books now don't have any value.
Well, after this, there's another video he put out about 3 hours ago. It's how the RippaVerse changed his life.
Oh, great. This ought to be fantastic.
Real,
Start
very.
making him understand
It's-
I don't
terms
know.
about
I haven't
bankruptcy.
watched it yet, but
I'm gonna
I
tell you
saw
what
the
it-
title. I said, "No, this has got to be good."
I'm going to tell you what it is to me, Jim. He's like, fuck, I used to just stream and have a good time and made a lot of cash. Now I got all these employees. I got all these fucking weird expectations now, and I got to, I'm the one who did it retardedly. He has to take the ownership of that. He's the guy that thought he needed a full-time warehouse with full-time employees and all this stuff. That's his fault. But I literally think he was happier streaming, making his, $250,000, $350,000 a year on YouTube and just hanging out. He doesn't get to do that anymore.
But he could, and that's what he should be doing, because again, you don't blow all this money hiring salaried menial workers, and I'm sorry, warehouse workers. You buy warehouse workers when there's a week's worth of work. You go to a temp agency, you maybe have someone who's a supervisor or a floor, but if you're going to spend money on doing a startup company, and I don't give a fuck what it is, you buy people to keep your books, to do marketing, and also to do research and development, because you have to understand your market. And then someone who can sit down with spreadsheets, the shit nobody wants to do, and talk about this book will cost this much, and we see this, and the market will be that. Is there any market research for this product? Because all these books are coming out. Was there this demand for Yaira? Was there demand for Gujing? Was there demand for Alpha Core? What are people demanding? You don't want to do that after you sunk how many hundreds of thousands of dollars printing a shit ton of books that you don't know if anybody fucking wants. Again, I'm not a genius, guys.
It's fine, but did people believe in it that much? I
think they did. Hey, look, dude, I believed in it until I got the product.
I did too.
And then I said, this is garbage, and got it out of my house in a week, because I put it on eBay for a week and I sold that shit and made a profit. And
nobody talked about it, Dave, until finally Dick Masterson brought it up again. And then suddenly people that I know, who I stream with, and we don't talk about comic book stuff, and we're talking people of all different ages and races and everything else. They're like, these books suck. Like ISOM sucked, Alpha Core sucked, he's just, Yaira sucked, and then we started talking with one another, and it's like we were self-censoring maybe, but also this thing was so fucking bad. I was embarrassed that I believed in Eric July. I'm a 54-year-old man, and I was bilked out of money.
Don't you hate that? Don't you hate that when you realize you haven't
touched the sky?
It's like 3-card Monty. I have more respect.
I have more. Most fraud isn't reported because people are embarrassed.
As a fellow 50-something, I feel your pain. Don't you?
Dude, you get it?
When somebody, don't you hate when something or someone makes you feel like you haven't grown up all the way, and you should?
Well, it just ripped that. And the other thing is, take advantage of what little bit of goodwill I have toward humanity left. All right, as Gen X. I mean, it's like,
might give a shit stroke too.
And it wasn't a cheap investment either. Right. Yeah. It wasn't a cheap investment.
I could have gave that money to the fucking Humane Society or to some like old woman's bake sale and at least got a tin of shitty fucking muffins out of it. Right. Instead, I got this book, which is now sitting on a shelf, which, I'm going to keep to remind me of don't back fucking grifters who run fucking go hibbity jibbity with squirrel words on fucking YouTube talking about libertarianism. That's my takeaway from this.
Well, then you're really going to enjoy my comic book when it comes out years from now.
I got to tell you, man, I was more upset that I believed everybody in the fellowship. The Garys, the Azes, the YellowFlashes, the Jeremys, all these guys kept telling me this guy's going to change comics. This guy's really got good ideas, because I didn't watch Eric. I watched those guys, and they kept telling me, hyping it up. So I'm watching FNT one night, and I spent $450 on the I Want It All because I believed in what they were telling me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I should
but to be fair, I am. I for one am happy that EVS got a night letter from Eric.
Me too.
Because if he hadn't got that night letter, he wouldn't have got it. And this is probably going to sound bad. But that's what got his head out of his own ass about this.
I don't think about his own. I think what it did was make him understand that CGC has to be protected. Like, you just can't have Eric July in CGC because he's popular on YouTube. You got to make a good product, dude. You have to make CG. CG. Yeah, you can't be in CG just because you're a YouTuber and you're liked all over YouTube. You have to make a good product. And I think that woke him up like, wait, this guy used everybody and their channel to promote his book. And as soon as his book came out, he never promoted anybody else's shit. Not one fucking time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not trying to, well, I mean, everybody learns. We were just talking about that, Salty. Yeah. I hate that you got taken.
Yeah.
But if Eric July can't be honest with himself, and I think that was making EVS question whether he really understood. Was he being honest with his group, with his customers,
right?
With himself about this?
There's
and then
also
if he's going to bother to legally own Comicsgate, then he needs to act like it.
Like it's a thing.
Well, there's also
always going to go down with him if he didn't do it.
Right.
It got to be real or it's not.
We talked a little bit earlier about, are these big FNT types gonna go there and put their name with what I think objectively we can say the RippaVerse is a damaged and tainted brand now. But I don't know what's in EVS's heart. I think he's a capitalist and a businessman, and I respect him for that. But I do think at a certain point he woke up and went, holy fuck. Literally, this could poison his own brand and something that he's made his career for over 20 years.
It's the same thing with
there's
Matt
no
Barr,
upside. There's no upside to the risk, because
he wanted Matt Barr. He wanted Matt Barr to be part of CG. He kept giving him chances, even though Matt would lash out. He just kept bringing him back. And finally, he's like, dude, I'm tired of being a fool. I'm tired of dealing with your bullshit. Just stay the fuck away. I don't want you on my shows anymore.
Why wouldn't everybody just want to make money and keep your fucking yap shut? If you have a problem with somebody because your feelings are hurt, talk about it privately, but it's business. This is fucking business. I work with assholes. I've worked with assholes for almost 3 decades in corporate America. You know what I don't do is I don't open my yap and talk shit about them and all this other stuff. Because you know what happens? I lose my fucking job. Okay. And then my reputation follows me to my next job. I don't do that shit. You know why? Because I go to work to make fucking money, not to have my dick sucked, not to be patted on the back, not to fucking do this weird middle school, I'm in the cool kid club shit. If that's what you want to do, that is entirely incompatible with business. It is.
I hate that. But if I'm not going to push back on that point. You're right. But sometimes you have people that you work with who get in the way of you doing your job effectively.
Oh, you get them fired then, dude. That's what I do.
Well, I know. Well,
yeah, until it's
or they leave on their own,
right?
You know, which I'm experiencing, and I'm a little giddy about it. But I've been sworn to secrecy.
Go ahead, Jim. Yes.
For the 48 hours. It is a goal of ours to get as many of our remaining copies of ISOM #1 cover A and B into the economy to the point to where we really don't have that many more since we're about 2 years removed from it. The only covers that are reprinted are ISOM #1 cover C.
Wow. Get them into the economy because we're removed. What?
I don't understand. What the fuck did he just say?
So
send JD8 the link. Bob and KC, what's going on over here in your neck of the woods?
Well, somebody might show up here pretty soon, right, Jim?
Said he was gonna.
Okay.
So ISOM, this ISOM shit is crazy to think that it's 2 years old and he's still like, I got to get these books. Like, dude. Here's my question, Salty and ID and Nicholas and Jim, for all of you. He sold these books for $17.50 to a charity.
Yep.
If you're selling them for $5 on your website,
that's a good
what the fuck? What's the book
at cost,
worth?
Remember, at cost.
Right.
At cost.
And he sold them to the charity?
Oh, yeah. They had to pay for them.
He sold them. No,
Really?
he sold them to people to give to the charity.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you had to pay $17.50 on the website when you were supporting the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
no, I mean, like you're gonna sell them
ahead.
at $17.50 to the charity, and then I wonder what they think of these books being dropped to $5.
Well, that's my point. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I didn't even put those two together.
but see, Salty, you just said depreciation, but the next week after the depreciation sale, he does a $300 or $200 sale for the same shit. Where's his lawyer? Where's your fucking lawyer? Stop.
Part of me wants to understand. I want to look at his graphs and his logic for this, because everything has a life cycle. You know, these books in ISOM, in my opinion, you know, maybe store a couple, you know, and do some special reserve things, or create a big box of your 1 year anniversary with some shit. But like I said, you have to destroy the product
as many
and
cons as you can, and you sell them for $5 at your fucking table.
But you have to
get
create
people at the
scarcity. Scarcity. It creates the value in something. That's why gold is whatever it is announced now. That's why silver. There's scarcity. There's a finite amount of something. When you still have 40,000 or 35,000 of these goddamn things in a warehouse, and at any moment you can unleash them for $5. Again, you have diluted the value of the product you have. Like, destroy that shit. Take the tax write-off, create value, and because again, you validate the customers who've already given you money. Stop chasing people who you haven't got yet. The ones you want are the ones who know your product and who realize ideally a financial gain from this, because God knows they didn't get an intellectual one or an emotional one from reading this piece of shit. You know?
Oh, for the 185 people on the show right now watching, the Sturgis art that I bought will be on t-shirts and other products pretty soon. As soon as I get the art, we're going to send it to Teesprings or somebody, and you guys can go there and buy whatever you want. I think the name of it is going to be Sturgis, Sturgizz. I can't decide if I want to make Sturgis a big character on the shirt or like a small character, because do you really want a rat dude on your shirt that's in full size?
On the front, full size.
On the front or on the back, full size. So when you're wearing it, you don't have to see it.
Make it overlap over the shoulder and everything. Just
full frontal,
full
frontal Sturgis, and then put something clever on the back, like "I suck Eric July's dick" or something like that. You know, something snappy.
Oh, somebody sent me something about what I should say on it. Hold on, I'll tell you what they said. Let's see.
Little suck dick for shekels.
No, it was pretty funny. Don't be a Sturgis. That's what they said. Don't be a Sturgis as copy on the Sturgis shirt. Like, don't be a Sturgis. And you know what? Sturgis would never come on this show because he doesn't want to give this channel the clout, Jim. He's said that many times. I will never go on those streams. They don't deserve my Sturgis clout.
I don't know, man. All of a sudden, clout sounds like a dirty word.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like toe jam and clout are synonymous now.
Yeah.
If you have to talk about it, you don't have it. I mean, I've been on YouTube for 3.5 years, and I don't take YouTube that seriously anymore. But boy, let me tell you what, somebody gets to 1,000 subs, and holy shit, you think you're dealing with Eva Gabor. You know what I mean? It's kind of nuts that the shit goes right to your head.
I know how prissy I became when I got my 1,000th subscriber.
You know what I mean?
Right on Twitter, and I was like, look at me.
I get one. I'm up to 34 subscribers on YouTube now, which I just stream music and stuff. But I got to 34 recently. I was like, oh yeah, I'm the man.
Yeah.
When they said you're monetized, I was like, what? Holy shit.
I can't believe they trust me with money.
Well, it takes a lot to earn it. Jesus Christ, man.
Well,
3,000 hours and 500 fucking subs.
When I did it, it was 1,000 subscribers and 6,000 watch hours.
Yeah, now it's but it used to be none, like Rumble is now. Rumble is none. You just get an account on Rumble and you're monetized. Have at it. Now, Twitter or X is out of their fucking mind. You have to have 5 million impressions in 3 months.
That's actually not that bad. I was doing it. I was getting up to 250,000.
All I do is live stream
myself.
I mean, I barely tweet. So getting impressions, and there's nowhere to see your stats on your live streams. You can't go see how the show did. You can't see any of that stuff. So they hide all that info from you. So it kind of sucks.
I'm afraid to get monetized. I'd have to learn about something new, and I don't feel like doing that. I'm like,
dude,
all
it's
right,
not
how
hard.
does this work? You know,
You just have to flip on the monetization button.
Yeah,
before
but you
a
can't.
live stream.
But I did it during the live stream, Salty, and the chat's like, dude, stop with the commercials during the live stream.
Dude, YouTube is out of
drug
control.
hunting.
This is
Yeah,
a
like,
dying platform.
We were 20 minutes. We were 20 minutes into the stream, and I think it was Dan Blackwood. He's like, dude, I've seen 5 commercials already. I'm like, oh shit. So the chat's like, don't be. The chat said, don't be Tony Froggo or Frog Tony.
I said the same thing. I'm like, he's got a fun stream, but that's kind of aggravating, and I don't want to throw money to.
But I wouldn't know because I pay for a premium.
Yeah, see,
membership, so I don't see ads on YouTube. So I don't know how invasive. Even my wife texted me today. She's watching my stream. She doesn't have a membership. She goes, I wish you could pick your ads. I go, why?
Oh, I know.
She goes,
wow.
She goes, I got fucking Obama on your stream begging for $5.
I dropped a video today.
subscription.
I dropped a video today, and it's like I watched it in a different account just to see, you know, and it's Obama begging for $5 and
because
I'm like, I don't want that
because Trump's
asshole
backed
on
by the
screen.
billionaires. Trump's backed by the billionaires. We need $5.
Yeah, it's not the World Economic Forum.
Yeah,
and
that's
Bill
actually
Gates. Yeah.
Well,
So
they're
all-
spending a lot more money on digital platforms than
All
Trump
monetization is
like
turned
by
off during the live
700%.
streams, guys. But as soon as the stream does end, I will turn it on because I got to try. Like I made $5 Australian in super chats tonight. I mean, okay, so maybe I can make $5 in ads after the stream.
So is that but after the exchange rate and the percentage?
Oh, the Australian's like $3. Yeah. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. No, it's fun though to get that
it's-
kind of money from the other side of the world. It's like the world really is flat.
It's so cool though, dude. Like when you are monetized and every month, like YouTube drops this direct deposit into your bank account. And you're like, oh shit, I didn't even know I made money this month. Like you're not paying, right? You don't pay that. Like my big thing, Salty, for my show is if you send me a $20 super chat, I have a whiteboard behind me and I write your name on the board, the amount, and the date. And then when the board gets filled, I take a picture and I start over. So that's all I do.
Wait until you're really big on Twitch and you have to write the stuff on you while you're in your bathing suit, right?
Yeah, just don't show your nipples.
Never been on Twitch.
Nipples.
Never been on Twitch. I did download Telegram today because it's supposed to be a pretty good messaging app where you can send a lot of files. Like you can send files and there's no space capacity.
Tiki's based. Look at that.
Tiki the Mighty for $2 says
I
set my. See, I don't even have a VPN.
I'll have to try that. Oh, dude, it probably doesn't really do anything, but it gives me the same kind of peace of mind that like walking around with a knife in my pocket.
But doesn't it? If you have a VPN like on your computer and you're watching Netflix, you can watch any Netflix stuff out there, right? Because your VPN lets you kind of
go all over and whatever they're showing in Germany versus what they're showing and
just don't expect it to actually be private or secure.
Yeah.
Tiki, thank you for the $2. That's very, very generous, man. Any super chat is generous here. Like we watched a gay ass stream the other night, Jim, where Aaron's begging for money. Like Steel Toe is begging for money at the close of his show. Like
I can't wait for him to be sued for defamation. I'm counting the minutes till that motherfucker is served.
Is that
I noticed some fake posting from him lately.
Is that what it would be, or would there be? I don't know anything about this stuff. So if I throw out the word like a conspiracy charge, then
no. I mean, I'm just saying because libel is in print and defamation is in video or audio form, and it's my opinion that
how much
that
this
man
was a setup, if any.
I don't know. Do I think Nick is a saint? Absolutely fucking not. Do I think that steel toe dipshit guy is a couple rungs below the morality ladder of our friend Nick?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
Well, it made morality at least Nick has a code.
I mean, who the fuck runs around crying that somebody else was banging their wife? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with humanity and Americans that they're doing that
They'll beat the shit out of the guy and you don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
find a spot with no cameras.
This is what one of my best friends told me. He goes, Dave, if you're going to have a conversation with an employee, you take him somewhere where there's no camera and you tell him whatever the fuck you want to tell him. And if he complains, it's your word against his and you're the boss.
Bingo.
Who are they going to fucking believe?
Yeah.
And guess what? He was fucking right. Like, but he also told me another thing that cost me a really good employee one time, because he told me knowledge bears responsibility. So if you know something bad happened by one of your employees, you have to handle the situation. You cannot ignore the situation.
Right. Yeah, because that's just going to look bad anyways. It's going to be like when nobody knows who the boss is, because the boss isn't acting like the boss.
But dude, it's not even that. It's not even that, dude. It's like my wife called me to tell me about the infraction of an employee. Nobody at the company saw it, but my wife saw it. And an employee had a child in a company truck, which is highly against company policy. And I told my wife, I go, why did you tell me this? Well, because you need to know. I'm like, you're right.
Now you have to do something.
Now I have to handle it. And the next day I had to bring him in and let him go, dude. And he was my go-to. He's my right-hand man. Like,
is it like work truck, just company vehicle, or
company vehicle? Yes. Owned and but you cannot bring anybody that's not an employee of the company in the vehicle. And he was at the grocery store with his little 8-year-old daughter. Like,
he could have just taken his own car.
Yeah, because his house was like 5 minutes away from the grocery store, dude. But either way, dude, when you know that this is a thing, and Salty, if I wouldn't have let him go, and then 6 months later he's in an accident with that little girl in the truck.
It's the problem.
I knew he was doing this shit. Oh, dude, I would have felt terrible too, right? Like,
and that's it. I mean, you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. And it's just it's one of those things where nobody wants to be that guy, you know. And let's be honest, he probably just wanted, his little girl was excited, or little boy was excited to ride with daddy or whatever in the truck. That's fine. You can take it around the block, you know what I mean, or let him sit in the driveway and go vroom vroom. But
you don't take your daughter out in the same town that you know your manager lives in. Like,
you can't.
I lived in the same town as he did. Like, dude, what are you fucking doing? And when I had to let him go, he wanted to fight, Jim. He wanted to actually fight me. He wanted to throw down in the office. Like, dude.
Yeah, he thought he was above it, obviously. I mean,
well,
like a kind of person.
It's
That's
not
nuts.
Well, it's not about being above it. He just, like, we've been together for 7 years, dude. I was his supervisor. Then I became manager, made him supervisor because I knew what kind of worker he was. I just knew he would take care of stuff for me. And then I had to let him go. It broke his fucking heart. Like, you know, he's like, God damn, Dave.
That would be like a fight between two brothers.
He's like, dude, man, we've been working together 7 fucking years and you're just letting me go because of this? Well, that's like the biggest rule you could break. That's worse,
but
that's worse than testing positive for pot, dude. That's your own decision.
You're I mean, you could have gone it the other way. Like, I have to do this and you're making me. Why would you do that to me?
I've never fired anybody. Everybody's fired themselves. I just had to let them know.
As always, the advice I was giving.
You broke all the rules.
How to fire
now
people.
I'm letting you know you're fired.
They made the choice.
Right, Salty? You don't fire people. They fire themselves.
Well, it sucks. I mean, and you know, I've been in positions where I've been handed that shit pile by an executive, and I've been the first one to plead the case for him. You know, because I have this thing called empathy, which seems to be really fucking rare in the world now. You know, it's like, is there a way of remediation? Can we get this? Can we get a course correction? Can we get, you know, some type of thing? And when they say no, it sucks. The worst is when, through no fault of their own, you have to be the guy that tells somebody who's working their ass off, hey, we're running out of money. Or
that's a problem.
That's
a different thing.
And I've had that done to me countless times because of the kind of work that I do, because it's like, we're working on something really big and now it's winding down, and the value I provided was in the planning and then execution and monitoring and then whatever. But it sucks. Nobody wants to be in that position. I've wanted to beat the shit out of people, but I've never actually done it. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Who's the guy that plays for he plays guitar for Five Finger Death Punch? Anybody know right off the top of their head? The dude with the mohawk, he's really good. But you sound like him. talking about being a hired gun in Hired Gun in that documentary where he was a guitar player for Mandy Moore and had a great job, and then Disney decided to do something else, and all of a sudden he's got a house payment. And then the same thing happens.
That's happened
with,
to me.
I want to say, I can't if it was Lizzie McGuire first or any, but it happened to him twice with two different Disney, monetary vehicles. These two, stars. I think he played with Alice Cooper, and then, but when the job is over and it's over just like that, these guys are like, as long as corporate decides that Mandy Moore is going to keep touring, or if she decides she wants to get into acting, there's an entire machine that's going to move her in that direction, and he's not part of it.
It's like it's like when it's over, Johnny. Like, sorry.
And that's even like, who can you get mad at? It's just how it goes.
Game over, man. Game over.
Or the worst part is when you're working for a company and they have a big meeting and they go, "Oh, by the way, you're owned by this new company now."
Well,
you're like, okay.
Everybody's nervous at that point.
And then you have a meeting like with the new ownership the next day.
Fire everyone.
They either fire them or they say, "Well, we're not really staying in this state. We have other opportunities in other states if you want to go there." And like this happened to me in Arkansas. So I was working for a company. Arkansas decided to do something as a state to make the company I worked for obsolete. So they came in and they said, "Hey guys, the state of Arkansas is taking over this responsibility. They're going to do it themselves, and you guys all have jobs within. But those of you who want to stay with us can stay with us, but it'll just be in a different state." And this is a true story, Jim. There was 185 people in this hotel center. I was the only person in that fucking place that said, "I'm leaving." And the reason I was leaving, and I was still like 30, maybe 29 at the time.
Sorry, you threw away a perfectly good government job that you never would have been fired from. Jason Hook. That's right, Tim. Thanks. Dave, what were you thinking? Could have been a government worker. Employed forever.
It's not a government job, but it's a state. It's a state. It's not really a state entity job. You're not getting the benefits. Okay.
You're contracted.
Right. You're like you're doing a service for the state. But I was the only person in that place that said, "I will move." And they said, "Well, do you want to go to North Carolina? We're doing a whole startup there." And I said, "Sure." So I packed up my wife and kids. Well, first I went by myself. I went to North Carolina. True story. I was just there. There was a bunch of people from Canada. There was a bunch of people from all over the United States getting this startup going. Now how startups are, right? They're crazy. There's people from all over making sure this stuff happens. And we're all staying at a hotel, right outside of Charlotte. And there's a strip club right outside of our hotel. So where do we go on a Tuesday night? We go to the strip club. We're in the strip club, and the regional manager, the manager, the corporate trainer all walk in, and they see like 50 of us in the strip club. And they're like, "Oh, shit." Right?
What are they doing there? They're not looking for you.
They weren't looking for us.
But you just walk up to one of them and go, "Great minds think alike."
Well, there's no trucks. I mean, they don't realize, like, they're all staying close area too. So anyway, we're sitting there, and I see these guys, and after about an hour, I sent a lap dance.
I knew.
I sent a lap dance to the regional manager, and she walks up to him and she's like, "Somebody sent you a lap dance." And he goes, "Who?" And she points at me. And then he had no idea who I was. I'm just some idiot from Arkansas.
Oh,
he had
God. Did he think you were
clue.
Like weird?
So 5 minutes go by, the song ends, and he yells across the stage, "That was some good shit. Thank you." I was like, "Oh, cool." He didn't hate me. We got shit faced that night and all this stuff. Next day I go to work and I'm called into the fucking office. Oh shit. And this guy, he's in the office. He goes, "Hey." I go, "Yes, sir." He says, "How would you like to be the trainer for this office? I'll give
Well
you this much.
played.
I'll give you this much salary. I'll
Mhm.
move your family here from Arkansas, and we'll pay your first, last, and security for any place you want to move into."
Yeah, you know why?
I
He
went
doesn't
from
want
fucking.
anyone to
I
know
went
that
from
he
a
was
$12
there.
an hour locator to a $40,000 salaried employee, and had my move paid for by sending some dude a lap dance. That was the best
That's,
fucking $5 I ever spent in my fucking life, guys.
That
I
sounds
mean,
like a
Paid
hell of an
$5 for a
investment,
lap
man.
dance?
I
This
know.
was
Hell of an
1998,
investment.
dude. This was
You know,
What did she
1998.
look like?
Still.
I can't
What
believe
did
you
she look
didn't
like?
opt for-
She was fucking cute, dude. She was so
Yeah.
cute. I mean,
Right on.
yeah, but it wasn't a backstage. It was right there in front of everybody. You know, just a
Yeah.
lap dance. You know,
This
But
was 30 years ago
yeah.
ish. Yeah, $5 went a long way. You know, if you held on to that $5 until
Absolutely.
today, you could have bought yourself an ice.
Couldn't buy a $5 lap
Number
dance back
two.
then for that.
Dude,
This was
it was so good.
1973.
She was so
Wasn't
cute.
She's not where I
It would have
live.
been,
I mean,
it would have been like
guys,
in the mid 90s.
let's think about this.
right?
She was so cute that I got a fucking promotion and a salaried position. So,
Dude, you need to teach a PhD level in brown nosing on this, because that was the ultimate corporate move right there. It was badass.
dude, it was
No.
fucking like,
That's
why the
classic.
fuck not? Who cares? Like, what's he gonna do? Fire me? He's here. He's in the same place I'm at.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's just some dude. Like, we're all dudes. I'm like, well, let's give this guy a good, because you could tell. Here's what I could see across the fucking stage, Salty, is he looked very, very uncomfortable being around 50
Yeah.
fucking sublets or sublanes.
Oh yeah.
Like
Oh,
he's in
yeah.
a bad place. So I had to loosen him up. So I sent him that lap dance. And hey, man, from then on, my career's been going forever.
But that's the thing is, I mean, you did an icebreaker where you essentially said we're all dudes, you know, and
Yep.
rank doesn't mean anything in this scenario. And that
I think he also
acceptance.
knows that he could be exposed. Look,
But
we both know
that's
the
No, he could have fired me just as easy.
My wife doesn't care. Does yours?
My wife was like, she knew I was at the club, and I told her
Yeah.
about what happened. She's like, that's fucking funny. Like, what do we got here, Jim? Did we get rid of Eric?
Well, no, I'm going to pull back up. I just saw this. This was Eric July last, a little over a year ago.
June 8th, 2023.
Right. Read what this says.
You will love Yaira. She'll have an original human origin. Yaira won't have a strange alien or Kryptonian copycat backstory. We will never be lazy and copy our characters wholesale from the big two what the big two have already made. The RippaVerse is completely original. Hashtag original.
Yeah. I do not know if that means
100
using that word.
I'd only got 144 likes, dude. Like, even this tweet, only 144 likes with a guy with this many followers that love his fucking work. That's all he could get. Holy shit.
No.
Man, the problem is you can talk all the smack and all the game and trot around and adjust your, just sit there and talk about
your chat thread, Scorpion. You're making me look gay.
You can fool people a couple of times, but at some point you actually have to deliver. You actually have to do what it is that you sit around telling everybody you can do. And when you consistently, because it has been consistently, in my opinion, fail to deliver the true value of that pulp paper, which is printed on.
Right.
Because the intrinsic value, again, is not the fucking paper that you paid for or the ink that you paid for.
It's the shipping.
It is the story. It is, yeah, apparently.
I was wrong.
But it's
All
the
right. You know what?
fucking story.
You got it.
Yeah, well, I was reading, I did a review on Joe Frankenstein from Graham Nolan. Have you read that?
I don't know if I got into that one.
It's good, man. It's a good monster. It's a good monster book. And one of my comments in my review was the art complements the writing, and the writing complements the art. And when you get that in a comic book, you're in the right place, right?
Exactly.
when I have to overread a comic and then you can't even see what's going on the pages, when there's 12 panels on one fucking page, fuck this, and there's 40 word bubbles that just zigzag all over the fucking page. What are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't need this. I'm here for light entertainment. Okay. I'm not reading a fucking I'm not reading Mein Kampf, right? I'm reading a comic book, dude. What are we talking about? So I got to read Joe Frankenstein too. That'll be my next review. I mean, the comic book reviews are fun. Jim's doing a great job with his. He just did Andrew's. Did you put that on YouTube yet, Jim?
No.
Okay. Just Andrew, if you're in the chat, just know that Jim has done the work. He's got some more editing, I'm sure, to do, but
keeps getting distracted.
No, he's babysitting all day, dude. It's hard. Like you have to pick your time. So I've got all the Graham books.
That sounds like fun.
It is until it's not, dude. When it's a Saturday and Sunday and you're still babysitting, you're like, well, I'd like to go do something, God damn it.
Yeah. Well,
Student OG inside in chat says, guys, you just pulled up a fake tweet.
Okay.
I was wondering about that because I couldn't see any.
Wait a minute. Wait, who are the guys? I didn't pull up a fake tweet. I just was in the room when it happened.
Well,
it's
true. On Twitter, so
I was wondering about that.
No,
I couldn't see a date on it.
Blaming everybody.
No view count. Excuse me. No view count.
Yeah, the 144 likes was really low, right? But why is it? How do I know it's fake?
Well, that wouldn't be that weird. Because it depends upon how much he's tweeting at the time.
So we're saying the Air July tweet was fake. Okay, so
one person in chat is saying that. I mean, I think it's 50-50 with the amount of shit that I see floating around with anything to do with the RippaVerse. I take it with.
The point is that it's believable.
Well, that's it. It's all too believable because it sounds exactly like the hibbity jibbity horse shit that we all know after 3 years of listening to this.
Mm-hmm.
At least
this
is
the love. This is the love I get, guys. This is the love I get from people like Dan Blackroyd. All it takes is $20. BTM Reviews. Like, what the fuck, dude? And he says in the message below it, he goes, "I hope this doesn't make you look too gay."
Yeah, not too gay.
Oh shit! He sent me another one. He sent me another one. Look at this.
Yeah, I seen that one.
That's great. Jesus, that's so good. Like, how did he do this with my face? Holy shit! Like that actually looks like a picture of with me and my wife when we were dating. Legitimately. Oh, you are taller than Jim. Oh my god, it's so great. But
that's some good AI.
This is why the internet's so fun, Salty, because people do shit for you out of nowhere, and you're like, why did you make
I know.
That? Like you're like, that's super nice, man.
I know.
It's
some people
looks like a $5 lamp. Well, that was Jim. Jim's the $5 hooker. But I'm still taller than Jim. All right, let's go back to Eric July. Explain. I don't understand what he's saying, Jim, but I guess he's explaining something. I don't understand yet. I'm still lost.
Let's find out.
And the cover Ds for ISOM number 2, Alpha Core number 1, Yaira number 1, and Gooding the Polymath. We are our own distributor, so we absolutely have to keep a box or two around of each copy. Now, I do believe that there were a couple of signature series copies out there of ISOM 1 that I signed for fans at the CGC booth at a con, but this is the first time that we put them up for sale ourselves. Again, one of the big benefits of being our own distributor. Well,
he basically said it's not weird that we just keep finding shit. Is basically what he just said.
Yeah.
Because we're a distributor. No, you're not. You make shit and you sell it. So far, only for yourself. You may become a distributor.
How many?
When you start having other people ship you stuff to then ship out.
Well, isn't anybody who's doing an independent comic book their own distributor just by virtue of their mailing it out themselves?
Everybody's
distributor
their own distributor.
Implies that you're giving out somebody else's product.
Okay, well, then technically he's giving out YellowFlash's thing. If there are any other projects that Represent would be a distributor.
Right. So is he gonna make YellowFlash buy an extra 20,000 copies to keep in his warehouse so he can have $5 sales on YellowFlash product?
Jesus, can you imagine?
This is the dumb shit that Eric says. He's so fucking dude, he needs to stay the fuck off the internet. He needs to stop this stuff.
Or not talk about this. He needs to stop talking about the RippaVerse and only do his I'm a really mal-educated pretend libertarian who's really an SJW in my opinion.
How many hundred
you will know them by their fruit. Their SJW
Bingo.
fruit.
Go ahead, Jim. How many
100-page graphic novels come in a box?
Oh, 12
It depends
probably?
on the side of the box, dude.
I'm saying,
Give me some
the shipping
specs.
boxes. I bet you there are only 25 to 50 of them in a box. So it's
Right.
not like he had one box laying around. They're not.
Just wait.
there's not
Just wait though. Everything will be $5. Or you know what? He'll probably do a $10 sale. You know what I mean?
Oh, Tim Roberts asks, which ISOM cover is missing? Would that be the Ethan cover?
Yeah.
I think it's D.
Funny
yeah.
how that works.
The one that sold the most in the campaign.
Yeah.
You're not given a signature series too. That's how fucking
he's walking away from money because this is emotion.
He's so thin-skinned, dude. He's got copies around, right? And that obviously was the most coveted. Even his fans know who Ethan is. They know because they bought his fucking copy of the cover. So this is, again, Eric being smarter than everybody else. And Jim, another perfect pause screen with Eric taking something down his throat. Holy shit. Like, every time we pause, Eric's mouth is wide the hell open. Damn, Nicholas.
It's a bad camera angle. This is the Colossus.
They're all bad camera angles. He's like the person who's constant. You can't take their picture because they're always blinking. But it's with his mouth open.
Because he insists on the camera being this high when he's actually this short because he's trying to act like he's really this tall.
Yeah.
It's creating a position of power. These are psychological things that half-wits, in my opinion, do to make themselves seem more imposing and bigger. It's why bosses' chairs are higher than the subordinate chair across the desk. It's meant to be intimidating or create this illusion of mastery.
You have to murder somebody as soon as you get to jail.
Right.
Yeah.
Straight up got to murder one guy.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you go to jail, you go two ways. I'll be your bitch or don't fuck with me, right?
That's how it is in the movies. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what they tell me in the movies. I just can't imagine. I mean, I guess I can, but you're still a man. Like, I don't want to touch any other dude's private parts ever in my fucking life. I don't care if I'm locked away for 50 years. Stop.
Enough with your homoerotic. I know.
Well, Crazy Cat or somebody asked me how gay I was the other night, and I told him 0%. And he says, "Well, that makes you super gay." So,
wow,
just happy Crazy Cat's being nice to me tonight.
That's like Kamala math.
I hope we've clarified everything for you. And if you have any other questions, contact our support team. Thanks for being customers of the RippaVerse.
Can I get a refund?
The major selling point for the RippaVerse is...
Oh, is this the next one, Jim?
No, this is from 2 days ago. This is the next. Hold on.
Hey, can you play that clip from Billy Madison where the guy says you get awarded no points for that stupid shit you said?
Yes.
This is how the RippaVerse changed his life.
Oh, I'm sure it did. He went from
the RippaVerse
positive dude to a guy falling out of the sky, landing.
Look
on
at all
cab.
those 3D assets. I'm gonna die here. Look at these 3D assets.
Like Canva can do a better job with 3D fucking shit I type in than this shit. What are you talking about? My thumbnails suck, but it's still better than this.
Does anybody understand graphic design? Does anybody understand composition? Because this is all fucking wrong.
Like, you got 15 or 20 employees in that warehouse. Maybe get their opinion because they all have different viewpoints. They go, dude, that looks kind of terrible.
But can I ask you a question? Why the fuck is the Brooklyn Bridge in this? Where is this supposed to be? Because that's the Brooklyn Bridge.
This is Texas, dude. This is Floor spark. Floor spark.
Perspective on that
New
bridge
Texas
is
or
weird.
whatever.
He doesn't even separate the word.
But the
It's-
bridge is going a
It's,
little
it's not Florist Park. It's floor spark.
Spark.
Floor spark. This is how retarded Eric is, man. He's
I'm serious.
2
That's
weeks-
the Brooklyn Bridge, dude. What the
Yeah.
fuck is going on?
and California and Texas are united in the fucking war against whatever.
Oh, God.
Is that the lore?
I think, or is that fucking Fallout? Either way, I think it is. Them and California are united in this shit. The alternate universe, yeah. Somewhere near Florida, 2 weeks later or earlier. From when? 2 weeks. Like, it's so goddamn stupid.
I think he's writing this perfectly ensconced inside a black hole where time has no meaning.
Well, he's creating the.
Well,
I have
words
a
obviously have
question.
no meaning.
I have a question. Why is there a billboard in the middle of the river? Why is there a billboard in the middle of a river that's arguably bigger based upon perspective than the Brooklyn fucking bridge? Like if you look at it.
Because all
A
the
giant electric billboard.
all the Filipinos on their barges need to know that they're in Floor Spark. They don't know where the fuck
I'm not
they're
even
at.
trying to be an asshole. I am asking logical questions here, okay?
No, it doesn't make
Well,
a
look at
difference.
just even on like the railing of like where the cars are, like right in front of you, all of the angles are fucked up from one to one.
What the hell, dude?
I'm gonna get drunk and I'm gonna do a bunch of 3D assets and make something better than this. I could guarantee you that.
We should do that on one of your live streams together, dude. We'll get drunk together on one of your live streams and just make
I
fun
don't
of
just-
it.
don't believe
do nothing but PNGs.
I don't believe the bridge
I
is
want to make
going
a whole.
anywhere.
We should make a whole comic book using nothing but 3D assets, and because I think
Oh,
that would
that's
be
what I'll
fucking
do. That's what I'll do with
hysterical.
my.
Some of that done already. Yeah.
That's what I'll do with my utility locator detector books. We'll just do 3D asset books and sell it that way. This is a 3D asset book only. They're $2.50 a piece. Have a good time.
Just promise to fight the culture war. The slums will buy it up.
Here's a question: Why are cars driving on both sides of the road? Because there's a double lane right there, which would indicate that traffic flows two different directions, not one. Again, I'm not looking for things that are wrong. They're right fucking in front of me.
Tim
Jesus
Roberts says
Christ.
the buildings are all facing the river or viewer, not perpendicular with the river. Like in the future, there aren't lots of little billboards. There's just one great big one. Yeah, like
And
again, why do I need a Floor Spark billboard in the middle of the river? Like
in the middle of the river. And
like-
look at
No,
it. If you look at the pilings on that bridge, look at the size of the bridge compared to the billboard. That billboard would have to be several hundred feet wide.
and then,
Okay,
and
I don't understand.
And
It's
every
basically
bridge-
a jumbo screen from a stadium that has been in a flood.
Yes.
But every bridge you cross in the United States, when
Makes
you're going into another city or state, right over these arches on the bridge, it says, "Welcome to fucking Missouri." Welcome
Yeah.
to New Jersey, whatever. There's a little green sign right above it. And then Google says, "Welcome to New Jersey." Apple does it because they're stupid. They don't tell you you're in a new state, but Google does. But there's a sign on the bridge, not on the fucking river. Like,
But why would you need a brick cable suspension bridge from the 18th century in a modern Texas town? I mean, again, I'm
Yeah.
asking this question. I mean, maybe there's some historical thing for Flores
because
Park.
that was
But
the cheapest 3D asset they could find.
But then look at the clearance of the bridge to the water. What kind of fucking boats can get under that? Like,
Yeah, it's not a
Filipino
draw.
barge.
It's not a drawbridge. It's not high enough. But I don't know if I'm supposed to just imagine that the
Well, this
bridge
is a
and the road goes
cul-de-sac.
off to
You
nowhere,
can't,
but I don't
like
see
it's a
the
cul-de-sac
bridge.
river. It's like it ends right past the sign. It just ends. The river ends. So
Right.
you
Well, so
only-
does
you
the
can only
bridge,
dock
though.
up on the front side of the bridge. So getting under it, you don't ever need to do.
Look at those buildings over there. It's on the right side of the screen. They look like the projects from Good Times, where
They look
J.J.
like the
Evans
projects from
lived.
downtown Chicago for sure. Yes.
But look at the problem here is that those buildings are barely bigger than the billboard, and they're the closest thing
I know.
to us.
But look at the pink buildings too. Oh, there's pink.
The buildings in the distance are bigger than the buildings. Oh, fuck it. This is clown world. Give this asshole more money. Just buy more shit from this guy. Holy fucking shit.
You heard Salty. Send all your money to RippaVerse. Buy a fucking tank top. Buy some shorts. Do whatever you want to do, because
obviously my problem is that I pay attention to this and I'm like, oh, my eye, like I don't see this. But who lives in those little buildings? Is that where like the fucking Oompa Loompas live in Florist Park? I don't get it.
Jim, I love Salty on our Theory Thursday shows, but this detracting stuff is even better. We gotta get him in.
I've been trying to be nice, and I cannot believe that somebody would put this out as a piece of promotional material. I mean, seriously, did anybody even like with a stone when they did this?
Second in to the video, guys.
Did that crazy wall-eyed bastard that threw Riley out of the chicken place? Did he design this? You need a guy who's got depth perception, because this is all kinds of fucked up right here.
Fire says
they're going to tell you that it's a stylistic choice.
There's another word for that.
Look at the cop car. We don't even know what town the cop's car is from. Did the guy just come from the auction and buy the cop car and they left the light rail on?
Well, the only thing I can tell is that one is a Chrysler New Yorker, and that's an LTD. And I believe
the taxi cab has no fucking labels on it either.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't even say taxi on the back of the fucking light. Holy shit!
Well, what is this? This is an animation, right?
This is 3D assets through your ass. I mean, it could say Floor Spark Taxi Company. It could say, what town is Gooding in, Jim? What is the name of the town that Gooding's in?
Shadow Valley.
So this could be the Shadow Valley Police on the other side of the bridge. That would be cool. Like, oh, yeah, this is on the other side. This is where Gooding lives, on this side of the river, because he said he's away from Floor Spark, and Alpha Gore handles all their shit downtown. They don't come out here. I'm the savior of this area. But no, we get a black and white Chrysler, whatever.
Wait a minute.
No, it would be a Crown Vic.
That's a. I was talking about the Chrysler next to it. Yeah,
that's a New Yorker.
Yeah, Chrysler New Yorker. I mean, from 1988, right? That's a.
Is this a? Yeah, exactly. Is this is an animation, right? I mean, I don't know if they'd be throwing a ton of detail.
No, this is an animation.
This is a 3D asset animation.
We see it though. I mean,
let's play here. Ready?
Fundamentally changed my life. Since I was a teenager, I've had the blessing of
it's like a motion
God. Yeah. Just hit.
No,
the RippaVerse fundamentally changed my life.
Pause. Look over on the look on the left side of the screen.
It's Afghanistan animation.
The water dead ends into green.
Green.
Where the fuck does the river go?
It's Afghanistan animation.
It's a cul-de-sac.
Why is there look? There's the barriers where the water turns green, and you step into an alternative universe under the fucking Brooklyn Bridge over here in Florist Park.
That's a shadow.
God,
it's
MJ
a shadow.
Watching this.
It's a shadow because it's Shadow Valley.
What the fuck is going on with that? Why is the bridge?
It's a stylistic choice.
Or is that a river?
Or it's St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, dude, look.
Hey,
why can I see through the water and see the bridge? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Look at the water level.
Look at this. Look at where the bridge ends here, and then there's a building.
Yeah, the water level is coming into the window.
Don't think too hard about this, Jim. Don't think too hard about this, Jim.
Holy shit. This is like Jim pointing out the knee pads in fucking Justified. Like, dude, this is even worse than I could have imagined. The water is flowing into the building.
It looks awful. Maybe it's the ocean. Maybe it's the ocean.
The building is part of the bridges fucking support system.
Yes. Yes.
Holy dog shit.
And look at the building that's obviously a ripoff of the Chrysler or the oh shit, what's the big one? The Empire State Building. Nobody bothered to even put fucking windows in that thing. It's just a big obelisk in the middle of the city.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's actually the Washington Monument, because we saw in Gooding they actually have the Lincoln Monument is in Flores Park too. So they just brought the Washington Monument stuff.
But they're in Flores Park, and the Washington Monument's in Texas now. So but even the Washington Monument doesn't have some windows at the top.
But look in the middle of the screen where the bridge ends. You see, it looks like a cruise ship. It looks like the bridge is resting on a cruise ship, right? With all those windows.
It's green at the end, like you're driving through bushes.
But look at the building right there. It's white with all the little. Now look behind it at those buildings, which are approximately 10 miles high in the sky in the distance. Look at the scale.
No windows, nothing. Yeah, there's no definition.
But those buildings are your eye. Like these buildings are they're like space elevators. What the fuck is going on?
They have the George Floyd Monument in Flores Park.
Stylistic choice. They're just plopping down color here, color there, and I mean, how long is it on the screen for?
Yeah,
actually,
I don't know that I don't know that they're going to spend a ton of time.
This is a different town. This is Lore Spark.
Dude, I'm sorry. That's not
it. Says LORE Spark. It's Lore Spark.
So this was created with AI.
That's like when you work in a warehouse and you have to use the plastic wrap to wrap your pallets, right?
Yeah.
And the store's like 2 miles away versus a store that's 50. You still use the same amount of wrap.
Sure.
You still do.
You mean as far as like what it's being used for?
As far as the quality of what you're delivering out the door.
Yeah.
And this is garbage. Like this is worse than the hibbity-jibbity words I just heard Eric say that nobody understood 5 minutes ago. This is awful.
But they're just zooming in on a background.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, okay.
Why would you put this anywhere?
Well, I mean, I'm just I'm not arguing that there's some dumb stuff going on in here, but there's a difference between doing a matte painting that you're going to be using in a sci-fi.
Well, you saw the Yaira animated trailer, right?
I did. I mean, that
awful.
Pretty choppy. I'm just trying to, like you were saying before, we're only 2 seconds into this.
Then we're gonna get to Eric's dumb fucking freeze frame face. But I like Salty on Fire. This is fantastic.
I still want to know how
I've had enough of this shit with fucking Rippa. I've kept my mouth shut for 2 fucking years. I've been silently rooting for him to get his head out of his ass, and this shit is 3 days old. Look at this. Who in the right fucking mind claims to know anything about art is going to have buildings that are essentially 10 miles fucking tall and have a river running of grape juice with the goddamn Brooklyn Bridge stuck in there, and then a fucking 2,000-foot electric billboard in the middle of the grape juice river, which dead ends into fucking green for no reason.
And a building with windows is your support system for the Brooklyn Bridge.
Does anybody there? I mean, are they all visually impaired? Is this a handicap business for the blind? Because that's the only excuse I'll accept.
Maybe Eric has a nephew and gave him an iPad and said, "Hey, just draw me a city," and this is what he came up with. Just kidding.
The foreground was put together with 3D assets, and then the background was AI. With the Washington Monument there, because that's in other stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, if he's gonna put 3D assets in his first book and not know it and then lie about it, or whatever, then I'm sure he's just creaming himself over having AI available.
But look at the cop car. The cop car is misplaced as a 3D asset. It's actually off of where it should be on the road by 20 degrees. It looks like its back end is running into the the barrier on the Grape Juice River. Nobody understands like a little like planes and angles
and things.
Well, you're looking at it closer than I am, though. I mean, there's like all the YouTube junk at the bottom, like the autoplay. I'm having a hard. It's dark down there. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like from here, I can't tell.
I can't wait for EVS to look at this frame because he's going to rip the balls out of it. And I didn't come here tonight to get mad. I came out to hang out with Dave and maybe talk a little shit. But after
Little
3
shit.
years, and how many books? In how many books?
Dude,
This-
you're having a full blown. You're having a colonoscopy tomorrow. That's how much shit you're throwing right now.
I'm not
drank that
trying to
shit.
be mean. These are all legitimate questions. And if somebody
Oh,
brought
yeah.
a work product like this to me, or someone showed this to me, say in junior high, I started out with printing presses, before we had computers, and laying things out on a light table.
Yeah.
And clipping and pasting things down, and you had to understand how things looked in perspective and depth and all this shit. And this, I'd expect this from a 16-year-old, maybe in CAD class, and that's it.
Yeah,
but not
and
from a company.
and they're in the special needs part of the class.
I feel like we went to the same Votex school.
Yeah, man. I ran a big Heidelberg press and almost died in that thing. But yeah, good times in the 80s. Good times.
I've got some good stories about the dark room.
Yeah, me too.
Dad
Me
was
too.
a
Developing.
security guard at a state vocational school during the day and a cop at night. And he used to take me in there during the summer. It was back mostly during the 80s.
Hey,
And
Jim,
Mike
I
seen,
just
the graphic
DM'd
design
our
classes,
special
giant
guest.
photo
Yeah.
photographers.
Yeah. We'll see if he
Dude,
answers.
those are cool. Those are cool.
So, chat, just so you know, Salty Traveling Sea hasn't been on for a month. I bring him on for a detracting stream, and he loses his fucking mind. That's the power
Dude,
of
I'm
BTM.
still
Well,
calm.
this is actually
I-
really
I'm
good
still calm.
detracting. I mean, it's.
We're not
I'm not
being
trying
unfair.
to detract.
He's got a rhythm.
But detracting means that I'm trying to find fault with something, and this, I just have vision that works and functioning brain cells. I mean, again,
this is like
See,
when you
that's
this is
probably
like
my
when you buy a coloring book, right? And you just color the cars and stuff, but you don't know there should be labels on the cars. You're a kid. You're just coloring in the spaces that
Mhm.
they give you in the squares or whatever. And that's a yellow and black cab, but you don't know you have to put like cab name on there. They don't put that spot on. That's what this reminds me of. Like you're coloring a coloring book. Like it's basic bitch stuff. This is
how
Do
many
you remember
hours?
color? Do you remember color forms?
yes. Well,
The
dude.
little
Dude,
vinyl
yes.
pieces that you could just
Dude,
pick
I
up. and move
love
around.
those
Yes.
things, man. I
Right.
had a
I'm
Star
56.
Wars
Of
one.
course I do. Like
Yeah, man.
I own Speed Racer box set for a reason. God damn it! Because I remember the good
the
stuff.
analogy is complete.
Yes.
It's color forms.
Remember Underoos?
Yeah.
I was
I
too
remember.
old for
I
them. I
remember
was too
those, but I
old.
was always disappointed when they just they stopped being like the costume.
Yeah.
I was always too old. Like I was a little too old for Underoos. But remember the
Me
green
too.
machine? Remember the green
right
machine?
back.
yeah.
Dude,
Oh
I
my
had
God,
that. I busted
had
that in
it?
half. I
Dude.
jumped off
Talk
some plywood.
about
and busted
taking the
it in half.
conversation off road. The freaking green machine. We went over to a party. My wife and I, her old boss and her husband. We always got along, and there was another couple there, and and the kids were there. This is like years ago. They all
Special
went to
guest
bed.
will be here in 10 minutes.
They all went to bed, and the old man brought out his kid's green machine, and they have like a nice sloped driveway that empties out into a nice big blacktop square. Man, no, that's not how you wipe out. This is how you wipe out. Everybody's drunk on the green machine, making that thing spin out like as adults.
I was like, so I had my fucking big wheel, right?
It wasn't a green. It was a time machine, not a green machine.
I had big wheels, and I loved my big wheels, Jim.
Mhm.
I loved that motherfucker. And the green machine came out like 2 years too late for me, guys. But every time I saw those commercials, those little fucking kids on their cool ass green machine, I never had one because I was too big. I was like, God damn, I want that green machine. But I still love my big wheel. Do they even make big wheels anymore? I don't even know if they make them. They make all these motorized fucking
They make
Jeeps.
power
I don't
wheels.
think
shit.
so.
Wheels.
I don't think
Power
so.
wheels, baby.
Yeah, and they
The
suck.
kid doesn't have to do any work. He's not.
And they
pumping
don't
his
even
leg.
like them. Like they drive them for 2 times, and they go, "Fuck this! This is
Pretty
terrible."
much.
And they go to their sandbox and they play in that, or they go to that fucking cardboard box that your new TV came in, and you can't find them for a week.
That's
Hey
true.
Jim, our special guest will be here in 10 minutes. Jim,
Well, that's because the kid. What are you doing? You're sitting in the car. You're not going very fast. You're not.
chat. Just so
doing
you know, our
anything to get
special
there.
guest is going to be Vito.
I don't know. No shit.
Yeah, it's going to be Vito. He's going to come on. So maybe you want to send some messages out to your buddies, and we can get some more. Like I would love we need to keep it on this frame until Vito shows up, just to get a replay of the whole. Because Vito's an artist, right? He says he's an artist, and apparently his book is good, according to Ethan. Ethan said he's read it. He's read the draft of the book, and he said it's good.
Well, that's cool.
You know,
I'm interested to hear what he has to say.
I like Vito, dude. I like Vito. I mean,
I want to hear about the. Dick and Vito seem to be kind of angry with each other last Friday, so I wonder if he's going to.
That's some good. I think. About that. Yeah, because Dick gives him so much shit about his book not coming out.
But Vito kind of deserves it sometimes. I mean,
Yeah, he's basically telling him you're being lazy, dude. What the fuck?
I know a little bit of the history of it, but not from the very beginning. You know what I mean? How long has it really been going on? But I mean, I've been in those like creative slumps. Like, I don't know if this thing's ever going to get
Andrew?
Because I keep writing it and then
Jim, what Andrew did you have on your show last night? Was that Andrew?
Like writing songs sometimes, you gotta you gotta give it what it needs.
Jim, was it Andrew Rowland you had on your stream last night? You brought Andrew on? Jim's
dead. Let's talk about the shitty artwork.
He's eating. Well, dude, like, just look at the sky. Look how shitty those clouds look. Like,
it looks like they got a chemtrail problem, if nothing else.
Yes.
And then you have the nuclear detonation on the left side of the screen, which has just gone off. So, yeah.
Jim, I think Jim went to get some. Either he's taking his dog out, or he's eating some Chester's popcorn. You know that $2 popcorn you get at the gas station? That Chester's cheddar popcorn. It's so good. Jim's in Frog Tony's chat. What the fuck? Jim goes to all these other shows and throws super chats. He can go to their show and throw me some super chats once in a while. I'm just kidding. Jim's here every night. I was actually going to do a solo stream Sunday night, but I didn't, because I feel weird doing solo streams. He should be afraid of Vito, because YellowFlash's only thing with Vito is he accuses him of being a pedophile. I mean, it's so weird. Like, Vito the pedophile, because he said that you're allowed to make cuties, but he never watched it. So why does that make Vito a pedophile? I mean, you're allowed to make anything you want. Doesn't mean I got to watch it.
Let the free market decide.
Yeah.
My wife and I were talking about that this morning, and she's like, well, you got rid of Netflix, like, with that autocratic, like, well, like,
I got rid of it because
you got rid of Netflix because of one movie. I'm like, I didn't get rid of it. I stopped paying for it. Yeah. We have it again because you want it. If you want
we have it again because a cell phone company I have said you get it for fucking a year for free or whatever. But
right,
dude, and here's the problem too. For all the negative shit that Netflix puts out, Jim, there's a lot of positive shit on there you can find. There really is. So Vito said about 10 minutes, Jim, just so you know. You sent him a link, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I let the chat know.
He's busy putting comic books in bags and boxes, and he's sending
Are they printed?
Sending that shit out. No, I don't know. I just playing around with why he's 10 more minutes of packing my book. 10 more minutes.
Julio, I will kill you. I didn't fire anybody. They fired themselves. I didn't tell anybody to get in a company truck with their children.
I tell you what, Dave.
Tomorrow, Dave.
Julio sounds like he works for CNN. The way he cuts together these clips to make you look bad. It's going to
what you're saying is
Julio sends me $10 a night every night, and he's a regular guest, and he's a great guy. I love Julio. He's just giving me shit because he's Julio. And these, like, I did invite Julio on the stream. I sent him a link, but he's like, dude, I'm having more fun in the chat. And when there's 200 people here watching, he's having a really good time. He's going to fucking destroy me and the chat.
Yeah. I've been on live with you and Jim and Julio.
I know, but hey, Salty, Like, are you super busy all the time? Is that when I send you links, you're just like, I don't see them?
No, I am. I have to be on a computer all day for work, and I start at 5 a.m. because my client's on the East Coast and I'm on the West Coast. So by
you're
the time
tired
it
by
gets,
night.
well, yeah, and I have to talk a lot and be on camera sometimes, you know, when there's fucking meetings on Zoom. And so when that's done, all I want to do is kill shit on my Xbox or hang out with my loved one and, you know, whatever it is, and not have a computer in front of me. So never take it personally. Although I do think you're a dick.
I'm going to send you a link all the time for every
Don't take it
theory show we do. And if you show up, that's great. If not, that's fine too. But
yeah, it's not personal. It's just I'm exhausted by the time it's 5 o'clock West Coast time, you know?
Yeah, of course. Like I gotta get up and like Jim, you know where Skokie is, right?
Yep.
Oh shit, I've been there. They got Nazis.
Yeah, I went there
that's
for
what I
a
was gonna
march one
say.
time.
Isn't that like occupied territory?
Yeah.
I went there for a march.
It's like I have to go there tomorrow. I have to go there tomorrow and do a demo, which is fine. But it's like a 2.5 hour drive, 2 hours and 10 minutes or whatever.
Bring back some Ruggala.
No, dude. The best thing is like traffic's a bitch anywhere you go in this area. So if you're saying you're going to be 30 minutes late because you overslept by 30 minutes, guess what? They're cool. They get it. Like, yeah, traffic sucks, Dave. You're driving 2.5 hours to get here. You might hit some traffic. That actually did happen to me today, Jim, going to Oak Park. I was up on time.
That's nice.
I was up on time. I was on my way to Chicago, and it said I'd be there like 15 minutes before I had to be there. I looked down at my phone 5 minutes later. Oh, you'll be there 10 minutes after. Oh, 20 minutes after. It just kept getting longer and longer. And this was at 9 o'clock in the morning, Jim, but the traffic is just ridiculous in Chicago.
Chicago's nuts.
Guys, let's welcome Vito to the show. How are you, Vito?
Oh my God,
What's happening, Vito?
What is happening? It's a good
No hat.
question. No hat.
Have you applied sunscreen? Did you put sunscreen on before you came
No,
on
but
screen?
there's all sorts of mosquitoes running around California right now, so I have to spritz.
You're SoCal, right?
Yeah, I'm in LA. And normally I
They-
close all the doors and windows, but I have this little window my cats like to sit in,
Yeah.
and they scream if I do that.
Okay, so
I
the
used to live in
mosquitoes are coming in.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No problem.
1,000. 1,000. Up.
See?
Eric July. He's a
Crying
liar.
wolf. He's crying
Eric July,
wolf.
liar.
He's crying wolf. He said he'd be back in 2 seconds.
He's looking for
You
that
just can't
mosquito
count on
nest.
people sometimes.
He's probably trying to break a toilet like he did over at Dick Masterson's house.
Dude,
That's probably
no
what's
hat
going on.
Vito
What's that?
looks crazy, like awesome. Like I like it. Like this is Vito.
I
This
thought
is
it was
the
a new
dude.
thing. I've been away for a while. I haven't been able to keep up. with
Skinhead video.
There's always drama.
No, he
dude,
looks
with
like
YouTube.
He's gonna take
Vito
off his
looks-
shirt and he's gonna have a big swastika on his chest.
Not welcome.
What the fuck?
I was quoting American History X.
Oh,
I know, but
leave it to Jim to drop all those nuggets from Mein Kampf when we're live. I love it. You know, Jesus.
Hold it! What the hell is that shit?
what the hell is that shit? Oh, Elemental, you're here. We'll ask Vito why.
Motherfucker, do you
Oh, he's
speak it?
gone. Vito's gone. He's like,
Uh-oh.
I showed up. See you later, motherfuckers.
Hey, can't say he
I
didn't show
actually-
You
up.
really need to read those contracts a little bit closer, Dave.
I'm gonna put
Yeah.
it in my super
Yeah.
chat or in my description. Vito's on the show.
Well, actually, when I posted it, it said Vito on. How did I put it? I ended it with a question mark because
Wow.
I didn't know what it was.
Maybe
Yeah.
Vito forgot that he
Vito
didn't
on
have a hat
BTM
on.
Reviews. It's a question mark. It's not a statement of certainty. It just says,
Well, like I gotta update my description, but oh, here we go. There he is.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything, we swear.
I started.
I did. I
Um,
said you probably
that's-
broke another toilet, dude, because I was watching your show at
Bam.
Dick, last
The
Friday, and
toilet
that was
destroyer.
brutal. Jesus.
What can you do? I'm a man who loves taking a good shit.
Do you have any touches? I wish I could take a good shit. I'm
Uh-huh.
56. They're not good anymore. They're like, they're hard.
The best
They're-
thing about living alone is you can really, make it. Normally you're in a
tear it
house
up.
with somebody else and you go be quiet about it. But here I can just sit down. I can go, oh God, and just hot, and just kind of blast. And the neighbors, they'll knock and they go, "Are you okay in there?" And I go, "Yeah, yeah." It sounds like I have Tourette's.
Yeah, I already killed
when
that bitch.
Yeah.
I'm good. Like I killed
When I'm
him.
on the toilet, it's a Tourette's situation. I'm like, shit, and then it.
I don't know, man.
but it all
you got
works
the
out.
Cartman. You got the Cartman pass. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We just dropped my youngest daughter off at college, and this is a little house that's got like one bathroom. And I'm thinking, well, there's one less kid. There's going to be more freedom. We won't be bumping into each other like you do. Big family, small house.
Right.
I get up in the morning. I know my wife isn't supposed to get up for like another hour. I go in there, I sit down for 2 seconds, and then I hear her running and pounding on the door. I'm like, not even after we move the last kid into college, I don't even get the bathroom to myself. Then I'm like, all right, I'm standing. You go do your thing. No, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Please go now. Like,
I couldn't handle it.
Even just between two people, the chaos.
Speaking of
by
shit,
By the way, Vito, welcome to the BTM Review show. Thank you for showing.
Oh,
dude.
thank you.
Very nice to show up here. I'm going to be a whore. I'm going to put that Vito showed up in my description, just so you know.
Oh, you can do that. It'll help. People will know to avoid
Sure it
the
will.
stream.
Yeah.
People will go, oh, thank God.
Oh,
Oh, man.
Dave from BTM Review likes pedo
Yeah,
guys.
there you go.
yeah.
Dude,
Hey,
Vito,
Vito got in the
dude,
chat a little
Before
bit.
we get into all this, Vito, I just got to know, is Super Killer now, after it's printed and it ships out, are you going to, like, a year from now find 1,000 copies of it? That
no,
you just...
not 1,000.
No.
20,000.
I'm actually, and I think I announced this, so I'm locked into it. I think I announced that every copy, I said a sticker, it might be an imprint, where every copy, like what do they call it when you stamp, foil stamp or whatever?
Sure.
Emboss.
emboss.
I want every copy of the first edition, I want it numbered, so you know exactly
should
how many
be.
were printed and which one you have.
Yep.
And if there's a second edition, it won't have that. That one I can print as many I want. But there will be a first edition. You got in on the Kickstarter. I'll have a couple extras to sell at conventions or whatever. But that way okay, I'm not, even if he reprints it, I have a first edition one. It is different from a regular one.
Yeah,
It's
but
got
like the
sticker.
ones you're going to have for conventions, you're going to have like another 1,000, right? Because that's what Eric did.
Well, no, I'm not going to print that many. That's
20,000, Jim.
20,000 is what he printed.
So
like an embossed seal on each one.
So you're not going to do a $5 sale in like a year and say,
Bro, I've been the way Eric goes on YouTube and he makes these little videos where he goes, here's the thing is not everybody can be a master of making comics and also of business. I'm a master of both. And I go, you are a master of neither. But honestly, the business aspect of it is probably even more. Look, there's lots of shitty writers. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
And obviously, Eric can hire other writers to be shitty, and he's done that numerous times. Eventually, maybe he'll find somebody who knows what they're doing.
You don't think Chuck knows what he's doing?
I think Chuck. Which one did Chuck do?
He did Alpha Core.
Alpha Core. Alpha Core to me was missing a big central thesis.
But let's not forget though, Vito. He's got a couple of piss poor twins that are controllers of the lore.
Helping out.
They control the lore. That's their role. So
you gotta use air quotes when you say helping out.
And here's the other thing too. Like Chuck Dixon worked for DC and Marvel. Like they had legitimate editors. Like Chuck, shut the fuck up. Just write a comic book. Stop with your nonsense. Just get us to the end point. And that's the problem with all these Eric July books. Like, there's no editing. There's nobody saying, stop talking. Shut up.
Gooding had 6 editors.
I don't know if you saw my my post where I kind of tore apart one page of Yaira, where every single panel is someone saying Yaira. Where it's like, I don't know what to do about Yaira. Well, I am really upset about Yaira. Hey, what do you think about Yaira? Like, you can say it once, and then we know who you're talking about. You can say, yeah, I hate that bitch, or oh yeah, that ice lady is the worst. Like, you can start coming up with synonyms instead of just using her name over and over.
Yaira is the new Marsha.
But as far as the business side of thing goes, look, this is why everybody goes. They go, Vito, why did you? Because I was one of the first guys who went, oh my god, what is this? And started looking into it because I'm like, this is insanity. And the reason people are like,
ISOM 1,
yeah, from ISOM 1, because I read the synopsis and I said this was written by a moron, so I can't imagine this comic's going to be good. But I think
so you were not a follower of FNT as Yellow. No. So I was.
You're enabler.
So they sucked me in because I was not a follower of Eric, but I trusted all these white guys that said this black guy is going to change comics.
It was exciting.
True
It
story.
was an exciting pitch. It was an exciting.
Yes. And
look, the one thing I could say about Eric July is he's a pitch master for sure. That man can sell you snake oil like no other man who ever milked a snake.
He is until you understand that his oil's garbage. After that,
until you learn to read between the lines when he says this will never be available again. As
Jim's shirt says, you read between the hibbity jibbity, and you understand it's all bullshit.
There's a lot of nonsense.
You know who Chris Bacon is, right, Vito?
Yeah, I mean, he follows me.
You've heard the name, right? You've heard the name.
He's the numbers guy.
He actually offered to work for Eric.
Yeah.
To help him with his company, and he told him no. He would rather hire his fucking bandmates than a guy that lives. Chris Bacon lives 5 or 6 houses away. He lives 5 or 6 houses away from Eric July in the same subdivision.
I didn't know that.
I
did not know
yes.
that.
Yeah, that's the thing is he was like, I'm Eric July's neighbor. I've seen him a couple times, and here's what I would do to fix his thing.
Yeah.
What's fascinating about Eric is you look at the amount of money he raised from ISOM, and even though the book's trash, it doesn't matter because his fans are not buying a comic book. Half of them don't even read it.
They're buying trophies.
All he had to do, was keep selling the dream, and stop fighting on Twitter. Should have just went along with EVS, whatever. He should have said, you know what, EVS, I don't want to cause troubles. You're a comic guy. I'm a comic guy.
Exactly.
But he had a very thin skin, and for some reason, look, I'm making my first comic. It's not going to be perfect.
That's why he's here, Crazy Cat. Fuck FNT. They suck balls.
Well, the FNT. The thing that sucks about FNT is like at a certain point they run out of things to complain about, so they just got to start complaining about everything. And you go, now I can't
repeat. Yeah.
And now I can't discern what's real criticism because there's, I'm sure, some real criticism there. Between, when Jeremy watches Andor and he goes, I can't believe they made this Mexican guy Andor. That's your modern day SJW politics. And I go, he was in the movie, right? Like it has to be that guy.
Yeah.
They can't change it up.
Yeah.
But the thing about Eric that was infuriating is you go, just keep doing this, sell to your little group of pay pigs. What you needed to do after ISOM 1 launch is he needed to change his brand and be like, okay, I'm the wise man of the mountain. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to fight with anybody. I'm just going to make my little comic books.
Exactly.
Everyone, we will win.
Exactly.
That's what I told him on Twitter, like December 27th on a Saturday night. And he blocked me for saying this. I'm like, dude, I was Vito talking to somebody. I had 2 followers on Twitter this year in December, or last year in December, talking to another guy with 5 followers. And we're just saying, hey, this Eric July guy, I bought his stuff. I was like, this is terrible. I bought I want it all box for ISOM. I spent $450. As soon as I got it, I said, oh shit, babe. I told my wife, can you put this shit on eBay right now? And I sold it next week for like $650. So I got my money back plus some cash. So Eric on a Saturday night at 10 o'clock shows up in a fucking conversation between me and this other guy and goes, what's your problem, bro?
There was a moment in time.
I said,
so that's your
I
night
said,
letter.
I
What are
said,
you doing?
I said this, dude. He goes, what do you mean? I go, that you know I'm even talking about you with some other guy on Twitter when you're a millionaire with a wife on Saturday night and you're a part, you want to know what I'm saying about you. He goes, yeah, but you're talking shit. I go, no, I bought your stuff. I didn't like it and I sold it. And he said, we had a whole conversation. Next day I wake up and I'm blocked. I'm new to
That's
Twitter
what
at that
that's
point.
usually what happens.
I'm 56. I'm 56 years old. Like, I'm not a young guy. And I
have a feeling Eric's been blocking a lot of people today.
Well, he should be unblocking everybody. He really should be. He should be doing reverse fucking therapy and unblocking everybody. So they go, oh, let's see what Eric has to say, because I can't see a word Eric says. Not that I care, because, you know, I don't want to listen to retards talk. Like, that's a thing. Like, retards have nothing good to say. Vito eats.
I don't know.
What do I eat?
I'm having fun with War Campaign and Matt Barr today.
Well, War Campaign is after me too, because I make fun of Matt Barr. Do you know who Matt Barr is, Vito?
Yes, he's obsessed. Well, at least now he's finally a little less obsessed with me. But I'm like, Matt, you gotta stop. No comic creator every day should tweet about pedophiles. It's not a good look.
He's still tweeting about pedophiles.
He's like, you made these jokes 3 years ago. I'm like, you are talking about pedophiles every single day of the week. Something is broken in your head and you have to stop. I don't know and I tried to make peace with Matt Barr on numerous occasions. I said, Matt, you don't have to like me. I get it.
Just like Ethan did. That's how Ethan threw him out. He's like, get the fuck out, dude.
I'm like, Matt, what do you want to have happen? And he's like, well, you know, Riley, who, let's be clear, I don't own Riley. I have nothing to do with Riley. Riley has called into my podcast. He's a fan of the show, but I don't tell him what to do or whatever else. He's like, well, Riley said he was going to come over and assault me and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, then fight with Riley a little bit and then just stop. Or don't encourage him, because he's obviously a troll and that's what he's doing. He's trying to get a rise out of you. And then Matt goes, I don't understand why everyone won't defend me. He's like calling EBS. He's going, do you know what Riley said to me? And it's like, you're fighting with a weird fat guy and his autistic girlfriend. Like, just stop. It's not important.
Like, ignore
it's
it.
Like arguing. It's like arguing with Camilla Harris. There's no point to it, right?
I
mean, you know what you're going to get.
It's
every
like
time
it's a dead end street.
Matt Barr, every time somebody brings up Matt Barr, I think that Dana Carvey is Massive Head Wound Harry.
Ooh.
In the mid 80s, he did one.
You should probably pull that up on YouTube.
Well, I mean, they won't let you. If it's Massive Head Wound Harry. But there's a still at the very end. And the whole thing is that it's just this crazy character. He gets invited to a party, and at the end of it, he puts that guy's hat on. It's just they get a dog in on it and everything.
I think I remember that one.
That
solid.
I'm trying I want the ads to go away so I can just get to the end where you see the.
I figured out that Matt Barr is playing it up a little bit, at least. He's semi-conscious of the drama. He's trying to manipulate it. He's just a fucking retard.
It's just weird. I'm like, Matt, why don't you just make
the problem with Matt is, he sounds like he comes from a place of hate. There's
share my screen, you'll see it.
I mean, there's a limit with this stuff, right? Like, you just, dude, Matt,
and then he bitches out of his
Ethan's gonna bash Ethan bashes on people all the time, but Ethan doesn't sound like he hates them. He's just laughing at it.
Well, that's what these guys don't understand is it's one-sided. Because I've told Matt multiple times, I'm like, I don't hate you, I don't care.
I don't care about you, dude. Like,
and they're like, I hate you, you're ruining Comicsgate. And I'm like, I'm not really a part of Comicsgate. I'm friends with Ethan. If that makes me Comicsgate, okay, that's news to me. But I'm not ruining it. Make as many comics as you want. I don't care.
You're not asking Shane Davis and John Malin to promote your book, right? If you don't, you're just making your book, right?
One time I said, Ethan, I'm ending my campaign this week. It would be fun to come on and talk about it. And he ignored me. And then people on Twitter were like, you should have Vito on. He said, okay, yeah. So I don't even think Ethan wanted to have me on.
Jim did that for you. Jim Stala.
Yeah, Jim, thank you. Jim, you did I think you did kind of get even.
Made you like 20 grand.
Yeah, you honestly, good work, man. That was excellent. Good work. I think Ethan was like, yeah, well, if people want to see it, okay. It ended up being a great show, and Dick came on. And that's the last time I went on with EVS, and these guys talk about it like we're best friends, and I'm jerking him off in a corner behind the subway. It's not happening. I barely talk to the guy. I'm not here to destroy Comicsgate. I don't care. It's not important to me. I just want to make
You're not
comic books.
DMing a private chat room and saying we have to go after this guy?
But Vito,
No.
What?
But Vito, you should
Really?
realize that you are a more successful CG creator than Matt Barr.
Yeah, I know that, and that's part of why he's pissed.
Is
What-
YouTube just a giant bucket of crabs and they're all crawling over each other trying to get
That's-
out to the clout?
Yes,
Where he's
I
trying to
think-
really-
be the king
Pretty
crab.
much.
I think the goal of any YouTuber once
How do I
once
get
you
there?
past a
Because I
certain
have
point-
no idea how to do it. Like,
it's well, we're all
How
on
do I get
YouTube.
there?
I mean, who am I talking about here?
I mean, like, I made $10 tonight. What are we talking about? How do I get to that clout
Super
crap?
chat
service
this guy.
thing?
We got 121 people watching. Put $2 in the bucket.
We got 202 people watching.
Tip your bartender, you jack.
Chat, do not
202
listen to
people
this
in the
shit.
chat.
Do not
Tip
have
this
your
man $2.
emotions be used against you to
Dave,
get
we
$2.
We don't beg for super
Dave.
chats here, Vito. We
Not
just
a bet. No. It's not begging. It's a demand.
All right.
Put the money
Yeah.
in the bucket.
send
Or I will
Dave
kill your whole
money.
family.
Send
All
Dave
right?
money.
Yeah, extortion.
By the way, your boy Dick. I met him in Nashville at the Ricada show
Oh, okay.
last year, and we were
Nice
walking.
guy.
Okay, first thing, chat. Everybody needs to know Dick is legitimately 6'2" or 6'3". He's not a short man.
Really? He
Oh,
looks short to me for
yes.
some reason.
Okay.
And he's not a fat dude. He's actually got a broad chest. He's got shoulders.
He's got
The
a
guy
broad chest. You
looks
saying
like
he's
he's
got bitch tits?
No, he looks like he's
Broad
done
chest
work.
means like you're like
I know.
Jim,
It's a broad
Jim.
chest.
And his hair is long. But when you talk to Dick, and I did for at least 15 minutes walking from one venue to the next, and what we talked about was the Eric July controversy. He goes, and I'm like, hey, Dick, I love what you're doing. He goes, you think I should keep it up? I go, yes. Fuck that motherfucker. Eric is not a fair player. He's using all of his friends to defend him. Fuck him. You make Eric look as stupid as you can because he needs it. And he's like, okay, man. So we talked a long time. I mean, 15 minutes for me is a long time when I've never met somebody before. And I was sober, chat. I was sober. It was 6:00 in the evening. We're walking to the Nick Ricada stream, or not stream, but his live show in Nashville. And Dick was awesome. Dick's a great guy. I just hope everybody understands. Dick is also, Vito, in my opinion, the same person off screen
Dave
as he is on
Dick.
screen. You just have to understand that he just is a funny guy. He likes having a good time.
Yeah.
He likes trolling on shit because why not? Like, I bought his book. You read his book, Vito?
I've actually not read his book. I don't think he has any copies available.
It's on
They're
Amazon.
available on Amazon.
Yeah, I bought it on Amazon.
Is it still in print or is it?
Yeah, it's a
PDF?
paperback. It's a paperback.
Yeah.
How do you think it would do as an audiobook?
If
Read
Dick-
by Dick
Oh, I
Master.
don't know why I
audio,
didn't do an audiobook.
Because
Well,
I mean that's how I absorb a lot of stuff, and
I think it would do great because it's Dick. If Dick's reading it, Dick's got this. Like, how long have you been associated with Dick?
he's
Vito?
got a cadence.
About 4 years.
And how long have you been live streaming together?
About three years. Yeah.
Somebody said this week you guys look like you had some tension. I didn't watch this week's stream. Was there some tension on the show?
I think the show is changing, but hopefully for the better. We got some.
There's gotta
got
be some there
ideas.
for the-
Are you getting a porta potty put outside the studio? Do you think
I think
that's
that
the
would
lower
be
Daddy,
thing?
we were just fighting.
I
Is
think
this-
the bathroom
No.
should be designated as my bathroom.
Is this
Well,
Dick's
it's-
garage?
There's a way to
It's
solve
Dick's
this. I mean,
garage,
just
right?
business expense a porta
I don't
potty. You
understand.
know?
should business
Get a
expense
5-gallon
report, but-
bucket
Don't
from
you
Home
stream out of Dick's
Depot, fill it
garage?
full of kitty litter, and put 2 2x4s across it.
I
Well-
talked to Dick this week. See, a lot of people think like when we argue on the show, they go, "Oh, that's the end of the show. That's not gonna happen again." And then me and Dick this week were texting about like videos we want to make and whatever else. The show's not going anywhere. If we fight 1 week, we fought 1 week. It's fun. It's part of the conflict.
Ah,
I think
It's
that's
part
why
of
I'd
the
imagine
show
you're
works.
trying to create fights. At the
So
end of the
I
day.
have some super chats to catch up on. Holy
There
shit.
you go. There you go.
Dave,
Lord
hold
Pepsi
the
for
phone.
5
I gotta go.
What?
Vito, it was cool.
Wait,
yeah, dude,
we're
I got a
not
life.
back to the Air
Dave.
July video and your fucking total destruction of this
I
fucking.
want to be in the audience and watch the genius of you guys
Okay,
with Vito
I
because
gotcha.
I want Vito to see it. But Vito, I watch your Friday nights. You're funny as hell.
Oh,
I think
thanks,
Dick
man.
is much funnier, but you're
Do
tolerable.
you
So,
stream without
you know,
Vito? Do you do streams without Dick that are not gaming streams?
I was trying to do like a panel show, but honestly, I'm just not good at managing that sort of thing. I might bring it back if I could find someone else to like kind of act as the host and find topics and whatever else. But me
producer.
trying to manage people and move topics along
The
and whatever
topic
else.
is you show up.
Yeah, I mean, I could just go on and just wing it, but I
Ask
get
Jim.
all
We
in my
start. We're
head.
like, what are we going to talk about? I don't know. We have no idea half the time.
Yeah,
I live stream 5 to 6 days a week.
I might start doing like a weekly thing again. I just got to find a good crew of I felt like I was always carrying the show because I'd be like, blah, 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 you know, I'd say a bunch of stuff and then I'd be like, okay. And then everybody was like dead silent. I'm like,
it's dead air.
It's your turn to speak. Yeah, there's a lot of dead air.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
It's like you got to say their name, right? Like, hey,
you go,
Nicholas, what do you think
there
about
was a
this?
lot of prompting people
Yeah.
to actually speak.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah,
I
it's kind
got
of like this place
people.
where we just interrupt each other.
Exactly. You actually
Yeah.
need that.
If
People
you
think that's
interrupt,
a
it's better,
weakness.
right? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
'cause
I don't
there's no
know, man.
deficit.
Chat gives me a lot of shit for interrupting.
Trust me, if
Gentlemen,
the show was dead air, they'd hate it more. All right, you got to get out.
I gotta go.
man.
Vito, again, it's nice working with you,
Salty's West
Jim.
Coast like you. It's
everybody.
like 8 o'clock for him. Like he's being
Yeah, man.
gay.
Yeah.
See you, buddy.
That's
we'll talk
right.
later.
I'm gay.
Thanks,
you guys, everybody, have a great night. Bye.
Thank you, buddy.
Goodbye.
All right. So Lord Pepsi says,
Katie
when
did
I was
show
in
up,
a band, I'd ask for brutally honest critique. It helped us get a little better each rehearsal and album. EJ is an important case study. CG thumbs up. Yeah, like that's life though, right? Like you know, Jim, when you had a job and you have to go in for your review,
And
and
motherfucker to argue a spell check.
so, but whenever you have a job and your yearly review comes up, right? And your supervisor or your manager goes, "Hey, dude, this is where I think you need to work on." If you take offense, you shouldn't do that. You should maybe listen to the critique and say, "You know what? You're right. I have to
You
work
gotta
on
at
that."
least try. You gotta at least try to hear them out. Not every piece of advice you're gonna get is useful, but you gotta at least. I mean, like honestly, I get more mad when people are like, I'm like, hey, can you like critique this thing? And they go, yeah, it's good. I'm like, that doesn't help me at all. I need you to tell me what sucks about it so I can fix it. Yeah, it's all right. Kind of liked it.
Yeah.
Like, oh my
Not
god, you're
everybody
killing
knows
me.
how to put what
Yeah.
they don't like about it into words, and then there's
True.
also the whole.
It's like-
they don't
it's
want
like
to.
when I
They
was
don't want to
Thinking
upset
about
you.
something for a little bit and aren't afraid to piss somebody off. Even
I
if
was a
before they
supervisor
even
in an
give you
area
advice.
in Illinois, Jim, and my boss transferred me to Joliet, and so he says, "Hey, you're gonna be the supervisor for these 12 locators in the area you're working." Okay. 3 weeks later, the review is due. I'm like, Joe, what the fuck, dude? You want me to review these guys? He goes, yeah, you've been there 3 weeks. You need to review them honestly. And I did. And I reviewed some people that were way older than me. And I said, hey, this is what I need from you. And you know what they said? This is the best review I've ever had in my life. Like,
Because there was instruction.
it was direct. It was no bullshit. And they knew what I was saying. Like reviews are important. If you get a review and you agree with everything, guess what? Your boss is a piece of shit. He doesn't fucking give a fuck.
As long as we're agreeing, I'm perfect.
Right. You're not the perfect employee. Nobody is. I am in sales. I have no real, like, I have an owner of the company. There's no boss over me or whatever, except for the owner. But even I know when I'm slacking. Like, I know I could do better sometimes, right? Like, you know it. Like, you know as a person. But when the guy that reviews you says, "Hey, dude, you're slacking, and you want to fight it? That's some gay bullshit."
Yeah,
talking.
I had one of those days. It felt like I didn't do. I was busy, but I didn't have the results at the end that I wanted to. I felt like I didn't do much at all. Like it was a waste of time.
All right, well, listen,
It's
I'm
a
going to
very
give this all
boomer
a review.
thing,
We've been slacking on the fucking detracting. It's been 3 hours, and we didn't even get through one video.
Hold on.
We got through 2 seconds.
Julio for $10 says $2 to video
Fucking
or to
salty went
Vito,
off.
$2 to Vito, $8 to Nicholas. Thank you, Julio.
Thank you.
I'll make sure
Very
I
nice.
Venmo each of these guys. I got
I'll
their
send you the
numbers.
pictures later.
No, that all goes to you. Come on.
Tim Roberts, $2 Australian, $2 Australian for the bucket. Okay. Thank you, Tim. Kevin, put me on the board. So I have a whiteboard, Vito. That's my gag. If I get a $20 super chat, I put them on the board with the date and the amount.
Nice.
So Kevin, you're going on the board. Jim, you talk with Vito because I know you have a lot of questions. You guys are pretty close guys. You talk to each other. I'm gonna put Kevin on the board while you guys are talking.
All right.
It's not a parasocial relationship like that. I try to send them information or talk to them, and I understand where I stand in this whole world.
Well, it can always evolve, right? Maybe someday.
Sure. I just don't want you talking about having hour-long conversations with me to Dick at the show, and because then he tells Sean about it, and they're talking about hiring a psychiatrist for you.
Is that what they were saying on the Dick show? Because I was interacting with some fans.
Can you believe that Vito talks to his fans for hours?
Yeah, well, I like.
Well,
Okay,
they're interesting. Sure, I'm sure. Have you run into any where you're like, man, I cannot wait for this moment to end?
Or they don't let
But
you
you're too polite to like back away.
And you
slowly.
can't say this show right now.
Sometimes I will get messages where a guy writes like 12 paragraphs, and I go, man, I'm not reading that. I'm sorry. Or he goes, I just watched your new video and I had some thoughts about the state of America. Hey, see, the thing is with the Democrats, and I'm like, and I just will type in, I'm like, yeah, you've given me a lot to think about. And then I just kind of got to walk away from it.
Yeah, I've heard.
If
Dennis
it's like, hey, what's
that's a
going
Dennis Miller
on?
tactic. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Dennis Miller tactic. You go to a party, somebody wants to talk politics, you just agree with them.
Yeah,
yeah.
Absolutely.
I just want you to know, you limited in Motto's ability to super chat because you said keep it to $2. But Vito said $2.
It's not a hard limit. You can go above and beyond.
It's so good. Like this is my chat. This is Vito. I know you do the biggest problem in the universe every week.
Yes.
You get what 5,000 to 10,000 people watching live. You're like, holy fuck! How can you keep up with the chat?
1,000, not 10,000.
Well, I've seen way more than 1,000.
We get to about
$500 and I'll say the N-word.
1,500, I'd say.
Okay, but that's still great. Like you feel good when you're watching that, right? You're like, holy hell. But it's super hard.
I'm obsessive about numbers, so I can actually look at the viewers for every show we've ever done. So I can look at the first show we did and see how our numbers have evolved. And yeah, when we started, it was like maybe 200 people watching because of Dick, But now that we get like 1,500 people watching, it is crazy.
Right.
Here, monthly views. Let's see. September 20. Oh, this is monthly views. Any daily views? See, I'm weird. Why am I doing this?
Thank you, Katie.
The views, because I need to know if the show's working. Otherwise, I go insane.
Why? Don't you do it? Don't you do it to have a good time with a bro and just have a good time?
Sometimes, yes.
You look at metrics, you can plan ahead. You know where things are. You know what's working, what's not. What you need to do.
But Vito, don't you? I mean, you're doing comics. Do you have do you have a job besides YouTube?
Not currently. I did for a while, but then once the podcast kind of started picking up, I was like, I think I can step away from this.
So, and your book is doing well. It did well. Right?
Yeah. I'm excited about that.
It's still available, right? On Indiegogo.
Right now the campaign's closed.
It's closed.
but I will have a last chance campaign.
Please do, because I did not get in on that.
As I've told people, when we do last chance campaign, some stuff will be missing. You missed out. We'll see how many extra packs of trading cards I have.
You
How
know,
many-
if
how many
EB
people backed
reads
it?
and he says that he likes it, then you could do a second printing like that Leam dude.
I could do a second printing, and again, it won't have a sticker on it.
It'll be
Let's
the
see.
You can make cute videos about you.
What
too.
this is my problem. Even my wife, who has nothing to do with comics, when Eric July had that second shipment of books and he was selling them, my wife goes, "Are they second editions?" And I said, "Nope." She goes, "Well, they're second editions. They're not the original that you could have bought during the campaign. That's a problem." Even my wife, who doesn't give a fuck about this stuff, but my wife's a photographer. She knows if my wife
You do a print.
If my wife sells photos at the party for the people that wanted to pay for them, that's the first run. When people want to buy them later, that's a second edition. She understands this stuff.
It's like even in music, you can have a re-release of a record. You can have a second pressing of a vinyl. It's going to be less.
It's less valuable
than the first pressing.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
Eric,
it's like that with anything, and this is you wake up knowing that. I don't know how he doesn't know this. Or like we were saying before, if he honestly thinks that move differently is some kind of magic word or spell, and that none of the economic laws that he has hanging on the wall behind him with a Thomas Sowell poster don't apply to him because it's just different for us.
Right.
Not really though. You're not that. It's Eric July isn't magic.
We're not smart like him. He's so
wait
smart.
till EBS makes Vito a CG King. All hell.
He's joked about it. He said, "Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and there's CG King Veto," and I'm like, "Don't say that. Matt Barr is gonna fucking have an aneurysm."
Oh, that would be kind of all right. Speaking of which, so I can take this down, Dave. Will you share my screen just for a couple seconds so I can get rid of this?
Sure.
That's what I think of.
There it is.
Yeah, and I put the link in the private chat. Anybody wants to go watch it? It's a hilarious skit.
That's Dana Carvey, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
And this is like early, like when this cast
watching
had
that
their
as a
first
kid.
season. It was it's really funny. But the link is in the chat. Okay, cool.
Like Jimmy says, "What the fuck, Vito? You didn't print 50K copies? What the hell, Dan?"
That's another thing about Eric that's infuriating is like he could have he had EVS in his corner. And all he had to do was go, "Hey, Ethan, I just sold this many copies of my comic. How many extras do you think I should print?" And he literally just doubled his print order. And you're like, you thought that this huge campaign with a bunch of press behind it and all your buddies YouTube linking to it, you thought that was going to extend into doubling what you've already sold? What are you, insane? And that's what makes this all so interesting. Again, as I go, people are like, "Why do you care about Eric July?" I go, because it's like all those classic stories of companies going out of business because of their hubris. Although I'm watching it in real time, and it's from
it's
a
like a
moron.
smaller version of Enron.
Where he's mistaking luck for skill or talent.
Yeah.
It's like what do you call it?
A shell company, hibbity jibbity.
Eric thinks that people are buying his product because he's a creator. No, they're buying his product because Gary, Jeremy, YellowFlash, all are saying, and even Az are saying, this guy, he is totally against the mainstream. He's going to make you believe in this shit. I don't watch any Eric July content before this shit came out, but I bought his books because I watched Gary. I watched Az, and I watched all these guys are saying, "Hey guys, buy this stuff because Eric's a good guy. He's going to change comics." Okay, great. They're liars. They're all stupid as fuck. And Gary should be ashamed as a comic book shop owner and as the great DC lore guy, DC Comics should be ashamed for promoting this shit at all. It's shit. It's garbage. All the way to Gooding. It's terrible.
Also a situation, and this is another reason. People are like, why are you interested in this? Okay, so I didn't like these FNT guys because I was like, these guys are not practicing what they preach. I know they're not.
No.
And they're like, what do
right,
you mean?
Yeah,
and I go, okay, so what is the big problem with Hollywood? And they're like, well, one of the big problems with Hollywood is inside media, which is when people are friends with the director or they want access to the studio or whatever else. So rather than tell the truth about the Star Wars movie, they go, well, the director's a good guy and he's a friend of mine, or I want this access or whatever else. I want to be friends with this guy because he might help me make a comic book and then we're going to make a ton of money together. So they're all started making videos that were frankly insane that you can just go through and the video titles are like, Marvel is running scared from Eric July's RippaVerse.
Oh my God.
This was stuff YellowFlash and guys like Ryan Cannell were putting out. And I'm like, Marvel does not give two shits about.
They don't even know Eric July is alive. They have no clue.
It doesn't matter. It does nothing. It doesn't impact them at all.
It gets clicks for them.
Yeah, it gets clicks for them. But you would go, okay, if I put out a video that said, hey, my friend, the Star Wars director is, destroying Hollywood and is going to completely change the game. And everybody needs to go see his new movie and give him money. You would understand. You would go, oh, you're a shill. You're a fucking shill. There's nothing. And then people are like, well, what? They shouldn't promote their friend? No, there is nothing on. They should promote their friend. There's nothing unethical about going, I'm friends with Eric July. I think what he's doing is really exciting. And I think people should check it out if they're into this sort of thing. It's totally ethical. There's no problem with that. The problem is when you start making shit up and saying this is going to change the world of comics forever. DC and Marvel are screwed. The RippaVerse is the next hugest thing in comics. And the first comic's not even out. You haven't even read it. You're just assuming. And they're going, it's a major victory in the culture war. All of you throwing your money at Eric July is not a huge victory in the culture war.
I'm going to get called. I'm going to get called the R word again because I'm a racist guy. But Eric is the Fellowship's token.
Absolutely, and he has been for a while.
Yeah. So they're going to promote their token character and make that guy, super fucking important in their world because, they don't want to be seen as racist like Ryan Cannell. They call him racist all the time. Nerdrotic, who sold meth to kids and broke into homes and did burglaries when people were living in the house. Like, these are the people that we were watching and going, yeah, they're pretty funny. No, they're pieces of shit. They're terrible people.
I don't even think they're that self-aware. I think these are guys who genuinely go, hey, check out my cool black friend. He's from the streets.
Yeah, he's the guy that did booty dancing. He did booty dancing. Yeah.
They have bought into Eric July's cool guy mythos of growing up was real hard or whatever. And it's like, you went to a white kid school. Shut the fuck up.
Andrew Campbell, after 25 years of fucking South Park, it's not Tolkien. It's Tolkien. Like, that was the greatest episode ever when they told me that Tolkien's name was Tolkien. Like, why did my parents name me Tolkien? My parents loved J.R. Tolkien. Like, oh, fuck you, motherfuckers. Oh, God.
Can I ask Vito, like in this? So what you're saying basically is in the same way that Ray Fiennes' character in Quiz Show at the very end says, I lied about what I knew and then I lied about what I didn't know. They're lying about what they like and what they don't like.
These guys, look, some of them, here's the problem. There's a lot of them. Some of them are genuinely just retarded. Some of them are liars and crooks.
I don't think Gary believes half the shit he says anymore. Like,
Gary is genuinely, it's like kind of weird watching him as I go, yeah, he's smarter than all these guys. Yeah. Is the theory I get. I go, I think he is smarter than these guys.
Yeah.
You give him a little bit of credit.
His videos are super well produced to make him look that way. But how do you watch all this stuff and always hate it? Like, dude, like at some point, something's good. It's not One Piece or Sisu. Like, that's the only thing last year that Gary told us I should watch.
A lot of these critiques, though, I mean, when they start off, can't they at least
I think Ryan Cannell's the highest IQ on FNT. I think Ryan's smarter than all of them. And I think Ryan, if he could escape this fucking world, he would, because he's super young still compared to the rest of them. and he'd still be successful. But
he's trapped.
Yeah, he's trapped. He's trapped into that 60,000 3 times a day views on his videos. It's like crazy, guys. Like,
it wouldn't be hard to sneak a little bit of honesty in there, though. I mean, if they go to review a movie or say something about a movie, it doesn't take a lot to say that you liked something about it. Some of my favorite movies that might not be complete and total packages that, you know, make you're walking on a cloud on the way out. There's still moments of brilliance.
Don't watch Aliens. Aliens sucks. 2024. Aliens is terrible.
You're talking about the new one?
No,
Romulus one?
Aliens with our girl Sigourney Weaver.
I'm not seeing it. I can't agree. I can't agree.
Live with your memory. Don't go rewatch, because I rewatched. I'm like, what the fuck? This is awful. This is a terrible movie.
What
I
movie
gotta
are you talking
rewatch
about?
it.
He's talking about Aliens.
He's talking about
What the
Aliens.
fuck?
Yeah.
Aliens,
What?
1985.
The second one?
Yeah.
Yes.
The fuck you,
Oh,
Dave.
I don't get it
high.
either.
Dude,
But
I
I'm not.
think
I'm
it's
not
better
gonna
than the
tell
Go
first
anyone.
watch it. Go watch it. And
I
tell me
was literally watching it the other day because they put all the Alien movies back on.
Yeah. And guess
I got,
what?
I got a couple.
When
of
you see
copies
Bill
of it.
Paxton whining like a bitch,
That's the
all
character.
That's
though.
his
movie.
character, though. That's the
But
whole
he's
thing.
Dave, pick yourself and come back,
supreme-
please.
He's a supreme marine put on a spaceship to protect what the fuck is going on.
He's still a human being. He's not a robot.
No, he is a robot.
It's over, man.
He's
Why don't
a
we put her in
marine.
charge?
All
Yeah, but
Marines are robots.
But they
Okay.
can't
saw that
all
movie in
be
the theater
same
when I was a
character. There's multiple guys in the
Yeah,
movie.
but
Some
the
of them
little
are
Mexican
badass.
chick,
Yeah,
the
your
little
take on
Mexican
this is
chick
funny
is
to me.
the badass chick in the show, right? She's
Also,
the badass.
her buddy, that big guy who's with her. I
Yeah,
forget
the
what
guy
his
with
name
the
was.
But dude, just watch the action scenes, and you see Bill Paxton going, shooting his gun like crazy. And you're like,
yeah, he's a fucking doofus. That's hilarious.
but where's it going? I don't get.
It's
to see
going
the
to him
aliens.
getting murdered. He gets sucked into the bottom of the thing.
He
Go
gets
watch-
sucked into the floor.
Go
The
watch
thing is that
Alien Romulus. It's
You're-
awesome, dude. Alien
is-
Romulus is really good. It's
It
really
is.
good.
I saw it. We saw it Saturday.
Alien-
and it was really
Aliens,
good. I
the
thought it was
shit.
great.
Aliens, the classic. Aliens is the money grab.
When you watch Seven Samurai, do you go, man, I wish all these samurai were kind of the same guy.
no,
That would be cool.
no,
I wish they were all
no,
cowboys.
not at all. Because
Did you watch 13 Assassins and think the crazy monkey kung fu guy was goofy and screwed the whole movie up?
I watched Blazing Saddles and thought the Black Sheriff was the best part of the movie. So
That's the point.
Wait, wait, wait,
Yeah, that's the point of Blazing Saddles is that the black guy's the smartest guy in the movie.
yeah, because he was.
Yeah,
he
I
was
know.
the smartest guy in the movie.
But when you juxtapose it against the prejudice that's in there, there's all these people that'll say that they don't like Blazing Saddles because the N-word is all over the place. But the point that's
But
you're-
that's
the point.
it's all comedy. Like this is why I hate modern America. Like the N-word are letters in a row that spell a word, but how you use it is what matters. And they didn't use it in a bad way. They used it in a way for you, the viewer, in that movie to go, holy shit. Like, and the black guy was smarter than all the white people in the movie. That was the brilliance of Blazing Saddles. Like,
Simply
The
Green has a point. It's a
I
great
have
quote.
I have a point to make on your
First one.
oh, wait, hold on. We got to add low watermark. What's up, buddy?
Hey Dave, how you doing tonight?
low
We got-
watermark.
This
You
has
need
been
to
a
save
great stream. Like,
Dave from himself.
save me.
He's saying
We need a
he's saying
Blazing
that
Saddles
Aliens is an
review,
objectively
with
bad
5 shots
movie.
in.
That's a
I
great
know. I mean,
answer.
talk about bad
Alien
takes.
is
geez.
the classic. Aliens is not good. It's not good.
Oh man, you're gonna.
I
you're
like
gonna
that
get in trouble
movie. I
for
don't
this
know.
take.
That's why you
It's
need
a
to be
vow.
on your stream video, because I hate Star Wars too. Star Wars sucks.
Wait, but
I
even
mean,
the original
talk
trilogy,
to
I saw them in theaters as a child.
and you said,
Yes.
I hate this gay space shit.
Well, there's a reason. I lived in Huntington Beach, California at the time.
Yeah,
I went to the movies with my buddies. the movies ended and they ditched me. So I had a bad taste in my mouth. Remember the ditch game? Your buddies would ditch you at the beach. Like I was at Huntington Beach all the time with our bros. We would ditch them. They would ditch us. It was just
no, that only happened to you. What are you talking about?
Shut the hell up.
I don't know that game. I don't know.
Remember when all your
Anybody
friends
else
were
know that
stupid
game?
assholes who bullied you? No.
Well, I was
What do you
always a new
mean?
kid. My dad was a Navy guy. So
Man.
like I went to 4 high schools. I probably went to 12 elementary schools growing up. So I was never in a place for a long time. So yeah,
Fair
fire
enough.
BTM. Got it, dude. JB,
May I express a hot take to the room?
I'm going to turn my screen off and mute my
You're never gonna get to
All right.
talk.
I've been super gay, I guess. I'm gonna let Low Watermark take my place because he agrees. He knows what BTM's about.
Yeah,
Psych.
Aliens was the best of the Alien movies. So yeah, totally agree with Dave.
Special
on
effects wise,
how
especially
great that is. Yeah.
all those practical effects.
Actually, I do have. I have a
always-
question. I have a question for Vito.
Yes.
Hey, Vito, how you doing?
Good.
Okay, what was it like to be on a closing for your book on EVS's channel, and he played that song like Fire Tonight? I was watching you, and I can't imagine something better than you put out a book, you're on with EVS, you reach a tremendous goal, and that song is playing. I'm looking at your face, and that song is playing, and it looked like you were in heaven. It must have been fantastic.
It's overwhelming. When I started the comic, I said, we'll do. I was like, if we do 20,000, 30,000, that would be great. You know, I'll make enough money to print it. And it's not like I have a huge fan base. I mean, because I did a Kickstarter before on regular Kickstarter for a game called Enemy Weapon. And that was, you know, back I was like riding high. I'm like, I got a great pitch here. This was after I did my big Last Jedi review. I'm like, this is gonna make me a ton of money, and it only raised 10,000. And I was like, oh, I suck at this. You know, the game came out and it was a lot of fun, and now I'm still selling it. So people do like the game, but I was like, shit, I'm an idiot. So I was like, well, if I can at least double that, if I can get 20,000, 30,000, that'd be great. And then obviously I set my goals a little too low, and we started hitting stretch goals immediately. I'm like, oh, I was not expecting this. But so yeah, I guess I was just like in disbelief. It's just like, it's bizarre. I was like, I guess we just got a cool thing here, and people seem to trust me to be funny, which is the most important thing. So yeah, it was surreal.
Yeah,
Still doesn't feel real. I'm also, you know, an eternal pessimist. And I go, at any moment, you know, somebody's going to knock on the door and shoot you in the head with a gun because you're having too much success. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
But when enough people have interest over this first book, you'll be putting out a second printing.
If we sell out, I mean,
I don't know if I'll need it because I just saw Deadpool Wolverine yesterday.
Yeah, it's the same thing. If you saw
Did you
Deadpool
like it?
Wolverine.
Did you like it?
Yeah,
I
it was
liked it.
good, but I liked Alien Romulus better. I got to weigh him out a little bit more. I mean, it's a.
You liked Alien Romulus, right? It was good. It was a really good movie, man. Like
I think they paid a lot of attention to the aesthetic of the original movie instead of putting like. This is the thing I didn't like about Prometheus or any of these other newer ones. They're supposed to be prequels. Is that they got all this advanced technology, and it shouldn't look like that. Yep. It should look old and clunky and beat up. You know, like
what I really like though too is these young people were not soldiers. They were just trying to escape, right? They were just trying to get off this mining planet. And
there's aspects to the synthetic that was really cool too.
And they made the weapons do what they do for a reason, because it didn't make them a Mary Sue, right? Like the weapons did what they did because they did what they did. They weren't great shots, but the weapons knew how to make them a good shot. That was so cool.
You mean the aim assist?
Yes.
Yeah,
and I don't want to spoil anything for the chat. I don't want to say what it is, but like it was cool. Yeah. Like,
well, you already know what it is. That's the thing that's going to bring in the younger crowd, because now they're like, oh, they understand it on a video game level. This is what makes this gun cool. You know what I mean? And the guy, she goes, where did you learn this? And he goes, from video games. Right. Now, I mean, it's not something that they really lean into really hard, but it was an easy sell for me.
Yeah.
I have a hot take that, and I'm only remembering this because Vito's here, and I saw you. What was it? I don't know how many Fridays ago where you got a Mother's Milk DVD or CD.
That'll happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Who's
hot
that
take.
band? What band was that?
Red
I
Hot
don't
Chili
remember.
Peppers.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a huge Red Hot Chili Peppers fan, but
Me neither.
But I
My
do
first
hold.
CD I ever got.
But I do hold that their version of Higher Ground is better than Stevie Wonder's.
Ooh.
Now I don't know if that's a hot take to everybody, but you seem to really
You're
not
really
like that
you're really firing off the
I don't know for
hot
sure.
take tonight.
Well, I don't know if this is the right chat that gives a fuck about Stevie Wonder or Red Hot Chili Peppers.
And Motto's correct. The smart rifles were aim assist.
I still have not
Sorry,
seen Romulus. I can't
Yeah.
remember the last movie I saw in the theater.
Well, I've started going back.
Deadpool was good.
Yeah, I started going back because I gave up on all of the Fellowship guys, low watermark. I'm done. I don't care anymore. I'm gonna watch. Vito, I said this many times since I've stopped watching all these retards. I found more shit that's good that's made today that they would never tell me that's out there that's good. And that I think they would be doing their audience. I know they don't make this super.
They don't watch that. Okay, here's the other thing about these dummies. They don't have good taste. Okay, they have the same like boring. The best movie ever is Back to the Future. The best movie ever is like, you're like, yeah, okay, you have like the same boring pedestrian taste. And everyone else like, tell me about some weird shit you've seen that only you like.
Yes,
You know?
yes, thank God. That's what makes all of the music that you like the most is something you heard on the radio or something that you tripped over
like.
your,
You have a personal taste,
right?
Godzilla -1 was the best movie of the year last year for me.
I
Godzilla
hated
-1.
when the Battle Angel Alita movie came out, and I went and I had to watch all these people pretend they've always been Battle Angel Alita fans, and I'm like, I hate you, fucking people.
Right.
I'm like a diehard Battle Angel Alita fan. I'm watching that movie, and I go, this is infinitely worse than the comic. This is infinitely worse than the comic, and they're going, yeah, man, I love Alita. It's not woke. I hope we get another one. Blah blah blah. I'm like, you guys don't even know that fucking adaptation sucks.
But
compared
Vito,
to the actual book, oh my god.
Vito, then you got people like Yellow Trash calling you a PDF, right?
Yeah, which is insane.
When he gives Redo the Healer a 12 out of 10.
Bro, he's a legitimate into like
PDF. Yes, like the
he's
guys
into anime. Do you know this guy Rage Golden Eagle who he streamed with all the time?
Yeah.
And I know that guy appeared on some of Ethan's streams, but I think it was because YellowFlash was like, "Hey, my buddy makes comics. You should have him on here."
Yeah.
Have you seen the comics that guy makes?
Yeah, they're all completely weird anime stuff. Yes.
Yeah, they're all like little kids fucking each other. It's like genuine
for real.
Yeah, for real.
The white guy from America is making Japanese weird gay shit. Like it's crazy.
They're all hip, but that's the thing is that they're all huge hypocrites. That's the other thing that's like, that's why I hated we're talking truth to power. We would never promote these projects the way Hollywood just blindly promotes their friends. And then they go, Eric July is destroying Marvel. Like, what do you fucking mean? What does that mean? What are you talking about? He's destroying it. Marvel is scared.
The Blue Flame says, I suspect YellowFlash is on a certain kind of list. He probably is. I mean, when you think redo, like Jim got what, 5 minutes into Redo the Healer and says, I'm out. And you bought the whole box set. You're like, I'm
bought the box
out.
set. That was at Nick Recada's fucking fault. And I yelled at him about it too, because he's like, oh, it's the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, is it like,
I don't know what happened there. Nick Recadia has for some reason Nick Recadia is into anime, which doesn't seem to fit his character. But I was like, how did you
never understood it. I mean, a couple of things I like, basic stuff like, Robotech and
I love Robotech growing up.
I mean, I'm a real tourist when it comes to that. When it comes to
I need you to read Battle Angel Alita, but you have to read the good translation, the new translation.
I'm into Looney Tunes, low watermark.
There's a lot of Japanese stuff I like, obviously, but like Redo of Healer is just such cringe edgelord bullshit.
Yeah.
The style of writing and the way the plots come around are that even watching something like Akira, it's visually amazing, but when they're trying to describe what the power behind this thing is, I kind of get lost. Like, okay, so it's on a it's like an amoeba but bigger, or what does that mean? It's always consuming, and
Generally talking more spiritually, I always thought in those kind of stuff.
yeah, things like that. And it seems like rules change. Is it Attack on Titan? Is that the one with the giants and the swingy swords?
Yes, that's Attack on Titan.
Hey,
yeah,
chat,
it seemed like
if
the
you're
rules
here,
would change.
there's
Between
215 people watching right now. This is a big thing on a Wednesday night for BTM Reviews. Please like or dislike the show, or subscribe to the channel. Please do whatever.
Okay.
Wait, Jim, we got to look at, we got 5, 12, 22, 24. We're like $5 away from another fucking theory show. Like, we're only $5 away from our next theory stream. Tomorrow Theory Thursday, but Friday could be theory, but Friday's also Justified. Do you watch Justified, Vito?
No.
Have you ever seen it?
No, I have no idea what that is.
Oh my god! Honestly,
Justified.
I didn't either. I didn't either.
This is the Boomer Show.
No, it's not a fucking
Remember
show.
that?
It's one of the greatest fucking shows that was ever on
really
TV.
well written, really well acted.
It's a
got great
network
pacing.
TV show that had legs. That's what it is.
It's the same studio that did The Shield and
Sons of
they did a Mr. In Between in Australia. I mean, it's
good.
So
I've gone through that whole series like what four times.
Well, Jim does it twice a year since the series came out. But my point is, we do conspiracy theory shows. Vito, are you into that stuff at all?
No.
Really?
I think most conspiracy theories are nonsense.
Really?
You love our show.
Well, for how long?
Vito's coming from my
What's the
perspective
joke?
here.
How long? What's the difference between the conspiracy theory and the truth?
If I could bring Vito on with low watermark, when me and Jim are going, yeah, this shit's real, and low watermark,
And we'll be
goes,
laughing at
y'all
him.
are fucking gay. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like we do that at least. Well, Rocky, thank you, Peter, says dance. So now we have to do another theory show. So that's another thing. Like, if we make $50 in super chats, the next show is a theory show. So tomorrow night we're going to do, I don't know if we're talking about tomorrow night though. Do we continue with what Andrew's brought up? What was that, Andrew?
Still got more of that Phil Schneider.
Dolce. Yeah, the Dolce stuff,
Dolce,
right?
however you pronounce that, yeah. I got like the ones that are going after, taking a critical look at the guy. So Vito, just to explain real quick. So there's this conspiracy theory that started back in like the mid-80s about
very
this
generous
big like underground alien base where it's like where they I guess plan the ruling of the world and where treaties are signed or whatever. And this guy who like the hand was like this, like from somehow, and he recently was shot through the shoulder, and he was going around talking about it all. And we watched those videos, and there's been proof of some of it that's happened over the years, apparently.
Jim, this chat is for you. Lord Pepsi for Two says Event Horizon, my favorite sci-fi horror, and Chicago music is on fire. Do you remember when Chicago was the shit?
I don't want to give away the whole story, but
well, like Chicago house music?
No, the band Chicago.
Yeah, my mom used to cut their hair.
Like, what was the lead singer's name? Peter Cetera.
They had one good song. 25
no,
or 64.
Dude. No, that's not true. They
Saturday in the Park is good.
They were like REO Speedwagon back in the day. Like, every time they made a love song, and you were at your middle school or high school dance, you were dancing to REO Speedwagon or fucking Chicago. Like,
I went to Chicago public schools. We didn't have dances. We had
you had fucking knife fights because I lived in Iceland or Alaska. So fucking $5 from Rocky. Most comics are nonsense. Vito, you weasel.
What do you mean most? Well, yeah, most. There are a lot of trashy comics. I'll agree with that.
Oh, and Andrew for $2 Australian says, "Can't believe that Vito is a Sasquatch denier." You don't believe in Sasquatch? Like,
Hold on, let's get this right now. Do you believe in the Nephilim?
He doesn't know what that is.
I don't know what
Yeah,
that
he
is.
doesn't
The
know.
giants that lived on the earth that were
Dude,
that were
Vito's-
descendants
how old
of
are
the
you, Vito?
Anunnaki, and
Vito,
they
you're in
lived
your
on
30s,
Atlantis.
right?
For
Vito,
instance,
Yes,
for,
I agree.
for,
I believe in the Nephilim, absolutely.
for
All right,
instance,
cool.
Goliath would have been a Nephilim.
Yes.
His six toes, six
You know,
fingers.
and the stories that the Indian, natives, whatever you want to call them, Americans had about the giants with red hair.
Those
Every
guys had all the right.
culture-
Those
every
guys had
culture has
all
story
the right
about
ideas.
giants. Yes. Every written
The
culture
noble
has story
savages.
about giants.
If I know anything about the natives, it's that they had it all figured out before the white man came along.
And poisoned
So
them
they,
with blankets.
they had it all figured
Oh.
out until they had to figure out the white man. And
Those
then-
kids who they used to
What's
cut
up,
off their
Elizabeth?
heads and bounce them down the temple steps, those were bad kids. So
Were they bad? Or were they
you know what? He's got a point. Apocalypto is really good. You watch Apocalypto, it'll tell you everything you need to know.
those are bad kids, man. We all
They're
know
not part
it.
of the Bloods and the Crips? Like show up
The
on my
Az-
hood.
the Aztecs
I'm
knew
taking
what
your
they
head
were
off,
doing.
motherfucker.
Hold on, this is another. Do you think we've ever seen the dark side of the moon?
No, motherfucker. We have not. The moon
I don't.
the moon does
I
not
saw a
spin.
laser light show when I was a teenager.
Yeah. Pink Floyd,
fuck?
awesome. But no, like
Ask him if the moon spins.
Okay.
Does the moon spin?
Yeah.
Yes, it
yeah.
rotates the same.
No, it doesn't.
yes, it does. We've been through this.
No,
It
you
rotates at the
lost.
same
Going
speed.
You
around
lose.
once and
I
rotating
win.
once.
The moon does.
That's
not
still moving. You
It
dipshit.
rotates, but it doesn't rotate in relation.
It
to us.
doesn't spin.
Okay.
It
If it didn't
stays-
spin, we would see a different side of it because we're spinning all the time, super fast. 1,600 miles an hour, we're spinning.
Yeah. Okay. So, dude, stop, relax, collaborate. Isn't it ice?
Stop,
Vanilla ice.
collaborate, and listen. Ice is back with a brand
New edition.
There you
The
go.
moon don't spin, bitch. It
It
don't
does.
spin. It's a
Mhm.
satellite. It sits there and it just follows us. And that's why we have to have fucking space stations take pictures of the backside that's super cratered, because I've never seen, when I look up at the moon, this super cratered side of the moon.
All right,
Jim.
we've been through this, and I'm going to
No,
show you.
you
This is
lose.
the Earth.
No,
This is the
stop
moon.
your
All
Earth
right.
talk.
If the moon doesn't spin, when the moon is on this side of the Earth, guess what? The other side would be facing the Earth, and we would see the other
No, it
side of
wouldn't.
it.
No, it wouldn't.
It's like when you're dancing
If-
with your girl, and
If
you're
it's doing
both
this,
spinning
it's
around
turning.
before you let her
Hot
go.
sauce or something?
Now, there was a
understand.
premise for a science fiction movie that I saw a long time ago, and it had a really cool premise. And the premise was that the Bermuda Triangle, and they had the numbers worked out to, like, all the mystery numbers by the end of the movie always work out to like 666 or whatever. It wasn't
Vito.
very well done, but it was a great concept. And the concept was anything that was lost in the Bermuda Triangle ended up on the dark side of the moon. And it was something they had to do with, that was like, Satan's toy box or something like that. So they go around the back, they light it up, and there's old ships, old planes, and stuff.
I gotta ask low water mark. Does the moon spin?
It rotates and revolves.
No, I'm asking low water mark.
How about those Yankees? How about that? You know,
You
Those
bastard.
big budget teams, damn it.
I love you.
Okay.
So much.
Aliens was the best movie, Dave. Yes, Aliens was the best movie.
Better
Okay.
than Alien.
It was
You
a
think
different movie,
Alien
but yeah.
is? You think Aliens is better than Alien?
I was never really into Alien, the first movie. I mean, I get it, but no, I like the action movie stuff. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Game
So
over.
you're not into the
Game
horror. You're into
over.
the action. Okay.
Yeah.
Lord Pepsi says for $2. Thank you, Lord Pepsi. Panel's favorite Pink Floyd albums. This is a hard question for me, Jim, because
My favorite is "Wish You Were Here."
okay, so I never bought a Pink Floyd album growing up, and I'm old enough to buy them all. But I got
All right, I gotta go.
no, I just got so burnt out with another brick in the wall growing up, because for sure, Low Watermark, it was on at least every fucking 10 songs on the radio back in the day. And I lived in SoCal back then. I lived in Chula Vista, California. I'm listening to the rock station, and you're listening to the radio, and it's fucking Pink Floyd. Another brick in the wall.
Does anybody else have that?
I've never been.
You can't get into a band because no one will shut up about them.
Well, I've never been a big Pink Floyd fan. I like the Who better than I like Pink Floyd. I think that Roger Daltrey and all those guys do a great job. But again, maybe I should.
We get it. You're a mod, not a rocker.
The worst guys are the guys who have to pretend they don't like the Beatles. You know, like the Beatles suck. What are you talking about?
You know that the name actually isn't the Beatles?
Pretending you don't like the Beatles, or saying you can't appreciate the Beatles? Because I appreciate them, but I prefer the Stones.
I think what he's literally saying is that everybody loves the Beatles, and if they say if anyone doesn't, they're lying.
Pretty
That's
much
basically what that says, right?
The name is actually the Beatless.
They can appreciate the Beatles and like go, okay.
Their name was given to them by their manager when they were in Germany.
Yeah,
because they had no beat. That's a fact.
I prefer the Rolling Stones over the Beatles, but I'll listen to Beatles songs. But I prefer the Rolling Stones.
Their music got much better as they, actually learned what they were doing when
when Paul McCartney died and in a car wreck,
and they replaced him with the Android. Yeah.
What was one of the classic Stuttering John bits was going to the Ringo Starr press conference, and he just raises his hand. He goes, well, what did you do with the money? And Ringo goes, what money? He goes, the money she gave you for music lessons. Your mom gave you for music lessons. And everyone starts laughing.
Dude, that's when Howard Stern show was fun.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's
it's all, well, he's an old man. You know what? I can't even give Howard crap because I'm like, he's tired. He's been doing that shit for so long.
Then stop doing it.
Dude was a
the money's green, man. If the money's green, they let him do it. I think they let it do it already.
And he's got a hot young model wife.
I think it's one of those things where it's like, if I told you I was going to give you $20 million, in three days a week, you got to get on a microphone and talk a little
3 hours a day. Yeah.
Yeah. You'd go, okay. I'd be retarded not to do that.
I wouldn't do it because I have fucking values. No, I would do it every day.
I mean, like, I can understand at a certain point. You go, oh, maybe I'm destroying my legacy, but he's just he's still getting like big celebrities on the show. It's just a more boring show.
Well, you think COVID broke him? I know he's pretty much a hypochondriac. You think COVID broke him?
Oh, dude, when the COVID shit happened, I stopped listening. Like
he did go nuts with COVID.
He went nuts, dude.
All right.
Like
I stopped listening to him once he went to satellite. Honestly,
no, I liked his show on Sirius for a while. I listened to it every day, but once COVID hit, it's like Howard became this, and he also became a huge Trump retard. When Trump was a big guest on his show for a long time, like, dude, don't do that. Like, Trump made you in some way because Trump was the billionaire showing up on your gay.
It was big to have him on there. Like, Trump was a huge force in the 80s and 90s.
Especially in New York City, showing up on Howard Stern's show on New York fucking radio.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
Fuck
sort
you,
of like
Howard.
that Kingmaker maneuver. Yes, I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this radio station.
Lord Pepsi for $2 says, "Hail Boomer Nonsense Stream, pure Americana." Thank you, man. I think
also to answer his other chat.
I think that Vito's probably the youngest guy here.
I think that's definitely true.
But you don't, and you lean left more, right?
Close to the center. The left's insane, but the problem is the right's also insane. And
the right doesn't fucking know how to
market themselves.
The right is squandering a lot of opportunities where I'm like, you guys are being handed everything and you're fucking it up. I don't know why you're doing that.
Well, the coalition is the
video that
business and evangelicals.
EJ Elemental made for me the other day what it's called infighting. Low Watermark brought a good point in. Low Watermark, you were a huge part of that fucking video, right? And he says, Low Watermark says, yeah, but the right, they can't stay on message. At least the left, once they get the message, they stay on it. And the right, they fuck it up every time. That's why the left wins more than the right does.
It's the divisiveness, though. I mean, that's the problem. They can't. They get a little bit of a head, and suddenly, it's almost like, gee, we've got some momentum.
They're trying to
now.
win over the wrong voters. They're constantly going after they're going after the wrong voters. You're concentrating on the black vote or the this vote or the whatever, and then so many people are hanging on his every word and treating it as gospel, or they don't know how to interpret it without stopping to think that all he's trying to do is appeal to the largest section of the populace and win. So that if he says something vague about
we're not even talking about Trump. We're just talking about the right in general.
That's what I mean. When he says something vague about I
think they
not
honestly,
having a federal ban on abortion, and he just kind of distances himself from the subject and says something vague, the right automatically interprets it as, well, there he goes dumping his platform over. You know what I mean?
He was never for
it should be the standard response should be that it's left to the states.
Yeah,
That's
Trump
what the
never
action
was
is.
for a national abortion. I mean, let's be fucking honest here. All right, every place that it's gone up for a vote so far.
Hold on 1 second. I asked Low Watermark the question, and he gets overrun by all of you. But you guys say what you got to say, and we'll let Low Watermark come back. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Well, every place that it's gone up for a vote so far about abortion, guess what? They've enshrined it as a right in those states. So it's going to be up in 8 states. It's going to be up in 8 states in November. Let's see what happens. Let the people decide.
Recently, but not historically.
No, I'm saying recently, everywhere it's gone. That's what I'm saying. Since Roe was overturned, every state that's put it on the ballot, guess what? They protected it.
Right, but I was using it as an example.
Because most states had already had like a little, like either like that little clause where if it were to be overturned, that they would go harsher on it, or it had fairly harsh laws.
I wasn't trying to bring abortion up as a subject. I was bringing it up as he says this one vague thing about that subject, and the right just loses their shit. Instead
because
of
they're
stopping
fucking retards. The same shit that happened in 2022 with Lindsey Graham fucking saying, "Oh, let's put a fucking national ban, a bill." What?
Yeah.
It has no chance of passing, no chance whatsoever. Yet they do something like
Lindsey
that
Graham,
and just cause a bunch of shit.
Lindsey Graham might even know
purposely
exactly
to fuck
what he's
things up.
saying.
But he did it to be the guy in the middle. That's the problem with Lindsey Graham. He's like, well, let's make the federal government rule over abortion. That's not a thing. First of all,
don't listen to Lindsey. Lindsey Graham wants to be the middle part of a human centipede voluntarily.
He likes butterflies.
He's got absolutely nothing at stake except his job. He doesn't have kids. You know what I mean? He's more than happy to tell somebody to send money over here, send money over there, send your kids here, send your kids there. He doesn't have any. He's got no stakes.
Can we please get back to Low Watermark? Go ahead, buddy.
Well, all right. What I think is that the right just, if they get a little bit of momentum, then they try to haul out all the crazy stuff. Now, you brought up abortion, but another one is as soon as they get a little bit of leverage, they say, this is it. Let's roll back gay marriage.
Yeah.
I know that's not going to happen, but that's the first thing they go to when they get a little bit of power going. So,
I have not heard anybody say roll back gay marriage.
But they used to, Jim. Like that was a thing. Like
that was a very big thing. Like back 4 years ago. Oh, we're getting ahead now. Okay, fine.
Oh, we got control of the House and the Senate. Let's dude.
Why is that a government thing too?
You guys
exactly. It's them being stupid is the point. It's not whether it's abortion or gay marriage. It's they get dumb when they get a little bit of authority, and then they divide into these little groups, and they never work together. the left wins because they don't divide. They come together. We're not in a great place here, people. You know, oh, Trump's got it all tied up. Oh, the moment that bullet went, he won. No, he didn't. He didn't win, people. He's got a very good chance of losing. Okay, so shut up, pull together, and vote for the guy.
So Blue Gundam for 5 says, I wish I could talk to Vito about anime someday. Lol. But I appreciate Biggest Problem you've been watching since January and think it's a funny show. I watch every Friday.
Oh,
that's why Blue Gundam is not on my show every Friday.
Well, Ethan's been streaming on a lot of Fridays, so I'm always like, oh no, we're up against Ethan this week.
Yeah, well, that's the thing though. If you believe in what you do, you just stream, right? You just do it. Like you can't care.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Like it's like network TV at this point. You just and Kevin says, you guys, you're absolutely blowing the opportunity you've been given by having Vito on tonight. So
now listen to what he
Vito, are we blowing it? Are you having a good time? Are you bored?
I'm here, man. What can I? Yeah, I'm having a good time.
So, Jim, I know you got some more videos of Eric, right? Or do I need to pull up mine?
AJ videos, or
I had the video sit there for
which one?
Hours now.
So what's hentai, Vito?
I don't know.
Hentai is just a genre of anime which is perverted. It basically just means pornography.
Oh,
isn't that where your octopuses come in?
Yeah. Well, I got
yours, but one's octopus.
I got one of the kings of hentai, one of the old school sex comic guys from Japan to draw one of the covers. I was surprised he agreed.
Oh, your cat walked right up to the screen when you said that. I was like, holy fuck. I was like, wow, that was pretty cool. What's your cat's name?
That's Scraps. She is a good cat. I like that cat.
Cool. I got 5 dogs, dude. So, and
I'm
a cat.
I'm a big cat man. I couldn't do a dog. Dogs take a lot of. You got to pay attention to them.
Yeah,
especially you got to take them out. They don't know what a litter box is for sure. But we got one cat. His name is Cello. My daughter named him when she was in band in high school. She played cello, so she named her cat Cello. Jen Wong for 5 says, okay, perhaps lighter topic. Q for Vito. I have a theory that the Golden Patriot is simply a mashup of Proto Man and Pharaoh Man. Thoughts? What do you think, Vito?
Proto Man and Pharaoh.
I can see what you're talking about there. I think it's mostly just a Power Ranger, though. Like, that's the clear thing there. I don't know if he's a Mega Man guy, YellowFlash.
Oh, I think he is. I think YellowFlash is some mid 40s, late 50s guy, whatever. Played all this. Like, dude, Vito, could you imagine 3 times a day making videos, reading articles, bitching about Marvel and DC to make your life, to make your
and the videos are bad.
They're
like
terrible. They're boring.
I mean, I've been making, I don't know if you know my second channel where I've been doing like some pretty low effort videos, but I think at least they're like interesting and funny. And I also don't.
Your Star Wars reviews are great.
What's your
those
second
ones
channel?
I put. It's just called Vito 2. YouTube.com/Vito2 TWO.
Okay.
But even with that, like, I have to find topics I'm interested in. As I always say, here's the problem with these guys is, am I really supposed to believe these guys are angry about 3 different things every day? No, it's just to feed the algorithm. I'm like, I know these guys don't care about half this shit. And that's why I tried to do the like outrage bait videos. But my thing is like, if I find a topic I'm interested in, yes, I can talk about it endlessly. So talking about Star Wars, I was like, this is great. I have a million things to say about this. But then people would be like, you know, oh, the Bud Light ad with Dylan Mulvaney. I'll go, yeah, I could talk about that once. And then Quartering made videos about it. He made like 300 videos across the course of a year. And I go, it was one TikTok promotion. It wasn't even actually a commercial. It was just a trans lady holding up a beer can going, I love Bud Light. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, it's stupid and it's gay and there's a boycott and we can do all that. But at a certain point, aren't you out of things to say about it? What's her name?
Brie
Larson.
Brie Larson. with
Okay,
Jeremy.
Brie Larson said a dumb thing one time, and I remember when she said it, and I said, well, that's really dumb, and she should take a little bit of shit. But at a certain point, it genuinely turns into like psychopath behavior where they go, we need to ruin this woman, we need to ruin her career. She's the worst person who ever existed. Here's a body language expert to talk about, you know, why she's evil and hated by the rest of the cast. I'm like, bro, I get it. The Captain Marvel movie sucked. I don't give a shit about the lady who played Captain Marvel. I'm over it.
Yeah, like
Brie Larson
nothing
shit
there.
was why I tuned out of the anti-woke people.
and I
just
went to the
couldn't take it
theater
after
and
that.
saw
They
that.
beat it into the ground. Here's the other thing, guys, is like at a certain point, you have to have some self-respect. And like what people don't understand is like there have been multiple times, especially back when it started, when we're like, yeah, we're probably going to stop talking about Eric July. And if you've been watching the show the past like month or two, we kind of stopped talking about Eric July because we're like, you know what? I think we've beat this into the ground.
He's
Sometimes
boring as fuck. Like,
yeah,
the
if he
exact
does something
opposite of him.
stupid, it'll come up, and he's always doing something stupid.
but he's
we can't.
boring.
Can't,
Like,
yes.
like we rarely do detractor streams anymore on this channel because it's boring. Like,
We almost
how much
started
can we
arguing
talk
and
about Eric? And
jumping
his
down each other's
That's the,
throats a couple weeks ago over it.
The
'Cause he just
exact
makes the
opposite
same
of a
mistakes
mainstream
over.
media news cycle. They always have the
Like,
next
help us.
story and the next story and the next story, and this is the opposite of that.
Yeah,
Not this,
it's,
but what
it's
you're talking about.
terrible. Like, it's awful.
But then he decides to totally tank his own collector's market.
Yeah, but
So
he
we gotta
did
talk
that
about it.
already. That's the other thing, though, is he just makes the same mistakes even when everyone's like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
He
right.
did that with ISOM too, where he did the whole campaign. I don't know if you've seen that screenshot of like the tweets that he was putting out, but he's like, "These covers are campaign exclusive," and you're like,
What
"Okay, well,
campaign?
I know what that means."
Look
Yeah,
who's
I know
here,
what
Vito. Look who's
exclusive
here.
means. Hey,
Your
what's up,
mod,
Kara?
your favorite mod.
Moderator to the stars.
Yeah,
Kara.
she used to show up every stream, but she's like, Dave, your show's shit. So she stopped showing up. So now Vito's
She
on.
shows up. She shows up for Vito.
She shows
knows
up
Vito
for
has a
you.
good time.
What's up, Kara? She's so good, man. She's so nice.
She's excellent, and I think she's doing. She had a little GoFundMe. Hopefully, everything's going well.
I didn't know about that. She could have put it in my chat, and I would have told the chat to go
I
there.
don't know if it's still going on, but we were
Kara,
helping
if your
out.
GoFundMe is still going on, please put it in the chat because we've got like 200 people watching. So please put it in the chat.
What do you call it? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Eric July tanking his collector's market. So he makes a cover. He makes two covers. You know, EVS's cover was supposed to be campaign exclusive. Like that campaign, the ISOM 2 campaign. You weren't supposed to be able to buy it afterwards. But again, because he overprints everything, he printed 27,000 copies of both covers, and he's like, "Oh, I only sold like half of that." And you know what his campaign manager guy said when they're like, "Hey, it's after the campaign ended and all that shit was in his regular store." They put out a tweet and they said, "Well, hey, you remember how the campaign, like the first day or two, our store was broken?" And you're like, "Yeah." And they said, "Well, as a big thank you to everyone who dealt with us because our storefront was broken, we've decided to keep selling those covers." And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all. My thank you to you, my customers, is to take the thing I promised you would be campaign exclusive and sell it in my store to anyone who wants it. And that was the moment I went, are you guys insane? First of all, crowdfunding is the most, he says it's not crowdfunding, but it is crowdfunding.
He is crowdfunding every fucking collection. It's all crowdfunding. Yes.
I don't understand the people he's got cheering him on. You know what I mean?
Dumber than rocks.
Right.
If your biggest cheerleader was Renown Zero, wouldn't you jump off a cliff if Sturgis was your biggest supporter?
Jumping off the
I
cliff.
go troll with
And people are chopping their body parts off because their friends are doing it. Jumping off a cliff, that's old.
Yeah.
You gotta go with the 2024 version. If your friends,
what is this, Jim?
All right, this is a great article that Tiso put on Twitter.
Who?
Great, Tiso.
Oh, Tiso. Okay,
Spencer, Super Tiso. Basically breaking down everything that's gone on in the RippaVerse. You know, the comics, the great decline and betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
The RippaVerse has endured numerous waves of success and criticism. However, within just a month, even its staunchest supporters are reevaluating their allegiance to a brand that appears to be undermining the value of their investment in this universe.
100%. Yes.
So it goes on. They got the whole respect the customer, their ethos that they claim, and then, the division within the RippaVerse community appears to be caused by Eric July. His actions are reportedly causing significant harm to his brand by insinuating and evaluating his customers' investments. This negatively affects the speculative resellers market and influences future sales at his storefront. On July 11th, effectively known as RippaVerse Day, he launched a limited promotional sale to reward its community for 2 years of supporting them by putting
What happened 2 days after that?
Hold on. By putting numerous items from the store on sale with a coupon code. The issue here, which also arose during the convention appearances in 2024, is the availability of limited items that sold out and not intended for resale or reprint. Why are these items on sale again? Continue reading for an intriguing explanation. Because here, just all these things that they said was, right. Over a month later, Eric tested his customers' patience by launching a $5 liquidation sale. This sale aimed to clear the warehouse overstock in preparation for new merchandise such as the Horseman, the Summer Collection, Rippazine 2, and more. This resulted in a devastating
Rippazine 2. Rippazine, that's so fucking terrible. Rippazine is awful. It's terrible.
Imagine if he made a real comic magazine promoting all sorts of comics instead of a magazine about just his comics.
Exactly.
You're you could have got a bunch of writers and made a whole thing, but
I thought your idea for
what
a
Ethan
modern
brought
Vice
up when he was talking about the old magazine that he liked when he was actually working at DC versus what Eric's looks like Highlights magazine. It's so boring.
I was just gonna say
it's Highlights. It's Highlights magazine.
Go in the dentist office.
It's that bad. But 300-yard wink for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you, buddy. Team Guy Vito. Low energy video. Don't use Dick's shitter video. Tell everyone about the pirate booty you got on Friday. Love the show.
I got a little game console.
Which one?
It's a Miu Mini. It's like an emulation console. You can put anything on it. You can put Nintendo on it, Super Nintendo, Genesis.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean you can do all that on your phone, but this is actually in a Game Boy form factor. Actually, I have a couple.
That's awesome. Do you like it?
I like the other ones. I like. Yeah, I have a couple of these things.
It's better than the fucking. It's better than the goddamn little plastic characters that Dick kept fucking you over with week after week, the puppets. Right?
Better than that.
That little tiny TV you had up on Twitter was pretty cool too.
Oh man, that thing is the coolest thing in the world. I have it on my desk. Where'd I put it? There's a guy. I'm actually supposed to promote a different thing. He sent me this very tiny Game Boy that they're now doing a Kickstarter for, which actually It can't play regular Game Boy games, but they have their own little games that people program for it. So that thing's cool.
Little kids on their Python that they built in science class.
Yeah, exactly. And then I lost my.
The Raspberry, rather. Yeah.
Where's my tiny television? Well, if I find my tiny television, I'll show you my tiny television.
300 a wink says, talk about your picture. The one your stalker sent.
Yeah, my stalker also apparently did a sexual act to a picture of my face, and then he sent a picture of the picture. So thankfully, he didn't send the actual item.
So what is there Hey, so
he said, "Look what I did!
I came
Look
across.
what I did.
Hey, Vito, I came across your picture today."
Hey, 300 a week. You have to understand, you spell it stalker, stocking shelves, instead of stalker, STALKER, I do want to say one thing, Vito. I like the fact that the biggest problem has gone from a very formatted maybe 1 to 2 hour show to whenever it fucking ends. Like you guys.
Yeah, well, the super chats have definitely started to drag it out. We might have to do the thing where you restrict it to like $5 and over.
No, don't ever do that, dude.
But there's so many of them. It's like,
but you gotta read them. They're there.
I'm reading them.
You have to read them, dude.
I agree.
This is why I hate like Gary and Az when they have the super chat catch-up shows.
Yeah.
Fuck you, you motherfucker. I fucking super chatted you during the live stream and you
wanted to get played during the live stream.
Yeah, you thought my money I sent you was so devalued that you're going to play me during a show where somebody like Hayden75 or whoever is also going to super chat during that show,
and then
they're going to read that shit. Fuck off.
Say my words, bitch.
Yeah, dude, you guys could go for 9 hours and people will watch. Don't stop.
It's very true. People stick around. It's a nice Friday night. The only problem is I don't have any other Friday night now. That is my Friday night, but I guess it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, I put the link to your mini TV in the private chat.
Yeah, I have a video of it. I guess you could just watch that.
Yeah, it's in the.
I wanted to find the actual one. I don't know where the hell I put it. I must have put it in the other room.
But
I'm gonna. Hey Vito, why do you always wear a hat on the Biggest Problem show? You look great without the hat, dude.
I don't know. It's just for the longest time the hat was like kind of my thing, but I think I'm over it. Yeah. Well, actually, the reason is that I've shaved recently enough that it doesn't look retarded. Well, my hair like grows out.
Dick to fuck off with his long fucking Mexican hair. Fuck off, dude.
Yeah, he should calm it down.
For some strange reason, it makes me want to paint a figure 8 in red paint right on top of your head, like the guy in the was that in the Electric Company or Sesame Street?
Whenever I actually shave my head, I'm very comfortable with the look. It's when my hair starts to grow out and I'm too lazy to do anything about it that I go, oh God, I got to wear a hat. I look like an idiot.
So
shaving your head is annoying.
Why does Dick give you so much shit about your book? Does he think it should be done?
I think he gives me shit about my book because there's a number of reasons. There's a number of reasons. It's very complicated. But it is, it is what it is. As I've told people, I fell behind because my artist was caught up in another project. And I just really wanted to use that guy. So I didn't, I was like, all right, well,
so you're not pressuring the artist because reasons. Like, you're like, okay, dude, whatever. Like,
I mean, I was emailing him and I'm like, oh my God, please, we gotta move faster. But he, he's like, I know, but I did this thing and, they're paying me money. And I'm like,
also,
remember when I originally did this, I was like, I'm going to raise $20,000. It's not like a huge deal. There's not thousands of people waiting for it. Now I'm like, oh my God, there's thousands of people waiting for it. So that kind of happened.
Isn't that a good problem though?
It is a good problem.
It's a good problem with when Ethan reads your script and goes, God damn, Vito can write. Like,
yeah, I don't know why he liked it. But he does, which is good. I really like it. I don't know if it's going to be for everybody, but I think we got something pretty cool, man. I like it. And I like, there's always guys who are like, I hate multiverse stuff or whatever else. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I like evil versions of the Justice League. I like traveling from universe to universe and, seeing alternate versions of what could have happened. I like all that Marvel what if.
Do you have part 2 in mind already?
Yeah, part 2 is I have a first draft of part 2 written. I'm gonna go in and I guess mess around with it a bit more, but yeah, I mean, a part of it is that the first book I storyboarded the whole thing from front to end, so there is just a Vito Gesualdi version of the book that you can read from front to back with my scribbles or whatever else, because I really wanted to nail this one and I had a lot of shots in my head. I don't know if we're gonna do the same thing for the next one, but that was another part of the process that I wanted to do the whole book myself, like at least lay it out.
So Andrew is he's a guy from Australia. He's in the comic book spectrum
world. Yeah.
Where do you get your ideas from? Like,
classic.
Yeah.
You ever see do you know that bit? Where do you get your ideas from?
No, like that's like I understand.
I don't know
like,
if he's doing a bit or not. I can't tell.
I don't think he. No, Andrew's not. Andrew is a
Okay.
legit guy. He's legit. He just, dude, like, where do you get your ideas from?
I want to see if I can find a clip real quick. Norm McDonald, where do you get ideas? Because it is one of those
Norm was
classic.
the shit, dude. Like,
I loved his show on YouTube. Here, real quick in the chat, if you can bring up this video. This is one of the great.
Just present it, dude. Just present it, and I'll pull it up.
Let me see if I can. Let me see. Present. Share screen. Share screen. Norm McDonald live.
There
it
we
makes
go.
you sound older when you say the steps while you're doing them.
Just make it big, buddy. Yeah, there we go.
All right, here's the classic Norm McDonald,
So,
Adam Egan.
Just so you guys know, I'm gonna get fucking struck by NBC, but we're gonna
no. This was his YouTube show that Norm owned by himself.
Okay,
you'll be okay.
All right.
Has been bugging me all last night. He wants to ask this question. I said, "Don't ask the question."
Let's ask the question. Well, I've been watching you for years, and I've always been really curious. Where do you get your ideas from?
Like he always puts Adam Egan in the hot seat and makes him say like these lines that the guest goes like, what is this guy talking about?
It's so true though. Like, there's no chat. Just so you know, there's no original ideas anymore. If it's already been done, whatever you think is an original, guys, low watermark, somebody probably already thought about it.
Now, if you want to know the inspiration for Super Killer, that's a question I can answer.
That'd be great. Yeah,
Power Rangers.
No, not Power Rangers, but it is. It was an anime.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah.
So I used to read a lot of Japanese comics, and there's this Japanese comic called Bokurano, and I don't know what that means. And it was very. It was about a bunch.
Wife. Me fuck you long time.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Did they make a movie with that had Ron Perlman in it? And
I think so. Yeah.
Guys, I gotta hit the
gotta head out.
Yeah, it's late for me. I gotta get up at.
Yeah, I'm gonna be taking off in a minute too.
What?
Good talking to you guys. Thanks for letting me on. See a video. Now I'm saying it like you were saying it. I'm not even that. I haven't had anything to drink.
I'm not even as drunk to be as whatever, man.
Thanks for talking about it, though.
Thanks for being here, buddy.
All right. Talk to you guys later. Man. Thanks.
Thanks, buddy. See you.
I do have one question for Vito, though.
Yeah.
Before I go, what is the name of the organization that Super Killer's name is Kyle, right?
No.
What's his name?
Sam.
Fuck, man. Why did I think it was Kyle?
SK, Sam King.
Okay.
Super Killer.
All right. What's the name of the the thing he works for? What's it called?
The Multiversal Reformation Institute, I believe.
Okay. I didn't see that in the book.
Yeah, well, he hasn't named it yet.
Okay.
Oh, Initiative. Sorry, I should know the name.
Can I ask
Multiverse Reformation Initiative? All right, I got to write that down.
Oh, you got the lunchbox, just like
I got the lunchbox, baby.
Our boy.
Looks really good.
I thought they screwed up the lunchbox, but they didn't screw. Okay, I'll say this, and I shouldn't say it. So that the Chinese, they're like, this is what the lunchbox is going to look like, and I said, I got to fix this one little thing. Don't print them. And they're like, okay. And then the next week they go, so we printed 300 of them. And I'm like, you cock-sucking mother. God damn it. What did I tell you? So on every lunchbox, this is going to drive me insane because I have some sort of OCD.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can see my camera.
Are these going to be on your next campaign?
No, they're on this campaign.
If there's any left.
It's not. I don't know. He said he's not done a new campaign yet.
No,
I haven't done the. There will be, I forget how many got ordered, but there's 300 lunch boxes, and I think we sold 250. So there'll be 50 left.
Where's my thermos?
So I put these caution stripes, right? And they look nice.
It looks great.
And then down here in the corner, there's one that got a little bit cut off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I gotta adjust that. Just move it a little bit to the right so it doesn't have that little sliver. And they're like, yeah, we already printed them. And now I'm like, oh God, what do I do? Do I take a Sharpie and I can black it out? Maybe that'll. And it's like, Vito, it doesn't matter. I'm like, no, it does matter.
It doesn't
It's very
matter.
important.
No, it does matter because if you have the little hash, you are in on the first run. Like that's how it works, right? Like
unless I black them all out.
Right. Like B.A. Turner's lunchbox is super cool. Jim, you got the lunchbox, right?
Oh, B.A. Turner made a lunchbox too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. B.A. Turner.
Did he print on them or was it like a sticker?
No, he printed on them. They're fucking fantastic. The B.A. Turner stuff is fantastic. I
got a great deal on these.
You and Dick should actually hit up B.A. Turner because he's a good guy to talk to.
I've talked to that guy.
He's a
what
nice
else you
guy.
got there, Vito?
Okay, I can take a Sharpie and I can all right, everyone might have a Sharpie mark.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that, Vito. Don't do it. Don't. Don't.
Just a little bit. Okay. There we go.
Now make the little hash mark the first buyers, like they know this is the original. Like
I'm not gonna make any more. I gotta do like a minimum order of 300. We got the super killer pins. There we go. Very nice metal pins.
Let's make there you go.
Those will go in the lunchboxes. The lunchbox has all the stuff. So those are also in the lunchbox. And
did you not buy a van for yourself?
I didn't buy a van.
What the hell, dude? Don't you have to go to all these trade shows because your supporters are buying vans for you?
People who buy the lunchbox will also get, and it's not staying in the case, sadly. Get in the case. Look at that. The super killer challenge coin.
Oh,
wow.
Its own little plastic, and you can take
its own little jewelry box. That's kind of cool, man.
I have a little I have one that I already took out. So it's got the super killer logo on the front and the multiverse reformation logo. The back is actually cooler. I should have done better like the back.
Is Super Killer a anti-hero or a hero?
He's like the reluctant Nazi is my description. He's like, well, no, he's not like the reluctant Nazi because Nazis were bad.
Yeah.
It's like a guy, the way I describe it is a guy who has to do a really bad thing and he's like, I just got to push through. He's working at the
Korean fucking action movie. I got to kill these motherfuckers because
he's working,
of whatever.
It's like, he's working at a animal shelter. And every day they go, you got to kill 100 dogs. And he goes, oh, fucking God. It's like, well, it's for the good of the animals. If you don't do it, everything is going to go bad. You have to do it. He's like, yeah, I know. So, he's a reluctant guy who's been forced into this very stupid situation. And his way of dealing with it has been to go, I'm just going to, all these emotions, I'm pushing them down. I'm just a stupid asshole who does my job, and eventually I'll get to quit. And then the whole thing is he meets a girl who's like, you're awful. You're doing a bad thing. And your coping mechanism is like extremely unhealthy. Maybe it's your only way of coping with this, but like obviously you're just becoming a monster. And he's like, yeah, you might have a point. So that's kind of the drama, is like him meeting this girl who's still kind of a regular human and being like, you kill a lot of people, it's not a good thing. And he's like, yeah, I know, I don't like it, but all right, you might have a point.
Jen, for $5 Australian, asks you this question. Vito, if your inspiration for SK is Bacarano, is SK heading towards a showdown with another super killer? Would the gun be less effective against SKs?
There will be other guys who work for this agency. So I'll give a little bit of spoilers.
So are you an anime or manga fan? Is that
huge one? Yeah. Well, not any of the recent stuff, all the old stuff. Back when it was all weird. Back when the glory, the promise of anime was it's all going to be cyberpunk, Akira stuff,
right?
Robots. I was like, this is awesome. And they're like, now it's about boys kissing each other. And you're like, no, what the fuck is this?
Oh no, stop!
You told me it was going to be cyberpunk. This sucks. So I'm into all that old school anime stuff. I'll give this little.
Are you into Western comics though?
Yeah, but like I have weird tastes. I'm a big Daniel Clowes guy. I'm big on Mike Allred. If you ever read like Ecstatics or Mad Men. What else do I got on my shelf? Transmetropolitan, Planetary, Ex Machina, a lot of stuff like that. There was a period of time where I did some of the Marvel stuff. I think like around when Civil War hit and World War Hulk, and I was definitely into not World War Hulk, Planet Hulk, which then led into World War Hulk, which was a disappointment. But like Planet Hulk was great, Old Man Logan. But again, I like a lot of the Elseworld stuff. Like I like Old Man Logan because I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. I like seeing an alternate universe where shit goes nuts. I don't know if you guys have ever read Planetary, but that's that's Warren Ellis, and that's another one where it's like a lot of alternate versions of heroes and like his version of the Fantastic Four and the evil guys who are like kind of the Illuminati running the planet. So that was one of my favorites, Planetary, and I think that's been a lot of inspiration for this book as well.
So you enjoy Deadpool and Wolverine, right? Like,
yeah. I the only thing I didn't like was that the plot didn't really make sense.
That's what I thought. It was still great to watch. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
but it didn't seem like it was.
There's a guy, and he goes, "I've invented a time ripper machine that's gonna like rip timelines apart because I need it to happen faster." And as I've felt about it, I think it's because he didn't like sitting around in a boardroom. He just wanted to get it done with.
I don't know why you guys don't like the plot. It's a superhero
Well, the plot doesn't
movie.
make a lot of sense.
The plot doesn't make sense.
If you follow the Loki series, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay, but also,
first of all, Jim, I did not watch the Loki series.
Okay,
no.
Tom Hiddleston's great.
What?
Loki's great as a character. The show's not the best.
The character's great. The show is something I'm never going to watch. I'll watch Loki when he's with his brother Thor in a 2-hour movie. So,
well, he's dead in the movies.
I know, Dave, which is fine. Because
I think Loki works as a character without Thor. I just think they didn't use him in the best way.
Kevin for $2 says Planetary is the best comic series ever.
I'm always surprised how few people have read Planetary. It's like really cool.
This is why you're on the right show.
How do you feel about Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom? Do you think they're gonna do like an alternate universe type of thing where Dr. Doom, like, that's in the comic where
he's obviously going to be Tony Stark, like
right? He's going to be Tony Stark, but
it has to be.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Or else it's stupid. Otherwise, it's like, I'm Victor Von Doom. Why the fuck do you look like Tony Stark? I don't know. You know, unless he like as a kid got kidnapped by Latverians and they named him Victor Von Doom.
Well, no, there's a comic book where Tony Stark and Victor Von Doom were roommates in college.
Don't you think we should give Jim a chance to be an actual character in Fantastic Four from The Office? Jim, doesn't he deserve that? Did he deserve to die that quick?
I'm done with Pablo, man. Or Pedro. Whatever.
Yeah, Pedro fucking sucks.
I'm like,
dude.
I don't like this guy. I don't get it. He was
go back to
everybody
fucking
for some
Narcos.
reason,
Go make Narcos shit. That was fine. That was great. But this new
I thought
shit,
they were stretching it with him and Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I didn't buy him in Wonder Woman at all, and some people were like, "No, I really liked him as the slimy salesman." I'm like, I cannot imagine that character existing in the '80s and like people believing it.
It's like camp, you know.
It was way too camp. It was not. Yeah.
What do we got here, Vito?
Oh, I'm sorry. Why am I still sharing this back screen?
Hey, go back.
That's my second channel.
I want to see all your fucking chats, dude.
That's my second channel analytics. Those analytics aren't even good.
Do you pay attention to that stuff?
I made $57 in the last 2 days. This is on my. I haven't been doing a lot on my second channel. No, I put up a couple videos this week, and I wanted to make sure there's.
Do you have a Patreon account?
Yeah, but I don't do enough with it. I don't know what to do with it. I mean, mostly my focus is on the podcast and the comic books.
That's like Dick makes what $20,000 a month on Patreon. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
that's wild.
And I've got a locals channel, and the only person that has subscribed is this guy with the bourbon glass next to you. named Low Watermark. Like, I don't know what to do with this stuff. People say you got a Rumble account, make a page or a locals account. Okay, I did, but I don't know how to promote it. Like, I'm not that guy. I'm a salesman. I go sell stuff every day, but I don't know how to sell myself. I know how to sell equipment that I believe in, but not me. So it's weird, right?
Yeah.
It's a weird thing. But so are you and Dick getting along, Vito?
I think so, yeah.
Do you go to his house every week for the stream?
Yeah, so I do the show from his house.
When he put those videos out with the fucking cameras and that guy showing up at his house, was that weird? Like, that was fucking wild, right? Like, who was that guy? Like,
yeah, no, that stuff is awful. It sucks when that happens. But you just get a lot of like weirdos who are causing trouble.
Mr. Fantastic is a stretch. What happened to Dave?
I don't know. He just dropped out.
Jim kicked him.
Jim kicked left Dave. Button on my mouse. But like, that was kind of wild. Like, when you see somebody showing up at Dick's house and they're acting like they belong there. That was crazy, Jim. When you play those videos, like,
oh, those people dropping off the cow and shit.
Yeah, that was weird. Like,
Dick has great cameras, though. Jeez, that's better than most people's videos.
Yeah, right. So I just bought like I have Wise cameras in that, like, internally in the house, but now that
I have Wise cameras. The picture quality is not that great.
Well, the Wise 4 just came out.
Maybe I need to get the new
They're
one.
indoor, outdoor, and the night vision is in color now. And
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so like they're like $35 a piece, but if you buy a 3-pack, I think I paid $90. And then I got the outside plugs so they don't get fucking fried when it rains. So I think I spent $110 on these Wise cameras. The Wise cameras are good because I have Ring for a doorbell and some other shit like my garage door cameras. And they're fine, but I live in the middle of nowhere. Like, I used to live in town and never had any security to the watermark, but now I live in the country. Guess what? I have cameras everywhere because the farther you are from town, the more likely somebody's going to roll up on your property and fucking roll in. So
yeah,
I've got all these cameras set up now because I do not need this nonsense. And I sleep with the doors open, but if the camera goes off, I get an alert. And I've got Wise and Ring. So, but the Wise stuff is actually improving, Vito. So, check.
Yeah, maybe I need to. One of my Wise cameras broke for some reason, so maybe I need to get some new ones.
Anyway, I gotta take off. I wanted to say thank you for coming on, Vito. I enjoyed talking to you. And
yeah, absolutely, man. Well,
that's why Vito's here because Jim hit him up.
I'm sure I'll come on again.
Well, you could also invite me and Jim at Low Watermark on your show with Dick.
Biggest problem.
But I don't know what a problem is. I'm 56. All problems are gay. Like,
yeah,
whatever.
Well, we typically do in person guests. So if you ever come to LA,
no, I know. Like I love it too. Like I've seen some of the guys that are toothless that show up on the show. I'm like,
yeah,
oh, but he showed up in studio, so we're gonna bring him on. And
yeah, you got to bring them in because it's just otherwise you get a lot of lag or like problems. It's just nice.
Would you ever have YellowFlash on the stream as a guest, as an avatar?
Like if he wants to call in?
Yeah,
I'd talk to him, but he's like.
But
insane.
would Dick want to do that? Because I don't think that would be good to the biggest problem. Like, YellowFlash needs to show the fucking world who he is.
I have no problem with people coming on. If Eric July wants to come on, okay,
But we know what Eric looks like already, right?
Yeah, I mean, Eric. I think the only thing about Eric I would worry about is that he calls the cops when he's spooked. So
oh, that Riley shit is unbelievable, dude.
Yeah,
I really
don't want him
thought Fatal J was going to go on your show.
Who?
We can still get him. We can get Fatal J.
He's been on my show, dude. He's easy.
I know.
He's a whore. Like, just say Fatal J, like whatever, dude, and he'll show up. But he's a nice guy, but he's not interesting. Like, he doesn't have anything interesting to say. Like, sorry, Jim. I made
he's interesting. You just not looking at it the right way.
No, he doesn't have any low watermark. You were here that night when Fatal J showed up.
Oh yeah.
He's not interesting, dude. He's a bore. Whatever. I would rather have the biggest problem. Like, once you guys need to get Nick on your show, and you just guys need to chill out with Nick, you, and Dick Vito, and just have a good stream, because Nick needs to just relax. Like, he's like, I know and I think that's why Jim's leaving, because he wants to get on Nick's stream right away and be the moderator. Like,
I'm moderating 3 streams right now while I'm on this show.
I know, but you want to leave so you don't want Crazy Cat to call you out for
no, we've been going for 4.5 hours.
Whatever, dude. We streamed last night. My stream ended because I had to go to work, and you streamed for 2 hours with Low Watermark and Julio and Andrew, right?
Yeah, see, I can't run a stream though. That's the thing. I'm terrible at it. I get distracted.
We get that. No worries.
Well, Jim, you can't be doing multiple moderators and all of that at the same time. You got to focus on
when you're on your own stream, Jim.
Yeah, well, I'll figure it out.
No, turn off your fucking 75-inch panel and just pay attention to your own show. Guess what? It goes really smooth. Like Low Watermark has told me many times in private, Dave, you need to go solo more often.
Play this real quick.
Am I wrong, Low Watermark? Like,
1 minute video, so I get Vito's opinion. This isn't for Super Killer, but this is what Super Killer will be when I get it done, the stinger.
Jaden has been chosen by Elohim.
Jim doesn't know what these words mean.
The journey is long and arduous. He submits to thine will, a mortal man, but he will emerge as the embodiment of thine Lord's justice. Melchizedek, King of Justice. As Elohim's chosen champion, he is now the hunted. His powers are great, but his skill is yet to be measured. Can he defeat evil? Will he restore order? Can he defeat the Babel champion? Will he save the world? Find out in King of Justice.
Who's putting that together?
So
who's putting that book together?
That's Andrew Rowland, XP Comics. The book's been out for a while. When he first made the book, it was a live action comic on his website, and it was for free. Like, it was free. He just wanted people to watch it. And when I started streaming Vito, he was one of my first guests. And Andrew's a really nice guy. But dude, don't give your shit away for free. Like, do not do that. But he did. And it's a pretty good story. Like, you got a guy.
Ethan is watching us right now.
Oh, no.
Well, tell Ethan to come on the show.
Come on, Dave, say the N-word. Say it now. You're drunk enough.
Negroid. But Andrew, and you know, I told, like, it's a good story. It's a guy that's from like a bum, and somebody says, "Hey, come with me," and the guy's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he follows this guy through the book, and he becomes what he is. So it's really fun. I liked it. He's going over the first part of the stream.
I'll have to give it a read.
Oh, holy shit. Like, Ethan is
Ethan needs content.
My stream. Wait till he knows that Vito's on the show 3 hours in. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, sadly, we're not talking about Eric July, so there's nothing he can use.
Andrew, for $5, show them the second clip right now. It's the action-packed one, Jim. That's where.
Hey.
So. By the
I just
way,
showed
Vito,
him the clip.
By the way, Andrew got Vic Mignogna to voice the main character in his comic.
Oh man, he stole my idea. I was going to do that,
but he got Vic to do it for this book.
What did he pay him? Well, I guess he doesn't want to tell me.
He's not telling. I never asked. The point was like, oh shit, and I'm not an anime or a manga guy, so I don't know anything about Vic. Only thing I know about Vic is what Nick Rekieta was talking about during the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Which Ty lost. What I don't know why he lost the watermark. But
because he didn't file the paperwork on time.
Yeah, it was weird, right?
Yeah, he literally just didn't file paperwork on time, and the whole case got tossed.
Yeah,
it's like bizarre.
And you're in Texas, so things are weird, right? Like they actually there's law in Texas and people follow it. Like, holy shit. They actually believe in the Constitution and all this stuff. I can't believe that Ethan is e-fapping us, Jim.
Right.
What the fuck?
I gotta go.
Why?
Cause I gotta go. I gotta get up in the morning.
No.
I gotta babysit.
No. If I fucking look at
great
Ethan's
show
stream and you send us
Vito just took all right, I'm out.
Hey, thanks, Jim.
All right, take care, everybody.
All right.